Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Missed by Steph on the flip. Rebound by Christie. Here's Kyrie Irving.
Thank you, Kyrie, for bringing some joy to our lives. Good morning, DFW. Great to have you in. Sean and RJ on a Thirsty Thursday here in the 6 a.m. club, and we apologize in advance, or at least I do. I know many people were looking to hear the joyful voice of Sean Sharif this morning, or perhaps Ralph James, Gaylord Choppies, but they are not in the building today.
All praise to Allah.
Thank you, Sean. We do have
my favorite drop.
We do have Bobby. We do have Pepe. At some point, we'll get Carter Freeman. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. I will say, before we dive into Mavs here, did you get any sort of a pep talk from the bosses about filling in this week?
About like just being careful because of who I'm dealing with?
Yes.
No, actually.
Did you hear it, Peyton, when we were walking out of the meeting on Monday?
Yeah, when you said, get ready for the dumb button, and Spill kind of just put his head down.
No. Spittle started it. Gavin goes, I said, hey, we got Eric both days, Thursday, Friday, right? And they said, yep. I said, okay, cool. And then Gavin goes, yeah, and just, let's make sure we're doing things the right way. And I told him, I said, well, don't worry. I said, because if all else fails, we have Peyton's judgment on the dump button.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's when Gavin hung his head like, oh, great.
We are in good hands.
So this might be the last 2 days. Choppy, of course, out on bereavement with Ralph Sr. Being honored today or remembered today at his funeral. I'm going to be heading out after this and going and doing that. And then Sean's just being lazy. He just didn't want to come into work.
Ooh. I thought he was hopping on a bird to go find paradise.
He's actually taking vacation.
Go sit in some sand or something.
Yeah, but I like to instead talk about it as if he's just being lazy. I think that's better. This is theater of the mind, Eric.
Yeah,
that's what.
No,
we're
you're
worried
right,
about.
and it's really on brand for Sean. You know, he's just not always buttoned up. He's not maniacal about his work, and we appreciate that about him. We're actually just pre-gaming for the payload at 6:40, and then that'll be the point where Peyton completely checks out for the remainder of today's show and tomorrow's show.
Yep.
And so we're just trying to get the most out of him over the course of the next 30+ minutes.
I don't think they considered that aspect of when they're like, well, Peyton will dump anything they say. I don't think they thought, wait, this is Thursday, and then Friday we're only going to get 40 minutes of work. He hates that bit, by the way.
7 a.m. is going to be a little touch and go for the rest.
Do you hear that
of the
heavy
day.
sigh?
It's a little dramatic.
He hates the Peyton checks out after the payload. He hates that bit.
What's your confidence meter in your payload this morning?
Oh, 10 out of 10, boys. It's a good one.
How big
it's
is
a
it?
great one. It was so good I didn't even send an email to y'all. Yesterday.
Yeah, I noticed.
We did notice.
I was like, wait a minute, no Sean, no RJ. I don't need to send an email. I'm good.
Oh, did you at least provide us with the break times?
Does it look like? No,
Okay,
no.
he did not. He did not put the break. See, this is what he does. He writes the break times down with Sean and RJ are here. He will not write them down if they're out.
You know what, Peyton? Good. We're here to have a good time, okay? We're not here to be stressing out, worried about break times. We're here to bask in Kyrie Irving's dominance.
Do you guys do break times on the G-Bag Nation?
No, we do not.
no.
We fly by the seat of our pants, and then we look up and the show's done, and we high-five each other, and we go home, and we forget it ever happened. Then we wake up the next day, and we do it again.
I imagine you after shows are like Ricky Bobby after he prays in Talladega Nights, where they're like high five. He goes, "Did that feel good? Yeah, it felt good. It felt good.
It did. It did feel good. Well, it feels good to be with you guys right now. I mean, the sanctity of a 6 a.m. club on a thirsty Thursday with Robert and Peyton. This is fantastic for me. The alarm clock hit hard this morning, and it was touch and go there for a second, but we made it. Bobby brought breakfast.
I did.
Already shoveled in how many McMuffins?
Just a bite so far, but I mean, I was ready to finish the whole thing.
You're
right
in
then
your
and there.
you're in your bag almost as much as Kyrie Irving was.
He
last night.
was 42 points last night.
My
the
favorite
big charge.
My favorite, though, is the bagel in the assist column. He was like, dude, I am going to get the buckets here. Okay, it doesn't matter how it's going to happen. Najee Marshall, you want to pass up a wide open corner three? No problem. I'll make it more tough, and I'll nail it. I'll hit some free throws. What was it, like 3 threes in a row? He's doing the Steph Curry thing right in front of his face.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Oh, I saw Oso Odigizua on Instagram last night. He was sitting courtside, and he was in awe filming that third three. He's like, bro's on fire. Look at this 3 threes in a row. He was great. He was fantastic. Here's the only concerning thing. Doesn't it feel like he's got to be that guy every night if you want them to win ball games now?
Well, certainly.
Because you've thinned out your roster so much.
Yeah, with the construct right now, I mean, they were playing with 10 guys last night. They have basically no bigs. You're giving 33 minutes to a guy named Kessler Edwards, who, by the way, was plus 14 last night. Had a couple of nice plays when they're like just doubling Kyrie, and they're like, Kessler, you're gonna set the screen, you're gonna catch the ball, and then just do the right thing with it.
Does Kessler Edwards sound more like a British actor, like a really buttoned up British actor, or does he sound more like a spoiled brat, like college student who goes to Stanford and like doesn't understand rules?
That makes a lot of sense to me. I also could see him being like one of these. Like these country guys now, they just go, it's just their first name or just their names. Like he's Kessler. We're going to see Kessler Edwards tonight.
Kessler at the Kessler.
He's doubling down on the worst first name in the history of basketball.
Well, we've got an issue though, Eric, because like we said, he is going to have to be that guy for forever. It feels like Kyrie, because it was like, oh well, you know, they've got Anthony Davis, and so I mean they'll get some sort of contribution there. They've got Max Christie, who they are, to be fair, getting some really positive contributions from, but otherwise this has been a pretty disappointing stretch to get the 3-quarter observance of Anthony Davis before he goes down, and then no official injury updates from the Mavericks since. But then yesterday, cut 10 Peyton, we did get the AD injury update secondhand from everybody's current favorite Mav reporter, Tim McMahon.
Obviously, the Mavericks desperately need all the good news they can get, and that is the expectation is Anthony Davis will not need surgery to treat this adductor strain. It's a rest and rehab type of situation. Now, he's going to miss significant time. Obviously, going into the All-Star break, he's going to miss a chunk of the schedule coming out of the All-Star break, but the anticipation is that Anthony Davis will be back in a Mavericks uniform at some point this season.
So not the worst news, because the thought was they were going to be shut down he was going to be shut down for good, but certainly going to be gone for a long time.
Yeah, you're just going to be in this weird gray area of is he back? Is he not? You're gonna lose plenty of games along the way. Last night was awesome. So glad they were able to pull that one out. But there's a part of you that's like, man, if he's going to be banged up in this way, and who knows how long it's going to be lingering, you're like, man, they need to capitalize on being able to have one of their top picks.
Yeah,
like they have their first round pick this year, next year, and then after that, it's we'll basically see you in 2031 or whatever.
Yeah, for that sweet 30th overall pick that the Lakers are going to send you after they win a 4th title in a row with Luka. That's although I don't know, last night, and we'll get into his performance a little bit later. Last night, Luka couldn't beat the Jazz. Bunch of turnovers, bunch of fouls. Maybe Nico knew what he was doing, Eric. I'm curious. So everybody's heard us talk about this.
For even suggesting that.
Everybody's heard us
in Nico.
And it's Sneeko.
I don't like. Yes, Nico. I don't like that drop, by the way, Peyton. That's a new drop he just debuted, and I don't like it. You gonna want to play it again?
Trust in Nico.
That's probably I don't
like that one on fire.
Yeah, I don't like that one at all. So everybody's heard us talk about this over and over and over again. We've covered it from every angle, but obviously some people schedule. We know most people, they turn it on 6 a.m. They're hanging out all the way through the fan after dark. Then KNC snacks come on and they go, all right, I already heard that. I don't need to hear that again. It's time to go to bed. But for those that have their schedule broken up, and maybe they're more of an afternoon listener, or they're maybe more of a morning show listener, maybe somebody doesn't have the opportunity to listen in the afternoon because of their work schedule or whatever else, and they have not heard your thoughts or the G-Bag Nation thoughts on this. What have you guys been dealing with in terms of fan reaction to the Luka thing? And in general, your perspective. Is this something where it's like you guys are demanding Nico get pushed out like now, or is it just still, are you in a mourning phase, a very solemn, like, I can't believe he's gone sort of phase of the whole thing?
Yeah, I think that's where we're all at. Broadus was the only one that was sort of from the jump kind of signing off on it. The rest of us were all brought to extreme anger, and we were dealing with the shock and the frustration. But yeah, I think that I don't want Nico to be gone right now, because I want him to have to sit and marinate in this. There's a part of me. It's tough because you're watching the Mavs win last night and it feels so good, and you're like, okay, like you have that fandom hope of just your team wins, and that's a good thing. But there's also that feeling of I kind of love that Anthony Davis came out on fire, and we got 2.5 quarters of it, and then I hope we never see him again for the rest of the season.
You need to be punished.
I want Nico to have to sit and marinate in this complete disaster.
It's felt so much like the PR response from it. We've talked about this so much this week. The PR response has almost been worse than the trade at this point. Like the trade was awful, and yet they continuously have fumbled the response to it.
They're so out of touch. I mean, It makes sense. You have a GM who's never been a GM before, and you have a new ownership group that's never done this before in sports. So they're just out of touch. They have no understanding about what actually matters to the fan base and how their customers matter a ton to them.
Well, and it feels very much like, so we've talked about, Sean made this analogy the other day, that it feels like, in a casino, like they operate it like they do businesses. Like they don't understand, like, all right, it's different though. It's sports. Like you can't operate it the same way. So whenever you get somebody who's counting cards in the casino, what do? You grab them by the collar and you throw them out, and you're not allowed back in our casino.
From my experience, yes, that's what they do.
Yeah. So that's what Patrick Dumont and the Mavericks are doing with their fans now, is that you come in, you don't play by their rules, they grab you by the collar, they throw you out. Now, last night, a little better, apparently. I didn't see as many just mass tossings, throwing them out the building. In fact, our guy, Kid Muse, who we interviewed yesterday, yesterday or Monday, I don't know, 2 days ago, who we interviewed and talked about him getting thrown out, he actually ended up having a conversation with Mark Cuban. He said he wanted to be heard. Mark Cuban did reach out. He was apparently courtside last night at the Mavericks-Warriors game.
I did see that. Shout out to Mark Cuban for trying to make it right.
But again, that's Mark Cuban. He kind of, as much as everybody hated him, he did understand the optics a little better. Like, he understood fan engagement, and he's the one who started the whole MFFL and the whole, the AAC maniacs. We're going to call him that. And, like, he always had these, he knew the way to reach out and connect and understood that that's his base. And you never just anger your base and you never attack your base. And they've still not figured this out. The Nico Harrison, Patrick Dumont, that coupling right there has not figured this out, and they've continued to go after people. And so I think there's so many people who are like, I want to like Anthony Davis. I want to like Max Christie. In fact, we see that a lot on the we see that a lot on the fan text. People talking about Max Christie's awesome. He's been fun to watch. But you're conflicted because it's like, well, I don't even want to necessarily say anything too nice about them, not because of anything about Max Christie. I don't want them feeling like they did anything right here.
I know, that's the tough part.
You don't want to give them an inch and have them take a mile. You don't want to endorse anything they do right now because of how they've handled things. It's like that the little sheet you see in factories or whatever, of like, it's been X amount of days without incident at this workplace or without an accident on the work floor, and that thing has stayed at 0 since they traded Luka. They've not been able to put up it's been 1 day since we haven't effed something up here at the AAC or at Mavericks headquarters.
I'm glad you brought up Max Christie, though, because I do want to just kind of like, I wish I could just, like, nobody else could hear, but I could just sort of whisper in his ear, like, Max, you're killing it. I love you. And I really appreciate what you're doing. I love you. This whole thing sucks, but, like, you're a silver lining to all of this. You're so young, and you keep scoring 15 points or more, and you play defense, and you're not just a 3-and-D guy, Max. Max, you're more than that. That pull-up jumper was sick nasty last night. Thank you.
Just keep your head down for a little bit, buddy.
Just put the blinders on. We're going to get through this together.
But did you see last night the Knicks game? Did you see what happened?
Oh, I saw Jalen Brunson.
Oh, no. Did you see the other?
Well, wait, what happened? Other than Jalen Brunson, he had huge shots. They go to overtime. They score like 150 points. They win the game.
Yeah, Quentin Grimes had last night in the game. 30 points, 9 rebounds.
Oh, my gosh. Of course he did.
But
I don't want to make this about Quentin Grimes.
No, but that's not about Quentin Grimes. That's about Nico. You know what I mean? Like it's still at the end of the day about Nico. Like he said with the next trade, because he thought he was getting Kevin Durant. He goes, with the next trade, I'm going to win the fan base right back. That's literally what he told Brad Townsend. And it's like the next trade was for Caleb Martin, who failed his physical.
Yeah, we can't.
And was 4 years older. What are we doing? Somebody I want to get the Tolo right. B. Frank had tweeted this at Sean last night. I saw Sean retweet it.
This is B. Frank or Beef Rank?
B. Frank.
Okay.
Like I'm being Frank. Or his name's like Bob Frank. I don't know. But he tagged Sean in the Quentin Grimes stuff, and he tweeted at him, Nico has gone from every trade turning gold to anything that can go wrong has. And that's the thing. Like, even the Quentin Grimes, Caleb Martin deal now. Like, that's one that you look at and just go, like, what the hell were you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole thing is frustrating. But shout out to the Mavs for not throwing out any of their customers last night. That's a good thing. Did you see Mark Cuban actually get community noted on Twitter? He was like explaining the incident from the other night when fans got thrown out, and he went on this whole. I mean, it's paragraphs.
I did. Yeah, it's an essay.
Don't do paragraphs on Twitter. Nobody cares, but the community notes do care. Because he was basically trying to say that like whatever happened wasn't really what happened, and he was trying to explain himself. And then community notes say Mark Cuban is clearly lying in this post. Here's a video of what happened where you can faintly hear the Fire Nico chant before he violated NBA rules through his use of foul language. So tough sledding there, Mark Cuban. All right, we're just getting started here. The morning show. Sean and RJ will be back next week with the funerals today, right, Bob?
Yes.
You're going right here. You're boogieing over. And you got your jean shorts to wear to look good?
No, I'm going to wear the hoodie and the shorts, and I'm just going to walk right in there.
All right, payload at 6:40, but coming up next, Bobby, Cowboys Insider, has the 5 steps to shoddy success and why I think he's already hit the first one out of the park. That's next year on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek!
cell phones world.
Handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fans segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we're under 20 minutes to a Thursday payload opportunity where Peyton is alleging he's 10 out of 10 confident it's going to be hit out of the park. So expectations are high. We're looking forward to it. Bobby Belt, myself, Eric Chia, follow Peyton Russell, Carter Freeman, Twitch and YouTube. Great to have you in on a Thirsty Thursday. And now we talk a little Cowboys here. The success steps for old Shoddy. What you got, Bob?
Yeah, so this is something that we've been kicking around the last few days, or I've had rattling around and I've wanted to kind of go over, because there's a lot of skepticism about Brian Schottenheimer's prospects of being a success as the next head coach of the Cowboys. Although I will say, I don't know about for you guys, at least in the morning, we've all felt like things have calmed down a little bit. Not just because of the Lucas stuff kind of distracting from it, but it feels like, all right, Schottenheimer talked to the media, talked to fans, and then he's made different hires that they like. And it's felt like, to us anyway, that there's a slight bit of optimism creeping in on the Schottenheimer hire for fans. Have you guys felt like that?
Yeah, maybe. I think some of
not nearly as much negativity. Some of the initial negativity has dispersed and like settled down and like, all right, fine, I'll give him a shot.
I think the optimism starts with kind of the staff that he started to put together. Not even that we really know a ton about these guys, but just he's dipping into the college ranks. He's not just doing the snap your fingers, oh, I already know, I've known for a decade who my guys are going to be. They've been my buddies for forever, and so this is my coaching staff. He's clearly acknowledged, like, hey, I have a vision for what I want this to be, and I think he has a self-awareness to know that he's never done what it is that he wants to do in terms of building a cutting-edge sort of modern offense, especially when it comes to the way you run the ball. And so, but I think he understands how important it is, and so he's trying to go get guys around him that can execute the vision that he has. So yes, I'm with you. The Cowboys' process of all of this was awful.
Yep.
But he's doing the things right now, at least in terms of the way he's going about building his staff, that has given me some confidence.
Yeah, so that's the thing to me, is that I think you're right here, that look, whether Schottenheimer is a success or not is going to depend a great deal on how successful is he as a leader and a builder of culture. Like, that's how a lot of his evaluation is going to be tied to. Less the X's and O's. It's definitely part of it, but it's going to be more about, all right, how are you in terms of it building this culture? Because that was clearly the pitch. You could tell the way when the Joneses were talking and the way Schottenheimer was talking, that was clearly his pitch to them, is I'm going to build a great culture, and that's what this team needs more than anything else. They've got players. They need somebody to teach them how to move as one. They need somebody to teach them, like, this is an NFL culture. This is a family that we're building here, and that's important. So if his entire program is built around that, that means nothing is going to work if he falls short as a leader. So I got 5 steps here, Eric, that are critical to Shotty being a success in Dallas relating to those aspects. And some of this we can start grading now. Some of it is going to be just what's our confidence in him being able to do this. Number 1, build an egoless staff. So this one appears to be off to a good start, but we've mentioned it before. Ego and insecurity in the staff were a big problem during McCarthy's time. McCarthy was always looking over his shoulder at Zimmer, Quinn, Kellen. It did breed insecurity and, I don't want to say resentment, but just it made things weird at times. Dan Quinn felt awkward here near the end. Like Dan Quinn himself felt like, all right, I should probably go, right? Because this feels weird. Like, it feels like he doesn't totally love me sitting here. Not that he has a problem with Dan Quinn directly, but that he doesn't love a former head coach who's now a hot head coaching candidate, who Jerry Jones says, boy, he'd love to be the head coach of the Cowboys. Dan Quinn would. McCarthy doesn't love that sitting over his shoulder.
Sure.
When you look at the way that Shotty's done things and the way that the kinds of assistants he's hiring, like you mentioned, Eric, this isn't just an old buddy. This is college guys. This is dipping into the college ranks and finding smart coaches that he thinks highly of, that he does, or that he's heard good things about, or going and finding this coach here, that coach there. You've got the college rehab or the coach rehab program on the defensive side of the ball in Matt Eberflus, which has been their MO lately, is go find a former head coach, make him the defensive coordinator. They've done it with their last several, Marinelli, Nolan, then you go to Dan Quinn, Matt Eberflus, Mike Zimmer. Like, they are all former coaches. It's a rehab program here in Dallas, essentially. So I think a big part of this is, are you willing to check your ego at the door and just say, I want to build the best staff possible? And it feels like so far he's been doing that.
Yeah, and Dak even alluded to it yesterday. Some of the clips from the cancer thing that he was a part of, the event, and he mentioned one of the things that he's loving about the way Schottenheimer's going about this is he's the one that's really conducting these interviews with the assistant coaches.
Yeah.
He's the one that's grinding out these interviews to try and find who the best guy is.
Yep.
It's not just, again, it's not the usual, hey, I got a band of dudes that I've been coaching with for years, and this is what we do, and this is how we do it, and it's stubborn coaching, and we're just going to make it work.
Yeah.
This is a guy who's trying to advance himself and advance what his capabilities are, and he understands that he needs the help around him for guys who have done these things in the past. And so he's actually sitting through and trying to figure out who the best candidates are in these interviews, and I think that's pretty rare.
Yeah, he wants to build the best staff possible, and it's like, hey, my feelings or security be damned. Like, just come help us win football games. That's what I want. And that's something that I do think was missing at times with Mike McCarthy. Number 2, enforce standards. And this sounds really basic, but if you want to build a healthy culture and a culture that can actually make a difference on the field on Sundays, then there has to be enforcement behind your standards. So if you tell people this is what it is and this is how we do it and you need to be this, you need to be on time for this. There were times, this happened with Garrett too, Garrett, McCarthy in general, that like you would have a standard or there would be rules in place and it was like, well, it's a rule for that guy and not that guy. Or it's for this guy and not that guy. And if players are late for mandatory cutoff times, if they're missing meetings, if they're not taking practices seriously, then there has to be consistent discipline. And so standards without discipline to me are worse than no standards at all. Like if you just don't have any standards and it's just kind of, the Wild West, you can operate more under that, I feel like, than if you tell people this is a standard and then you don't do anything to enforce it. So to me, enforcing standards is going to be a big one. Sean has brought this up. I'm curious what you think. Sean thinks that's still a question about if Schottenheimer's going to be a disciplinarian. I get the sense that he is, and I know just from some of my experience around the team, I know how players talk about him as a disciplinarian. But is that something that you felt too, like, all right, he's still got to prove that he's not just their buddy, the player's buddy, that he's here actually to enforce discipline?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because I think a lot of it starts from the top down. Like Zeke is showing up late for weeks. He's missing practice for weeks. I'm sure McCarthy wanted to do something about that.
Yeah.
But does he have the authority to do anything?
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of that is just sort of stripped from you, especially like you said, when it's certain players, some of Jerry's guys, big name guys, whatever. I don't know how many coaches could come in here and just completely have full ownership of this is the way that I do it. So I think there's an undercutting involved from Jerry that makes it difficult on anybody in this particular position.
Number 3, don't let this be the end of your evolution. So Schottenheimer's evolution and growth in offensive philosophy, willingness to adapt to league-wide trends, it's all admirable. He's talked about some of the evolution. I know behind the scenes, that was some of his pitch was, hey, I want us to look at some of the things that are successful around the league. Brian says it all the time, right? It's a copycat league. People steal from guys all the time. Play callers are thieves. They all steal from each other.
The best ones are.
Yeah. Now that you've got the job, don't settle back into a comfort zone. Don't go, all right, well, let me do things my way again. Don't marry yourself to concepts that the league has said, we're done with those, and then eventually they pass you by. So have the willingness to self-scout and change when warranted. Be able to, again, check the ego at the door and say, I'm willing to do these things. Number 4, this is just my own thought here. I want to see if you can get down with this. Bring back player captains. Mike McCarthy opted against having team captains. Instead, he had the constant rotation every week. You remember it was always different guys going up there. It was sort of hey, everyone gets a chance to be a leader. And then naturally, we'll build a team of leaders. I think you have to make it clear who are your leaders on your football team, because player leadership is as critical for culture as coaching leadership is to me.
Yes. The players have to police themselves to some extent. So you got to have some rock solid dudes that, I don't know, 4 or 5 guys. I think that's definitely, the best way to do it. And I thought it was weird that McCarthy went away from that.
Yeah.
And every week it's just some random dude like doing the coin toss or whatever. Like, I think there needs to be a stable of, hey, this is like my leadership council, and these are the guys that are going to help reinforce the things that I'm trying to get across to the entire team.
Yeah, you need a lead off it.
Some guys have no business being any sort of captain role at all.
Yeah.
There's 53 dudes in the locker room. 40 of them probably have no business. Another 5 just need some time to grow into it. Mm-hmm. And then you have your top of the food chain kind of dudes that are like, hey, if we're going to be great, it's going to come back on how many of you guys are how much money are you guys making? What's the expectation of you guys to go out here and shoulder some of this stuff? You've got to carry it. And it means a lot more when a player comes into the locker room and has a face-to-face with another player about something that needs to get handled, right, as opposed to it's always the coach.
Yeah, 100%. Now, this is the last one's a little bit controversial. One vision. Now, I know there's a little bit of you got a bunch of yes men around you. People always are concerned with that, guard against that. But here's the thing. Schottenheimer and McCarthy, they did not have a united vision. And there were too many fractures with coaches and players. There might even be a case that Schottenheimer should have done things differently as an offensive coordinator than he did to fix some of those fractures. We talked about that the other day when we did the Jeff Ulbrich quotes from the Falcons. But this isn't about having yes men or being opposed to constructive criticism. But if you are going to it's the line that coaches use all the time in the NFL. 53 moving is 1. that to get 53 moving in the same direction is incredibly difficult. If you want to get that, then you need those 53 and those coaches to have the same core beliefs. You need people who can challenge you, but everybody needs to ideologically be in line and understand in lockstep, this is what we're doing, this is what we're trying to do, because it will eventually destroy your process if you've got those fractures.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a no-brainer. And hopefully Schottenheimer being the one that seems like he's got the biggest role in bringing the coaching staff in. I imagine he's bringing guys in that are aligned, and you're always trying to push the envelope on things. We don't just want to settle on whatever it is that we do, so to speak, but that's part of the vision. Is we're always looking to advance ourselves and evolve and get better. And yes, that's extremely important.
Yeah, if you're gonna say you want somebody who's gonna challenge the way you're doing the run game, but if your overall philosophy is we have to run the ball to have success, you need to make sure that you have coaches on your staff that also believe we have to run the ball to have success. And that's not about, again, yes men. It's about you need to have the same core philosophy so you don't have those fractures. You want to challenge the way that you run the ball and those sort of things. That's good to have. You want that. But overall core beliefs need to be the same.
There it is, Inside the Star with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, live here in the 6 a.m. Club. And now it is time for the Payload with Peyton Russell. That's next right here on The Fan. But first, let's get you on over to advancedhair.com, because for many of us men, it is happening.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to go to Vegas, baby.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday, 6:40. You know what it is? The Payload here. Eric's favorite segment on the show. Eric Chiafalo, welcome to the load, man.
Hey, great to be here. This is supposed to be a pretty impressive load that you got.
Big load coming.
You've been setting the bar very, very high, and I'm looking forward to seeing the contents.
Look, I just have one goal. You know, after this segment, my goal is for you, Eric, to be on all fours barking. I hope we can get there to where you're just howling away, you know, like you were on Radio Row, man, because that was impressive. But yes, it is the Payload every Thursday at this time.
You'll be howling when you see those glass cutters of his he's got.
Hey, better than Jay Glazer's?
I don't know if they're better than the Glazes, but it's a 1A, 1B situation with you guys.
I think when I first showed up at Brass Tap, that's the first thing Eric said. They were on segment. He goes, "Oh, look, it's the glass cutter." It's Peyton showing up. It was cold outside, Eric. It was cold.
I think it was.
Jacket.
I thought it was a little balmy that day, and you were still at attention. It was impressive.
Well, gentlemen, we all have wives, girlfriends, fiancés here. Valentine's Day plans tomorrow. Have we made that reservation? Do we even celebrate anymore? Is it do we think it's an overrated holiday? Not a holiday, I guess, but you know, a celebration. Do we?
It's crazy. I always thought it was like is it really this weekend? I thought it was the second Tuesday of February.
I'm gonna make you play that clip tomorrow on Valentine's Day.
For a while, it was the second Tuesday of every February.
Valentine's Day is always on the Tuesday.
But you know, Groundhog's Day came up. Groundhog saw a shadow, so I moved it to Friday. So yeah, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, Eric. So it's not on Tuesday.
It's actually tomorrow, though. It is tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, 14th.
Okay,
Yep.
so it is the 14th.
Yes. Do you have plans?
I don't have like plans necessarily, but I did order something for my wife that probably won't come in time, and I just hope it comes in at some point this calendar year. I did this stupid thing where you click the link on Instagram because you're just so infatuated by what it is, but you're like, it's a dangerous game. It's sort of a coin flip whether or not you're even going to get this product.
Yep.
And there's no chance you're going to get it in time. I paid the extra $10 for expedited shipping. So definitely not going to be here in time, but I've already forewarned my wife, like, hey, I really hope your gift comes in on time.
How many times have you guys used the excuse like you didn't buy a present in time? And then, like, whether it be for a significant other or just a friend at a party or something, where then you go like, "Oh, I bought it. It hasn't
come in yet." Yeah,
I've used that a few times. Where
Handful.
It's like, "Crap, I've not bought anything yet, and I need to buy it." So
I've been that guy.
I just blame it on the U.S. Postal Service.
Yeah.
See, I'm more of an earlier guy here, so I'll buy gifts like for Mackenzie's birthday. I had to over gifts like 2 or 3 weeks before her actual birthday. Like I just get out of the way. That way I can just wrap the presents, throw them in the corner of a room or closet, and just, wait until her actual birthday.
The fact that you have the foresight that's impressive. The idea that you're actually wrapping the gifts as well. Are you a good wrapper?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm the guy that I use more tape than actual wrapping paper.
I heard you on New Year's Eve. You're a good rapper.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we can play that audio. No, we can't play that audio.
I want to hear your Rangers rap from last year again.
Oh, my goodness.
Jonas fingers turned to dinger fingers.
Oh, man, not again.
What was it? 3-time G-Bag of the Day, I believe, champ, or something.
Should have been 5. Should have been 5.
Guys, we start off here at the Payload with Carl Ravitch. Some of us love him, some of us hate him, but he's ESPN play-by-play guy. You hear him on the College World Series. Also doing some men's basketball. He was calling the Alabama versus Texas men's basketball game Tuesday night, and he thought he had one of the all-time stats ever said on national television, and you can hear it right here.
So think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82 and 82. Like, there's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
Carl is right. When every in-conference team plays each other, they will have a 500 record. Because if he had said something of, SC play, they're 40 and 20, he would have been awful. He's not wrong. He said the stat, it's correct. But, man, he...
Did anybody correct him live?
I don't think so. I think the color analyst guy just let him have it. But a lot of people on Twitter are having a field day about he's not wrong. But, man, he said it with confidence, too. He was cooking for a little bit.
Yeah, dude.
But he was confident there. But Carl Ravage, man, that's a tough one.
Stick to baseball guy. Isn't Carl Ravage more of a baseball guy? That is absolutely outstanding, dude. You're right. The confidence, and that's really the key to just saying anything. You can. I mean, you just say it with some confidence.
Oh, I did it earlier. I thought the Sixers were playing against the Knicks last night. They were not. The Knicks were playing the Hawks. So when I was like, "Did you see what happened in New York?" somebody texted in there like, what is the Knicks Hawks game after the big Grimes? I was like, I thought that was the Sixers.
Hey, you fooled Eric. Eric said no.
He's like, oh, I missed that.
Dang it.
Everybody missed it because they weren't playing each other.
Carl Ravage, man.
Hey, I like Carl Ravage, friend of the show.
So we'll talk baseball, men's basketball. We're going to talk a little soccer here. So the 2034 World Cup is in Saudi Arabia. And their ambassador spoke on LBC News the other day and has not pleased many Americans or other human beings on the face of the planet by saying there will be zero alcohol in the 2034 World Cup.
After you leave, you're welcome to, but at the moment we don't have alcohol inside.
When you say you mean you have to go to a hotel?
No. There's no alcohol at all.
So there's no alcohol. So the entire experience of the Saudi World Cup, from the moment you get off the plane, in your hotel, in the stadium, in the restaurants, in the coffee shops, will be alcohol-free.
Rather like our weather, it's a dry country.
Is that welcoming?
No, it's, everyone has their own culture. We're happy to accommodate people within the boundaries of our culture, but we don't want to change our culture for someone else.
Okay.
I mean, really, you can't live without a drink?
Man, shots fired at Bobby there. Can't live without a drink.
What's Bradas doing about this?
All praise to Allah.
What's Brian doing to fix this dry Saudi Arabia situation? No, I'll tell you. Earlier when I said the name Kessler Edwards, I pictured the voice of that guy interviewed him. Like, I'm Kessler Edwards, BBC News. Like, play the interviewer. That's when I hear the name Kessler Edwards. That's what I think of.
After you leave, you're welcome to, but at the moment we don't have alcohol inside.
When you say you mean you have to go to a hotel?
No. There's no alcohol.
A hotel. Doesn't that sound like a Kessler Edwards?
Man.
Which, by the way, somebody just on the fan text that must have been listening back on the Odyssey app, 817 says Kessler was the original name of Kramer in the Seinfeld pilot. I had no idea. He was originally named Kessler.
I'm glad they made
Kramer's
the switch.
better.
Yeah, Kramer's way better. 254, go to HEB today, buy flowers. The price will double tomorrow. Just a little heads up.
One of the we did get a life hack from the 682. They said life hack: never go out on Valentine's Day, but 2 days before. It's never nearly as busy, and most of the time, ladies don't mind.
Yeah, you got to make sure like the dates on things have to be a bit fungible here. Your birthday's on a Tuesday. Okay, we're going to celebrate the weekend before or whatever, right? It doesn't let's not be married to that day. Now, it doesn't say that on Valentine's Day I'm not going to still give you the card or whatever, but the actual celebration portion of the proceedings, hey, let's be malleable with this a little bit.
Yeah, I actually got bailed out this Valentine's Day because like 3 or 4 months ago, Mackenzie agreed, my fiance agreed to babysit on this weekend. Some parents are out willing to pay big money, and she asked me, she's like, are you gonna be upset? I was like, 4 months ago, no, I'm not gonna be upset. Like, who cares? And now I'm feeling like, man, I'm gonna be like a single guy on Valentine's Day, because she's gonna be away, and so I'm gonna have to just be watching Netflix and chill by myself.
No. You know what single guys do on Valentine's Day, Peyton?
Can I say that?
No, well, I mean, I'll say it since you clearly don't get what I'm getting at. They go to Twin Peaks. They all this week they've got Sweethearts Week, so you can just swing by your local Twin Peaks. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com, find your nearest location, Peyton.
There you go. I might have to make my way up there. A few locations around here.
Yeah, plenty of them. 5 different counties.
We'll go.
I do love the ice chunks that float in that beer. They're not messing around when they talk about that cold beer.
That is a legit 29-degree beer.
It is, man. It is.
All right, Eric, we'll go one more story here on the Payload every Thursday at this time. Starbucks are at it again. A couple weeks ago, we talked about on this very show that Starbucks was changing their policy, that doesn't allow people to use their bathrooms without actually ordering something, a coffee or some food item. This time they're forcing their employees to write messages on customers' cups before giving you the coffee. And this isn't just like have a good day, good morning. I mean, they're writing like jokes and song lyrics. They're putting winky faces. Now, Eric, I mean, if you came home with Starbucks cup and there's a winky face on your cup, what is your wife doing to you?
I mean, how many people are going to get away with that one? You walk in the house with the winky face cup. I mean, ultimately, it's not my fault. Honestly, you should just be proud, honey, that your man still got the ability to pull a winky face out of a barista.
Jeez, that sounds like a bad euphemism. What are you writing on the cup if you're a Starbucks barista? Like, we don't have Chris Strong here anymore. He went to go join the resistance. But before that, like, what would you have written on your Starbucks cup if they're mandating you have to put something on there? Are you just gonna have a go-to line or like a go-to like doodle you're gonna draw?
I would think I would want to have something just ready to rock.
Like just have a great day. Like, would you be boring like that, or would you have like a bit?
But maybe
I would misspell whatever my thing was. Like I would have like just a really awful misspelling on it.
Okay, that's not a bad one. I like that.
I'd probably do the pacer test thing, write out the entire, the pacer test is blah, blah, blah. Have you guys heard that?
From like elementary school?
Yeah, the pacer test
They
thing,
play a little sound and you have to run to the other side of the court?
You write the entire lyric, the entire dialogue of the pacer test all over the cup.
I have no idea what that is.
That's taxing. You never did a Oh, well.
I was homeschooled.
That's right.
And my teacher's gone.
Did you guys not have like a PE portion of class at home? Like,
no, that was just called the backyard. That was like, yeah, go outside. I'm sick of you.
Dude, I used to take the pacer test very seriously.
I was
dialed.
Oh
yeah.
My goodness.
Like,
so competitive.
I'm gonna medal in this. I'm at least get in top 3.
The PE teacher says your foot wasn't over the line. I go, no, it was over the line.
Check the tape.
Check the tape.
Carol.
Where'd you finish, Spot? Where were you in the pacer test?
That's not my nickname.
His football coach called him Spot because he's got a blonde spot on the back of his head. So he wouldn't call him by his name.
My football coach was cool, man.
Spot.
It's like, we got helmets on, man. You can't see this.
I can't imagine you played football throughout your entire high school. Right, like at what point did you quit?
I was one and done. I was 7th grade. Okay. I was starter on the B team, okay? There were 3 teams, ABC. I was starter, offense, and defense. And I was like, this is too much, because practice in 8th grade then was in the afternoon. August, September, it's hot. I don't want to do that. And I was like, if I'm not quarterback, I don't want to play this game.
He couldn't shower with those cutters. That's the biggest thing.
Right guard? They had you at right guard?
Yeah, I was offensive guard, tackle, and then defensive edge.
Nice, dude. All right, there it is, the payload. 10 out of 10. You hit it out of the park. Nice work, Peyton. Here we are on a Thirsty Thursday. Sean and RJ back next week. We have the Choppy Senior funeral coming up later today that Bobby will be present for. I don't think Peyton is going to it because Peyton doesn't have the same type of respect level, I guess.
Yeah.
Or was he not on the invite list? I don't know.
Can't write down break times for Choppy when Sean's out. Doesn't go to his dad's funeral.
All right, well, let's go ahead and crank open a nice little morning rim sesh here. The Mavs get the victory last night, and did you see what local DFW coffee shops are trying to do to distance themselves from the Luke of Madness? That's next here in the Nation.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What were they? Singing sisters?
Basil baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Racing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas on top by 3. Butler trying to stay close to Thompson, but not close enough. And hello, winner!
Mavs get the victory last night. Nobody gets kicked out of the AAC. Life is good for the moment. How about that? We can catch our breath.
Nobody got kicked out of the AAC, but somebody did get their shirt taken off that I saw. They were wearing a Fire Nico shirt, and they were told to cover it up.
They're still doing that.
They're still doing that. They're not throwing people out. He was allowed to stay. He just had to cover the shirt.
All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 877-881-1053. Sean and RJ back next week. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation. We got Bobby and Pepe. Carter Freeman got the Twitch and the YouTube going there on the fan cam. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll keep the kids to bed. And the morning show's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Kyrie Irving goes absolutely scorched and does the Steph Curry thing to Steph Curry. 40-plus points, no assists. He just said, I'm going to be in bucket-getting mode.
That's an old Kobe stat line. Remember when Kobe used to have the 48.1 assist games or whatever that he would get, like right after the Shaq trade when the Lakers were still struggling, before they got the Pau Gasol, Lamar Odom era, like Lakers up and running. It's that same sort of thing. It's the, hey, I got to do whatever I can. I'm not looking to pass the ball tonight. We just got to get buckets. We got to get points, and he did it. He came through, and he has been. I'll tell you what. Somebody had said this last night that I saw. I can't remember who tweeted it, but they were like, he has been everything PR wise during this last week that the Mavericks' actual like front office and PR team has failed at. That he's been nothing but, man, we understand the fans' pain and we're all hurting here. That's my brother. We want to give fans space to do this, but we're going to still compete and play really hard. And they are, to their credit, that basketball team is playing hard right now. They are fighting and scrapping in every game.
No doubt about that. And Kyrie, after his performance last night, and he was making the interview rounds after the game, and then apparently there was a crowd of probably 100-plus people or whatever, right where the players go back into the locker room, and they were all wanting autographs. And Kyrie stood around for a while and signed autographs, and just fellowshipping with the Mavs fans. So he's certainly understanding what the task is right now.
He's been a model teammate ever since he got here. Everything. In fact, we were kicking this around yesterday a little bit. With as bad as they're showing themselves to be in terms of as a PR regime, this Mavericks front office. Could you imagine if they had to deal with any of the standard Kyrie issues that existed before Dallas? How poorly they probably would have bungled those. It probably, if there's any chance that he's going to do anything off the court that could go sideways, I don't trust this organization to handle it right at all.
No, there's no reason to trust the organization, the ownership, the front office in any way at this moment. But I did want to play the sound of Jason Kidd before the game because, of course, before or after the game the other night, he decided not to do his post-game press conference, and so everybody was kind of wondering what the deal was. Well, here was Jason Kidd before the game last night.
Let me just clear up the air a little bit about the post-meeting. Just understanding a lot goes on. I felt bad. I was like, thank you for your grace and the NBA for their grace of the situation. We lost a tough game. We lost another player. So I just needed some time to regroup and refocus and figure out how to put these pieces back together. So I want to thank you.
Okay. I mean, what are you
I love how mellow he is all the time.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, could you imagine a conversation between Jason Kidd, Chris Arnold, and Nico Harrison? Would it just sound like one guy talking to himself?
Yeah, just the softest voices you've ever heard. Somebody texting in about Omax and how he was looking pretty good last night, and the future is bright there for sure. And that's what you're grasping onto right now as a Mavs fan. But he definitely had some really, really nice moments. And in general, the Mavericks super shorthanded last night, and they get crushed on the boards. But the three ball was working in a big way. And of course, Kyrie, 15 of 25 from the field. 5 of 5 from the free throw line, had some big ones. So it was important. Klay Thompson, I mean, only 6 of 19 from the field, not great, but that's a guy that you just need shooting as much as possible. Needed every single one of those 17 points from him last night.
Yeah, and shot well early in the game. Like put up buckets early in the game and kept you in it, and so that's a positive. But yeah, last night was all about Kyrie.
So, and they're not kicking people out, but they are making you cover up your Fire Nico shirts. They're taking away signs, according to the Tolos on the text right now. Some signs that were still taken away last night. So they're trying to muzzle you and your negativity as much as possible. And I really liked this excerpt from Ralph Strangis, who
former Stars announcer.
Yes, in his I believe it's his Substack. He is like personally offended by what is going on. Like he just feels like a Mavs fan right now. And he's talking about Dumont and the ownership group. And he says with Dumont, he's not used to having to confront the people he's screwing or working with up close and personal. He's a business guy. He's not used to dealing with fans. He's like, in the financial industry, customers are numbers on spreadsheets. Bleep them. Take the money and run. In this world, your customers are living and breathing human beings. In this world, you have to see and interact with them. In this world, you have a lot of minimum wage people working at the arena that you see every day. People you need in your corner. People who give you their loyalty freely because you're the owner of their favorite basketball team and they are professionals with jobs to do. And what do? You use your employees as shields and you hide from the very people that are the core of your business and help pay your bills. What kind of people do this? I'll tell you who. People who have no business owning and operating an NBA franchise. Just absolutely crushed them on that.
But he's right.
He nailed it.
He's right. It's been so poorly handled. And I mean, we've seen, we talk about in general just the heavy-handed approach that they've chosen to use. Joe Trahan from WFA, he had tweeted this yesterday, said that the Mavs have, we talk about the signs being taken, it says the Mavs have slightly modified how they will handle fan unrest at tonight's game. A Mavericks source tells me that signs at tonight's game that are too big or defamatory will still be confiscated per NBA code of conduct, but fans will not necessarily be ejected. I do like necessarily. Like, you remember when Dak was talking about, I don't have to be the highest paid necessarily. It's like, all right, well, what is necessarily? Yeah, there you go. Peyton's got it. I don't have to be the highest paid necessarily. Same sort of thing. Fans with them will not necessarily be ejected. And so, okay, that's a start. You're still just take it. As Choppy talked about yesterday, let the unrest just occur. Let guys and gals have their moment to just be upset. You gave them no lead up time to this. They couldn't get any sort of sense that Luka was about to be traded. So they're dealing with it in real time. Let them deal with it. And then get past the fervor, get past the anger, and that'll be quick. That'll be a quicker way to have this all die down than if you stop it down and try to muzzle it and shut them up. That's only going to piss people off more.
Yeah, I felt like it was one of those things where just let them vent a little bit, let the fan base vent, and then this can all move away much quicker.
When you get into a fight with the missus, I don't know about you. When I do, she'll say sometimes, she'll be like, I don't want to. She's like, just give me a minute. Just give me a minute to just like cool off before we deal with this. Same sort of thing. Yeah, give the fans a minute. Just give them a minute to get their anger out, get their frustration out, and then deal with it and try to pitch them on this in the future. Right now is not the time to go, basically scold them for their reaction to it. It's not the time to essentially joke in press conferences about, I was, we were just having coffee and I was like, do you want Luka? I was playing you the clip during the break of this podcast where they do this bit called Sports Gossip, where the guy tries to explain sports to his girlfriend. And the way he's joking about it, he's messed around. He's like, it's like they were sitting over coffee. It was just like, do you want Luka? I'm kind of tired of his fat ass. Do you want to? And it's funny, but that's kind of how it feels like they've pushed it. And fans weren't ready for that. Let them get their time. Let them get their time to breathe and figure it out, and then try to sell them on, all right, here's why I think this is right.
There's apparently at least one, if not a few, local Dallas coffee shops that are trying to sort of clear their name a little bit. I don't know if you guys saw this, but they put these little stickers on their coffee tables that just simply read, Luka was not traded here.
Oh my gosh, the barista notes we talked about.
Yes.
How good would it be if I served Nico? You just signed that on the cup.
Fire Nico. You just put Fire Nico.
Fire Nico on the cup.
Fire Nico on the cup would be pretty cool. But a sticker that reads "Luka was not traded here" is on every single table at least one Dallas coffee shop, trying to distance themselves from the disaster.
It's smart.
Luka actually played for the Lakers once again last night.
Georgia's going to be in the Rising Stars Challenge. Luka trying to goes. Go ahead and count it. And one for number 77.
Ooh, how big did they win?
They actually got smacked around pretty good.
Ooh.
131-119. The Lakers lose, and Luka had some highlight moments for sure. He was not very efficient from the field. Only 16 points. He was a -19 in the plus-minus. But he had a couple of moments, and the free throws. I mean, only 1 of 5 from the free throw line. That was one of the few things where you're like, yeah, that actually needs to get better, Luka. We do need that to get better. But he had one of those ridiculous passes, and you're like, oh my gosh, I do miss that. But the Lakers were awful last night, and he was not very good either.
5 turnovers, 5 fouls, 4 missed free throws in 23 minutes. So that's not necessarily awesome. But, we've seen Luka for long enough. We know those games pop up from time to time, especially he's rusty, still getting back. But, man, the entire – I was listening this morning driving in. I had old M&P on, Maggie and Perloff, and I tried to hear – they were trying to pitch it as, oh, you saw what happened, Luka in the condition. Maybe they were joking, but they were pitching it serious. So what happened? Luke in the condition gets up to that higher altitude in Utah, and he was not playing very well last night. I'm like, God, will you stop?
I kind of like that.
No,
I like that. Anybody who's been in the altitude that's not used to it is a little bit out of shape. You can understand how that can be taxing. And this is only this is his second game.
Yeah, and the other one was in LA. So he's either dealing with high altitude or smoke inhalation. It's a lot to have to play with.
Just in general right now, trying to get things. It's always tough when you're trying to fit in with a new team, the superstar stuff. We saw how difficult it was for Luka and Kyrie after the Mavs traded for Kyrie. That the rest of that season was awful, and they were playing hot potato at the end of games for who's going to take the shot, and the buzzer's going off before the ball's even left one of their hands.
Oh, and Kyrie and Luka are different. Those are different basketball players. LeBron and Luka are so similar in terms of the way that they're ball dominant and the way that they kind of operate on the basketball court. Obviously, different players when you drill down on it, but on the surface, very similar ball dominant type of players. That's going to take even more time, I would assume, to get that correct and for everybody to kind of settle into their rhythm.
Wow, I love this. The 214 said he met the coffin guy at the Mavs protest, and he says that he bought it through overnight shipping the night before. So you can overnight a casket. I was wondering who has just a handy casket. I guess you could expedite that thing and have it by breakfast time.
You can get a casket overnighted, and you can't get Marion's Valentine's Day gift guaranteed here.
Yeah, that's
in 2 days.
Well, I didn't. You don't want to buy your coffin on Instagram. That's what you don't want to do.
That's the problem.
Brian Windhorst says that Kevin Durant is probably going to get traded this summer. He knows it. The Suns know it, and the rest of the NBA knows it. I wonder how involved the Mavericks are going to be at that point. Are we looking to Kyrie, KD, AD, and I guess. The rest of these young bucks, I'm assuming Klay Thompson will still be around, but KD, does that fire you up? He was nasty last night.
No, it doesn't, because it's still an aging group at that point. I don't know.
You're still in a 1 or 2 year window.
Yeah, nothing. Again, we've said this a lot. Nothing's gonna make this better. It's always gonna suck, and so it's just they're gonna try and scrap together as much positivity as they can. I imagine he's going to be a big target for the Mavericks this offseason. That they'll want to try to be in on that, I would guess, because Nico clearly wanted to be in on it on the deadline.
Wow. Shout out to Great Tolo D, who just tagged us on Twitter. There was a video of a lady sitting courtside last night that had a Trade Nico sweatshirt on.
D is one of our best Tolo. She's always she's basically a better producer than Peyton.
That goes without saying. The trade maybe trade Nico is less offensive as fire him.
Yeah, Yeah.
Because I'm wondering why they let that slip through the cracks.
You're not asking for him to be
in Nico.
You're not asking for him to be unemployed. You're just asking for somebody else to pay him.
All right, let's hit the Expressway commercial free to the top of the hour. Bobby's got a neighborhood watch for us. We have a ticket giveaway as well. And let's talk a little Cowboys. Closer to contending or closer to being in a full-on rebuild right now? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for QC Kinetics. You know, it starts as just a news.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brian and me at the brand new Hurtado in Dallas this Saturday from 11 to 2 p.m. with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, let's go commercial-free Expressway style to the top of the hour. We have a Neighborhood Watch with Bobby Belt coming up here in a few minutes. Sean and RJ back next week. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation. You just heard the promo right there. This Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., grand opening fan appearance at the brand new Dallas location of Hurtado Barbecue, 900 South Harwood Street. And we cannot wait to see you there. We're going to be having a great time eating the best barbecue. And we're recording a Love of the Star podcast. Which is an Odyssey podcast.
Not we. We're not.
No,
you guys are.
That's true. We being me and Walchuk and Broadus.
I was fired.
You did get pink slipped.
Yeah, I did. You guys.
I felt bad for you until I got the notification that I was going to get in the mix, and I was like, okay.
You're like, oh,
sweet. This was a good decision.
Screw Bob. Yeah, I will be there at Hurtado.
Oh, you're coming? Good.
Yeah, I'm going to be wearing a Fire Walchuk Fire Chio shirt, and so hopefully they don't throw me out. But no, I did. I talked to our buddy Scott Long, and he was telling me, he's like, you going to come out to Hurtado? I was like, I will be there. I'm going to be hanging out, so I'll be there to heckle you guys while you try to do your broadcast.
Good.
You guys went and traded. Actually, you guys made the AD trade. Like, you guys Love the Star traded AD for Luka. I wasn't even really AD. I was more the first round pick in 2031, which is like some French player that'll never see the court.
That's right. Well, I'm glad you're going to be at Hurtado on Saturday. It's going to be great. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's have ourselves a great Saturday morning/afternoon. Okay, so NFL overhaul tiers. Who's contending, who's rebuilding, who's sort of in the middle. Yeah, this is put together by ESPN, and they have a handful of different opportunities that you think you could find yourself in for all 32 NFL teams. Major contenders, on the cusp, need a postseason breakthrough, teetering contenders, headed on the right track, or stuck in the middle but a move or two away. And then you have some bottom of the barrel, rebuilding, still rebuilding, stuck in QB purgatory. The Cowboys could land in a couple of these. I could argue.
I'd love to know which ones you think, because you're going to hit me with QB purgatory, aren't you?
I think QB purgatory is a fair place to put the Cowboys right now, paying a lot of money for just an okay quarterback who is now going to be immobile and is off just an awful season.
Where do you? Because I guess I've never asked you this question directly. Where do you think he is in the top? He's a top what quarterback to you?
I would have always said top 10.
Okay.
Closer to 10 than 5. He's always probably in that maybe at best 8.
But then to say like you're paying an okay quarterback, wouldn't you say a top 10 quarterback is better than okay?
After the season that I don't know if he's top 10 now. After the season he just had, and I know it was small sample, but now he's got another injury.
Yeah.
And you're seeing mobile quarterbacks. I mean, what did you just see in the conference championship games? Mobile quarterbacks. Hurts, Daniels, Mahomes, Allen.
Running back, yeah.
Yeah, well, some of them are running quarterbacks, but they're all at least mobile. I don't think you have that with Dak anymore.
You saw that.
It's not to say that you can't put a great offensive line around him and a good plan and a good defense to go be out there and get the best out of him. I don't think he's just going to fall off a cliff necessarily, but you are way overpaying your quarterback now.
By the way, I should clarify really briefly. Christina Massey on the YouTube says, Bobby, you don't have to be ugly. I'm kidding. I'm not really going to show up with Fire Eric and Zach shirts to Hurtado on Saturday. I did not get fired. Brian and I, our schedules didn't work. It's okay, Christina. I'm just joking.
No, we're talking about the two most busy people at the station between Bobby and Broadus. Broadus is talking into a microphone every second of the day. And Bobby, he's doing the morning show. He's got insider duties.
I got a nap.
He's got a nap and stuff.
A lot of sleeping that comes into play.
He's got to get on his wife's nerves and stuff. And
I didn't know where that was going at first.
No, we're keeping it nice and chill.
Kids are getting dropped off right now.
And Sean and RJ, they will be back next week. RJ's got his father's funeral, and Sean is on a beach somewhere, just soaking in the warm weather.
Yeah,
having himself a good time. I think stuck in QB purgatory. When I first saw this, I'm like, are they really going to put the Cowboys in there? Now they have too much deference to Dak and just the body of work to say that he's still, I guess, good. And that's not unfair to say, but it is a huge question right now. What version of Dak are we going to be getting over the next 4 years while he's being paid an astronomical number?
So I'm going to guess where the Cowboys fall on this one. Are you going to go down to each tier and then list off the teams, or are you just going to jump straight to the Cowboys?
Yeah, we can list them off.
Okay, then I'm going to anticipate that based on these, you had still major contenders on the cusp, need a postseason breakthrough, teetering contenders, headed on the right track, stuck in the middle but a move or two away, stuck in QB purgatory, and then some others down there. I'm going to guess there's also, this could go either way. I'm going to guess they put them at stuck in the middle but a move or two away, and now we'll just see who all's in which tier. That's where I would guess they put the Cowboys.
Well, your major contenders, you got the Chiefs and the Eagles, of course. On the cusp, you have the Ravens and the Bills, the Lions.
Are you surprised that the Ravens are tied for the best odds to win the Super Bowl next year with the Chiefs?
A little bit, but the Ravens have been so dominant in these regular seasons and the Ravens are just a good organization. They're always sort of right there in the mix. So I get it, but trusting them to actually complete a clean sweep postseason is unlikely.
I just don't know why you'd have them ahead of Philly or Detroit.
Yeah, I would have both of those teams ahead of. I mean, especially because just the AFC going through. I mean, what Buffalo and Kansas City. Going through having to go through both of those teams. If you're Baltimore, that's a nightmare challenge. And then we'll see what Cincinnati's able to do with a fair amount of cap space and shaking some things up a little bit. Can they rebuild the defense? You know how good the offense is. So, and just the AFC North division, very, very difficult. So I get it. The talent is there, but I would not trust Baltimore in a postseason. You just had healthy Lamar Jackson. How many years have we seen a healthy Lamar Jackson in the postseason?
Right.
You just got that. And he had Derrick Henry, and their defense was playing fantastic, and you still couldn't get it done. Need a postseason breakthrough. That's going to be the Packers, the Vikings. Then you're going to get to teetering contenders. That's the Bengals and the Steelers and the Texans.
Okay.
Still haven't seen the Cowboys yet. Headed on the right track. That's the Broncos and the Chargers, the Rams and the Bucks. Also the Seahawks and the Commanders.
Is this a little unfair to have the Commanders down here? Shouldn't they be teetering contenders coming off of an NFC title game?
You could make that argument for sure.
Or need a post. Like, I don't know. It seems like to lump the Commanders in with Seattle and, Tampa and teams that, a Seattle team that didn't make the playoffs, that just seems a little disingenuous to me.
Yeah, I have bigger issues with the Seahawks being in that category as opposed to the Commanders. I understand 1 year snapshot. You just saw what happened to CJ Stroud and the Texans after an awesome rookie year, and I don't anticipate that type of fall off from Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, but it is Cliff Kingsbury, and we've seen his offenses be extremely volatile. I do have a ton of respect and admiration, though, for Jaden Daniels and the type of player that he is.
Yeah.
And the Commanders they have a ton of cap space, again, to go fill out needs on the roster, get that defense headed in the right direction. So I do think the Commanders are kind of right in that mix there.
And they built a hell of a coaching staff, and they didn't get it picked over at all during this hiring cycle. Like they managed to maintain Cliff Kingsbury here, and they were able to maintain Joe Witt. They didn't lose him. Like, they ended up building a really strong staff around this group. their continuity is it's not often that you see them a team who ascends like that, able to retain everybody like they did.
Stuck in the middle, but a move or two away. That's the Falcons and the Cowboys. You nailed it, Bob.
Nailed it.
So the Cowboys, obviously 7-10 last year. Cowboys need to get their edge back and hurry. The NFC East now is looking extremely formidable with the Commanders and the Eagles. You have the big decision with Micah. Do you give him the market-setting deal? They say re-signing Osa should be a priority. I know you feel the same way. To me, if you're going to pay big money for a defensive tackle, you want to do it for one of these free agents, why would you not go take Milton Williams from Filthy?
Crowley guy, yeah, and he was
local dude. He was a monster in the Super Bowl, monster in the NFC Championship game, and the second half of the season was really a monster in every game. I would rather have him than Osa. If you're going to pay close to $20 million a year for an interior defensive lineman, and it's hugely important for the Eberflus defense.
Yeah, I mean, he has said the 3-technique defensive tackle is the most important position on his team.
And the NFL is telling you that over the last few years, like these stud defensive tackles, 1-tech or 3-tech, they're getting the fatty boomba. So if you're going to pass that thing around, Osa's not a game changer. He's not a game wrecker. He had some nice games this year versus awful offensive lines, like in games that don't matter. I want a guy that's going to actually play his best versus the best in games that matter, and to me, that was Milton Williams.
Are you a low key Osa hater?
No, I'm not an Osa hater. I just think that there's a huge difference between, hey, it's been fun having you on your rookie contract, solid, but there is better out there. This would be an instance of the Cowboys saying, we're going to pay big money to a guy that's ours just because he's ours, even though there's something better out there. And that thing better is Milton Williams.
Do you think Osa is do you think Osa's tapped? Like, do you think he's maxed out?
I do.
Yeah, so you don't think that because I look at Osa as a guy who I think has potential to go further. And I think Milton Williams does too. I'm not saying Milton Williams, but I'm just saying when you look at Osa, are you saying that you think that's all you're getting out of him if you re-sign him is what you've gotten from the last 2 years or so?
Yeah, I really do. And he's been with really, really good defenses. He's playing with Micah Parsons, who commands a ton of attention. And he's still not, again, like a game breaker. I don't think you're putting Osa in the Super Bowl and he's coming away with 2 sacks and a forced fumble.
I thought he did have a bordering on, I don't think he was there, but I thought he was bordering on a Pro Bowl season in terms of the way that he wrecked games for them consistently. And I mean, even like the Giants game, like there have been times during his career where the Giants game last year, the first one that they played, he took up so many double teams and so much pressure that he was the one that was freeing guys up. So I like Osa. There's definitely a point where you say, well, we're not going to pay that. But to me, I don't think I think Milton Williams is going to make significantly more on the market than Osa.
Okay.
And so I don't think it's going to be close enough that, like, I mean, if it's $5 million difference, do you say, well, that's close enough for me? Maybe you do. But
per year?
Yeah.
Per year, that's quite a bit.
So, I mean, I don't know. It may be $3 to $5 million more a year for Milton Williams.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I guess I will understand. But assuming the money is pretty equal, I would just rather have Milton Williams I think he's a better player.
And probably is.
And a better run defender.
Probably is a better player. What would you, when you look at, by the way, I think they were both the 73rd overall pick in the 3rd round, both Milton Williams and Osa Odigizua.
It's beautiful.
When you look at the way that Osa plays and you talking about that you want to go after the better player, Milton Williams, what's the dollar figure for you per year that you say, that's too rich for my blood, I'm out on Osa? Like, would you be willing to go to 15 a year?
That would probably be.
That's like right at your max line.
Yeah, that would probably be the cutoff.
That's fair. I mean, and I think that may be about where he ends up.
Now, don't get me wrong. The Cowboys have put themselves in a tough place where Osa is still a talented dude, and if you're going to let him walk out, who are you replacing him with?
Yeah, you don't think he's a bad player.
Sure. It's just I think you're going to end up probably paying close to great money for just a good player. And so the Cowboys are in that weird space right now. They're trying to, find ways to save as much money as possible. They do note that if they want to remodel the secondary a little bit, you could release Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker, and you would save almost $10 million in cap space. To me, I mean, it's another tough deal because I don't want to watch those guys play football anymore with a Cowboys uniform on. But again, you're going to have to go and replace these guys. But I think $10 million, I'd rather have $10 million in cap space than Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker roaming my secondary.
So there's a little bit of an issue specifically with Donovan Wilson. Matt Eberflus says typically, like Marinelli and others, hey, safeties are kind of interchangeable and that they want guys who can kind of do both. Donovan Wilson can't do both. Like he can't be a coverage safety and a box safety. He's kind of a box guy. I do think there's a role for Malik Hooker. They may say they want the cap space more, but I do think that there is a spot for Malik Hooker as a guy who can play a little more interchangeably than Donovan Wilson can. So if you're just talking about personnel and making Eberflus's scheme work, then I think that there's at least more of an argument to be made that Hooker returning would make some sense. Wilson, I get it. You might be limited there.
All right, we have a college baseball ticket giveaway coming up here in just a few minutes before Neighborhood Watch, but here's Bobby with I guess this is just like a funny story.
No, this is not just a funny story. Mike Vanderjagt, former Cowboys kicking great.
The drunk kicker that Peyton Manning used to reference, right?
Yeah, and the
idiot drunk kicker or something like that.
The one who shanked the field goal against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Mike Vanderjagt, there's a profile piece on him over at The Athletic. And he is one of the funniest players in the history of the NFL, unintentionally so. Boy, the Colts have a history of just the loudest specialists of all time between Pat McAfee and Mike Vanderjagt.
One's likable, the other one not.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Vanderjagt, I wish we had him in this social media era. I wish he was playing. I remember he got signed by the Cowboys the same offseason as Terrell Owens. And he had this website and I was looking everywhere for the video yesterday. It doesn't exist. It's from 20 years ago. But he had this stylized hype video of himself when you would go to his website. And when he signed with the Cowboys, it was one of the most unintentionally funny things I'd ever seen in my life. And he was going he's slow-mo walking with the Dallas skyline behind him. And you hear his voiceover come on. He's like, when you think of the greats, who do you think of? Tom Landry, Troy Aikman, Terrell Owens, me. He's like, it just made sense to become a Dallas Cowboy.
So he's being serious. He's not. This isn't like a parody bit.
It feels like it should be, but he was just that guy. He was so full of himself, and it's so nice to know that he is still super salty and is still a total douche, and how it's led to him being essentially ignored by the Indianapolis Colts. So this article over at The Athletic is called Mike Vanderjagt was money for the Colts, but one big playoff miss changed things forever. And this is the article. It says he wore spandex sleeves, highlights in his hair, and a diamond stud in his ear. He once called himself the best kicker in history. I will say he did not call himself that once. He called himself routinely, still does, and had the numbers to back it up. Before games, he used to slip a dollar bill under his wristband. Because that was money, Mike Vanderjagt says.
Money, Mike Vanderjagt.
He'd chirp at coaches on the practice field. Left half or right half. Because simply splitting the uprights for an hour straight was too easy. Boring, he called it. As a soccer phenom, he nearly made the Canadian under-18 national team. As a quarterback, he earned a scholarship to Michigan State. As a kicker, he was cut 3 times in the CFL and once in the Arena League. Then he landed a tryout with the Indianapolis Colts and stayed 8 years. He married a Colts cheerleader. He got a Colts tattoo on his left shoulder. He lit up reporters' microphones with sound bites that stirred headlines and sometimes got him in hot water. Once, in the days before a divisional playoff game, Vanderjagt called the mid-dynasty Patriots ripe for the picking. Why are you even going to the kicker to ask him about how vulnerable is Tom Brady today?
I feel like I would have a mandate if I was running a team. My kicker's never speaking. You should never hear the sound of my kicker's voice. You should assume our kicker is mute. He cannot hear. He cannot speak. Just go kick the football, dude.
Brandon Aubrey, when we sat with him in Super Bowl, first time I ever heard his voice. We were right there. Not really, but it's one of those things where
basically
when he started talking, I was like, I don't hear his voice enough to know what he's about to sound like. It's so infrequent. Whereas Zach Martin, I know exactly what Zach Martin sounds like. Famously, he went on a radio show and questioned his quarterback's medal and his coach Tony Dungy's fire. So he's like doing radio interviews being like, I don't know if this Peyton guy's got it. And Tony Dungy seems a little too mild-mannered. But you can get away with that when you're the best in the league. And in the early 2000s, Vanderjagt was clutch and cocky and unapologetic about it. He led the NFL in scoring in 1999. 4 years later, he was the first kicker in history to finish a full season without a miss. 83 of 83 on field goals and extra points. He used to taunt the opposing sideline before game winners, rubbing his thumb over his index finger. Why? Because he was money. Remember, that's his big thing. He was money. Well, now he is a bitter man. Vanderjagt today has no relationship with the team he left as its all-time leading scorer. This is the article over at The Athletic that was making me cackle. Let's be honest, he says. Clearly, I should be in the Ring of Honor. But he's not, and he's never going to be. And plenty of it has to do with one afternoon in January 2006. Vanderjagt still tells his son, whatever you do, don't be a kicker. Because no matter how good you are, they'll only ever remember you for the ones you miss. He's still, to this day, this article talks about him being so bitter. He said, I had a lot more to offer than just being a kicker. That's just how I feel. Talks about how he was just a locker room presence, a big marketing brand. But he's still, his kid who plays football now, he's in his ear apparently all the time with his bitterness of just telling him, like, don't ever be a kicker. They'll never love you. And just still sitting there 20 years later, pissed off at the world and still cocky as ever. This dude, I want to see McAfee interview him. I want to see McAfee sit down with Vanderjagt.
I'm here for that.
As a high school senior in Ontario, he averaged 31 points a game on the basketball court. And he notes that was without a three-point line. This dude is, in hindsight, he talks about, he said he was on the soccer field. He was one of the best young goalies in Canada, the last cut of an under-18 national team. At one point, his mom weighed sending him to Europe to train. In hindsight, I wish she had, he says. Vanderjagt believes he would have made it and been a lot happier than he was in the NFL. I do like that he's talking about average 31 a game without the three-point line, and then his whole career became three-pointers.
Yeah,
as the field goal kicker. But anyway, I'm going to post this on the website because it reads like a parody article. Everything Vanderjagt says and did was always a parody article, and this one was cracking me up, like reading it over again. I cannot believe the dude wore sweatbands on his wrist as a kicker just so he could tuck dollar bills in there to remind everyone that he was money.
I would encourage everyone to go to YouTube and rewatch that kick versus the Steelers in the playoff game in the Dome. And it is as bad of a kick as you'll ever see from a supposed professional. Okay, top of the hour, we will get into the Kyrie conspiracy neighborhood watch around the corner. But right now, Peyton, it's time for a college baseball ticket giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Global Field in Arlington on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, thank you, Peyton. Now it's time for Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, baby, do we have some serious DFW media beef? Or maybe it's all in good fun. I don't know. I'm going to let you guys be the judge. And some of you may have a better idea of this than I do. Before we get into that, I've got to give a shout out. Keller Softball is back, baby. They are, of course, the official softball team of the morning show. And guess what? They are 1-0 now, including 1-0 in district. And do you know why that is, Eric Chiafalo?
Because they scored more points than the opponent.
Yeah. Do you know who that opponent was?
I'm usually really buttoned up on the Keller softball schedule.
You really are. You've been to games. You've been out there. You went to a big-time divisional game against Southlake.
The Lucas stuff has had me so down bad, I got a couple blind spots.
They beat the hell out of one Northwest High School. Now, who is the most famous alum to come out of Northwest High School, Eric Chiafalo?
I think it's Mark Followell.
Who else?
There was a long snapper for the Steelers in the Super Bowl.
Who is it?
I did go to Northwest.
You were
Texans.
A Northwest High School alum. 10-0. Got smoked. That's basically you got run ruled almost. It looks like here. But Monday, Keller softball got underway. Shout out to the great folks over there.
My Lady Texans got smashed.
They did
completely dominated.
Dude, just handle. Look, we love Northwest. Just like I know. There's still some people at Denton Geyer who are not thrilled with me for some of my Nico-like taunts from last year during the playoff run. It was all in good fun. I love I'm like Shippy. I love all these teams. Okay, everybody. I'm DFW to the core. I support everybody. But Keller is the official softball team of the morning show here. Great folks over there. Chad Cribbs, the coach, Jessica Pauls, who invited us out there initially when you and I went and saw the Southlake game. The Southlake folks were great to us out there. They had somebody hand me a shirt for Southlake heading out of there. But Keller is our group. Those are our people. And so shout out to Keller, bouncing back in a big way. Especially with Sadie Beck going off to Tarleton State. I saw she was pitching her first game at Tarleton the other day. So I've got all these connections. Keller, Tarleton, it's all, my worlds are colliding over here, Eric Chiafalo.
Northwest Texans 817 mentioning Dustin May.
Yeah, but Dustin May does not work at our station.
No, but I do think he's in the running for
sure. For sure. I was just clearly trying to say it was your school and I was trying to mock you for it.
I guess we were the tune-up game. You always want to start the season with a lowly opponent just to get that confidence up, and Keller used the Texans.
Look, I love the great people in Northwest, like I say. I love Eric Chiafalo. So it's just you got in the way of the buzzsaw, the Keller buzzsaw. It happens. That's the great thing about being homeschooled too, Eric, is that I can claim any team as my own. I can claim any school as my own. Yes. All right, Cynthia Izaguirre. You know her? You familiar with her?
Yeah, WFAA
anchor. All right, so somebody is going to have to let me know on the fan text, because oftentimes the 10 o'clock news, I'm asleep. I'm in bed already, or just I don't have the news on consistently. Well, the other night, Tuesday night, we were getting ready I knew there were going to be storms Wednesday morning. So I opened up YouTube TV, and I DVR all the local newscasts because I want to go back and watch things for Neighborhood Watch or other things like that. So I went over to the WFA. I was like, all right, let me go to their weather report. I'll see what Delkus is saying rain's going to be like in the morning. And I rewound it to the weather section, and I saw a very tense interaction that I'm having trouble, maybe because I don't drop in on it enough. I don't know the context of their relationship. But I want to play this, and I want to break it down a little bit. This is Cynthia Izaguirre. That didn't come out right. Cynthia Izaguirre. Don't even laugh like that.
Hey, you're doing your best over there.
I'm trying. This is Cynthia. Cynthia was talking, and they're leading in. They're about to pitch it over to the news or to the weather for Pete Delkus. And she kind of delays the start of his weather report to give a shout out to somebody at the station for giving her like an itinerary when she visits Houston. Play this clip, Peyton. I'm probably going to stop it in between just to kind of get to a reset point. But this was Cynthia slowing down or delaying Pete Delkus's weather report.
Speaking of traveling, I want to give a shout out to Jason Whiteley. I'm planning a trip to Houston to go to NASA and, read all about it and see all about it. And he really put together a really nice itinerary for me.
Haven't you lived here your whole life?
Not in Houston. He lived in Houston. Huh?
You've never been to Houston?
Well, I've been there a couple times, but not to explore.
Okay, I got it. Okay. I thought you meant for the first time. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
But yeah, so thanks, Jason.
Because he lived there for a long time.
Yeah.
Haley.
Okay, pause it there. During this whole thing, Delkus looks like he's about to talk. Like, all right, let's get to my weather. So 30 in news, when you delay something by 30 seconds, you're cutting into some time there.
Yeah, everything is, you got to be buttoned up.
So you see him, and I showed you the video. He looks a little frustrated, kind of like, okay, come on, let's start my weather report here. What I need the listeners to explain to me, if they're familiar with the WFAA newscast at night, is this fun banter that they normally have, which you're about to hear from Delkus. Because Delkus seems to take the delay a little personally.
Haley Joy is our producer. Haley, I want you to know that none of this, she could have done this in a text or a phone call to Jason or talked to him up in the newsroom. So my time starts right now. Let me show you what's happening out there. Yeah. Let me tell you just the random stuff that comes out of her mouth. Grand Prairie, 1.25 inches. I was at this event today at the Dallas Women's Club, and I had so many people ask me, do you actually like Cynthia? No. And of course I do. I said, she has just this endearing quality. I'm still looking for it. But yes, of course I like Cynthia. And what I told some of the ladies today was, you wouldn't believe what she says to me during a commercial break. I'm certain that her pastor would not be happy about that, but I have a forgiving heart.
Okay.
Wow,
so there were like
last
three
line.
digs there. He goes, the random stuff that comes out of her mouth. And then he starts doing his weather report, and then he stops back and he goes, I was asked about her today. Yes, do you really like her? I go, of course. She has a redeeming quality. I'm still looking for it. And then he comes back, he starts reading again, and then he comes back and goes, you know what, by the way, you should hear what she says to me. Pastor wouldn't love it, but I'm more forgiving. Does it sound serious, or is that just quality ball busting?
I'm gonna lean quality ball busting here. I'm assuming that they have a fantastic relationship, and whenever you are really, really good friends with somebody, then usually the better friend you are with someone, the more ball busting goes on.
So this is a great point, because I will always say, whenever somebody's like, "Oh, Bobby was being a D to me," or whatever else, and they're like, "I don't know that he likes me." The way you can tell I don't like you is if I don't have any playful interaction with you at all. If it is always all just like, "Hey, how's it going?" or totally serious, I just don't get along with you, or I'm not a fan of you. When I start like playing with you or going like, "This guy," like that's usually we're boys. Like me sitting here, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't have referenced that you went to Northwest when we started this segment. So I assume this is just quality, friendly banter, friendly back and forth.
It's the same way you guys like to pick on Peyton.
Yeah.
It's because you absolutely love him.
But I actually do hate him. Like that's part of it. Because he plays the Nico drop.
That's right.
And different things like that. But
I mean, the texters are saying like they're always picking on Izzy. They are good friends. There's always high level banter all the time during the 10 p.m. news. So I would like to think that this is just some good friends having themselves a good time. And you know, Delkus
still
likes to get a little
uncomfortable
buck
for
wild.
somebody just dropping in.
Sure. And out of towners like, wow.
And 469 says, I worked there. Yes, they're tight. They're the new Dale Pete transition. See, but I always felt like, even with the messing around with each other, I always felt like Dale Hansen and Pete Delkus did hate each other. Like that one I felt like was real, that they don't. And there's a couple others here who say, I don't think they like each other. They pretend like they're joking around. But either way, I enjoyed it. It was funny. I just couldn't tell if it was serious or not. That's why I needed to find out with folks here if that was serious or not. All right, last minute before we wrap up Neighborhood Watch here. We've brought this up in a couple of different Thursday reports, Eric. Another North Texas spa is under investigation as it's being deemed a sexually oriented business.
Is this in Louisville again?
Nope. This is another one just all across DFW. This is in Trophy Club. On Wednesday, a search warrant was executed at... Not going to say the name of the spa because it's, again, we're going to have a Izzy-Guerra situation on our hands here if I try to pronounce it.
Is it Orchids of Asia?
I can't pronounce whatever it is that we're looking at here. But
that was Robert Kraft's favorite spot.
Or I think I can pronounce it, but I'm not comfortable enough to say I certainly know.
The foreigners.
I think I saw Justin Tugger in there one time.
God. Investigators with the Trophy Club Police Department, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and the Dallas Police Department uncovered evidence that this business and Trophy Club was operating actually as a sexually oriented establishment. So they were shut down. This is about, I think in the last couple months since we've done like these reports talking about them on Thursdays, this is probably, I think we're in the range of like 20 of these that have been shut down. Spas or massage parlors or whatever else, like
all local.
20 here in DFW just in the last 4 months.
It's rampant,
dude. It's everywhere. And not that I'm looking for them, but whenever I drive by them, I'm not just like, that's an obvious one, right?
yeah.
Like, so do you have to know, or are they just like, yeah, you should like we got a club. There's a subreddit for it that if you just know the subreddit, you can join and you can know where all these places are.
Yeah, so, I mean, people will work to figure this out.
Hit us up on the fan text if you know these places.
All right, 877-881-1053. Thank you, Bobby. Are you buying this Kyrie conspiracy after his dominant performance last night? And how would you like this big name receiver in a Cowboys uniform? That's next right here on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ.
Colgate has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Then by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With 7:15 to play. Irving on the step back. Hits another one. Kyrie Irving, 36 points.
Kyrie was an absolute beast last night. Now we have Kyrie conspiracy theories that are floating around. 877-881-1053. We also have a star wide receiver putting some Cowboys tea leaves out there, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll play you that sound coming up here in just a moment. Great to have you in, Sean and RJ. On a Thirsty Thursday, we got Bobby and Peyton, Carter Freeman running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation. Choppy's got his pop's funeral today, so he is out, and Sean, I believe, is sitting in some sand somewhere enjoying himself. Nice little post-Super Bowl vacation. So great to have you in this morning.
I have been tasked with recording Choppy's eulogy today.
Oh, that's, man.
Because
there's a part of me that wants to just show up in my Crocs and soak that in.
He wants me to record because he says he's going to roast him.
And I know he's been very adamant. Like that's his only skill that he has in a situation like this.
So I'm supposed to just record on my phone for crowd reaction to his roasting to see if it's groans,
the oohing and the eyeing,
or if it's like like if they like think it's in good fun.
Are you hoping that they fall flat and it's just crickets?
I'm kind of thinking about just editing it to make it sound like no one reacts to any of his jokes, just because I think that'd be better. But no, I'll really play it back. But he was running over some of his jokes with us at dinner in New Orleans, and it's like, all right, I don't know how that's going to play with that whole crowd, but you do you, Chop.
I like the tanning ashes joke that he was.
That's good.
That he was teasing.
He said the only Italian who couldn't get a tan, even his ashes are white.
Do we have any odds on whether or not he's going to shed tears at the microphone, or is he?
I think he probably will. I think he'll be.
That's pretty standard.
Yeah, and Chop is generally an emotionless, cold individual,
right?
But when things come up with his dad, he'd get a little emotional.
Okay, well, Mavs fans, of course, are a bit emotional right now. They have a great win last night, very shorthanded, and they find a way to beat the Warriors, who had been rocking and rolling really since the Jimmy Butler trade, and Steph Curry had been playing it out of his mind. But Kyrie Irving was the monster last night. Here he was with SVP Sports Center after the game.
Well, it's a very strong bond. A lot of us are engaged in the community off the court. We have family members, friends here. We have partners here, business-wise, and then you add on to us being part of Dallas Mavericks as a global group, our organization. So I'm just grateful to be one of the leaders on the team. Be able to stand in front of some uncomfortable moments that go on, and just deal with them and let everybody know that you just got to give each other some grace. When fandom arises or fanaticism or people are cheering on for their home team or people that they love, and then they change teams, you got to give them grace. So that's all I was trying to echo on the podium the other night, was just understanding that kids, whether it be adults, they're inspired by the game of basketball. They love this as a spiritual sport. So you just got to take it one day at a time, be patient. And, we're just going to put our best foot forward for not only Dallas, but for the rest of the world that's watching and supporting us. So I appreciate MFFL. You guys are keeping me going. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Wrapping his arms around the Metroplex and the fan base. And I understand where you're at emotionally right now, and I'm going to try and take some of that pain away for you. And then he proved it on the court.
Yeah, for now, which we'll get into here in a second. But he was fantastic last night, and he's been so good as just a stabilizing factor, which is nuts. Like, if I would have told you 3 years ago, like, Kyrie Irving's going to be the person that emotionally holds down the Metroplex during their time of need. No way. No chance.
That's why all of this is frustrating when you link it back to Luka, of like the idea that just people just can't change.
Oh,
Luka
yeah.
at 25 years old and where he's at professionally.
Brand new dad. Are you the same person you were 5 years ago?
Oh my gosh, no, absolutely not.
And that's the thing. Like,
not even close.
Because you're you're 31.
Yeah, I'm 31.
31. Okay. So like you're talking about, you're 5 years older than Luka. Imagine who you were at 26. Like, you're not.
I'd prefer not to.
You're not the same person. And that's the thing, is that it's just it's. In fact, you and Luka have like a similar trajectory in the sense of
our athleticism and our dominance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, just you guys had your first kid around the same age. And like, when you just think of how fatherhood and being married and life and growing has impacted you, it would have been ridiculous for anybody to say when you were 25, 26 years old, like, well, that's just who Eric's going to be his whole life. And not that you were like an awful person. You were a great dude. I loved you at 25, 26. But it's still something that, I think people go, that's a little ridiculous to just assume that's who he's going to be.
Right. And Kyrie's the perfect example of that right now. On your team, right in front of your eyes.
Took him till he was 30, basically, to go like, all right, let's stabilize a little bit here.
Yeah, totally. So what's the deal with these conspiracies? Why are you trying? I mean, today is a day of Kyrie happiness, man. Mavs get the win last night. He goes 40+, no assists. He's just in his bag of buckets saying, I'm going to out Steph. So what's your deal?
This is not me, okay? This is not my conspiracy theory. This is the internet's conspiracy theory. They were ablaze with this. I asked you about it yesterday. If you'd heard about it, you had not heard about it yet. I asked Peyton. Peyton did. Peyton was aware that this had happened.
Well, he's a conspiracy guy.
So if you head over to Kyrie Irving's Twitter, at Kyrie Irving, and I still call it Twitter, not X, because it's always Twitter.
Yeah, but you're calling it Gulf of America now.
Did you see the Lindsey Fulton on Twitter, who's a big Mavericks fan? Lindsey had edited the Gulf of America thing, and she's like, whoa, look what Google Maps did. And it said Gulf of Trade Nico, or Fire Nico Harris.
I like that.
Which is good.
I'll swim in those waters.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I want to take a full dip. But if you go look at Kyrie Irving's Twitter, he's made some changes. He changed his background image. Just it's a series of words. It looks like a Kanye West cover album. Just words after words after words. Where it says, I stand on the side of liberating all oppressed people. I stand on the side of liberating all oppressed people. Just like this like run of words down there is his Twitter background. And then his Twitter profile picture, he's like a ninja or something. He's got like the headband on and the katana swords. So the problem is the color scheme. It's yellow and purple. The background image is purple. The profile picture is yellow, Eric. The internet is ablaze saying that this is a sign to Mavs management. Just like Dirk made a sign when he tweeted what he did. This is a sign to Mavs management that he plans on jumping to the Lakers. Now,
wow, because he's got the player option.
Yes, as all good conspiracy theories, this began on Reddit, basically. And when you read some of the comments on this Reddit post, they're hilarious. Kyrie has the golden opportunity to be the biggest diva, wreck a franchise, but this time be praised for doing so. Lakers becoming a refugee camp for those fleeing Nico Harrison's reign of terror. Imagine how incompetent you have to be to get fleeced by the Lakers and they come out the clear good guys. The I stand on the side of liberating all oppressed people is a message to Mavs fans. Nico's the greatest lone wolf terrorist in NBA history. Just on and on and on. And this is what people are now thinking. And this is another angle of this that came up in that discussion. How many people were saying, poor Klay Thompson. Like, Klay Thompson signed up for something that is going to look radically different by the end of this year.
Yeah, I do find it interesting, though, with the way that Klay has spoken. Like, he hasn't shown anything in the way of frustration about Luka leaving. Like, he's been
because
all
he's
business, and maybe that's part of it, but it didn't feel like he was leaving much room for, like, oh my gosh, this sucks, and I feel like I've been bamboozled signing here, and now the reason why I signed here being Luka is not here. I do wonder if things, because Klay's only been here for this final stretch of Luka, which apparently was sort of the final straw for Nico and the front office. And so I wonder if the version of Luka that Klay Thompson is familiar with and didn't get to play that much with him because of how Luka had missed so much time this year.
20 games or something together.
It doesn't come across like Klay Thompson has any care in the world. And he's older and he understands the business of the sport, so maybe he just has a different perspective that way.
I just felt like he was brought in here under a certain understanding of what this roster would look like. And then the core of it was gutted 20 after like 40 games here.
But I also don't think that Klay Thompson much cares like the Mavs, like us Mavs fans, we're thinking about the next decade. Klay Thompson's thinking about the next 2 years or whatever.
But he did sign up for the next 2 years with Luka. That's what he wanted.
But who was the other team that he was considering? The Lakers. He probably has a ton of respect for Anthony Davis.
Probably wishing he chose the Lakers.
It just feels like Klay Thompson has been the least bothered by all of this Luka stuff.
972, I don't like reading into any conspiracies, but I'm 1,000% agreeing with these owners want to move the team now. First, destroying the fan base. Second, they will ask for an arena upgrade. Last, move the team because the fans no longer care. And Mike's been on this kick. Mike Bassick, rest in peace. He's been on this kick for...
you got like another, 9 shows? The countdown is
9
on.
shows. Yeah, we got the... we're just pulling the days off the calendar until we're singing Garth Brooks' The Dance to him.
Mike the TV man.
Is that when you look at this, what is are you buying into... There have been so many different conspiracy theories. Oh, this was a play for Nico Harrison because he plans on quitting and becoming the GM of the Lakers. Oh, this is a play to move them out of town. Kyrie's... Is there a wild conspiracy theory on this that you're buying into with the Luka trade? Because it is so absurd, the decision on the surface, that people just feel like they're going like, there's got to be something else behind this.
When it comes to relocating?
Just in general, with the Luka trade, does the Luka trade spur any conspiracy theories that you're buying into? Whether it's this is an attempt to move the team, this is Nico trying to get a job somewhere else, this is... some issue with Luka that we're not aware of, or like Kyrie is now hinting that he's leaving. This is a sign Dirk going to do what he did. That's a conspiracy that Dirk is no longer happy with the Mavericks. Is there anything that throughout this process you've looked at and said like, all right, that's a conspiracy theory about this trade that I'm buying into?
Not the relocation stuff. I'm still not convinced of that. But I do think that there was, it was personal when it comes to Nico and Luka and just not having any sort of respect for the way he goes about his business. And I think the weirdest part is just the relationship factor between Nico and Pelinka and Anthony Davis and just that whole thing. It just feels like, man, Nico doing a solid for his buddy to some extent and not getting near as much as he should have. And the Dirk thing, I think Dirk is like the rest of us, just shocked and appalled and frustrated by all of it. And Dirk should be even more offended when the Dumont statement comes out and he's listing all these great players from NBA yesteryears and their hard work and discipline and their ability to be a champion. And you don't even mention Dirk.
You throw Shaq in there.
But this Kyrie stuff, the way he's talking with SVP last night after the game, like he's clearly in the moment right now, embracing everything that he has to do, understanding the responsibility of right now, I'm under contract, I'm wearing a Mavericks uniform, I'm trying to make the most of this. But when we wake up come summertime and he has Los Angeles Laker opportunities, now that he's got the player option, I think there's a real chance he could just say, thanks, but no thanks, we're done here.
Lucas just goes, join me in LA, hermano. Like, oh my gosh, did you see the Instagram post? We talked about this yesterday. Congratulations, mi hermano, with him getting named to the All-Star team. Yes. Just gutting Mavs fans. Real quick, Adam Silver clarified, we talked about how bad this trade was, that we're like, Adam Silver's got to step in. It's got to be like the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers, like you got to step in and stop it. Adam Silver clarified apparently that he can't do that. So this is from SI. After the Mavericks traded Luka to the Lakers at last week's NBA trade deadline, there was an overwhelming thought from fans that Silver should have stepped in and vetoed the deal. The consensus was that if Dallas truly put Doncic on the trade block, they would have received more in return. In an interview with Barstool Sports this week, Silver clarified that the commissioner actually does not have the power to veto a trade. He says, no, believe it or not. and there's some confusion. People have yelled out to me for some reason in the last week or so. I've been at games that I should be vetoing the trade the way David Stern vetoed a trade back in the old days. There's always some confusion there. David never vetoed a trade. When he was the acting owner of the Hornets and the commissioner at the time, he turned down a trade that was proposed to him by the general manager of the team. So the Hornets tried to execute a trade, and Stern owned the team at the time, technically, because they were in a transition period, and he said, no, we're not doing that because I have the power right now as basically the owner of the Hornets to tell you no.
Yeah, Adam Silver doesn't have the same type of desire to get in the weeds on some of this stuff like a David Stern
apparently.
used to. And I think he's completely comfortable with that. I don't think he wanted the responsibility of having to nuke a trade the same way that David Stern did.
Yeah, he just wanted to nuke a city and a franchise with the Mavericks.
Well, he just was okay with it happening. Because it's better for business, for the Adam Silver NBA business, having Luka in Los Angeles. I do think it's probably better for that. So the frustration continues. Now Kyrie putting Laker colors in his Twitter account. The conversation
it's done.
You locking it up?
Kyrie to the Lakers for the MLE. It's mid-level exception time.
And then it's KD 80 era in Dallas. And we'll get to watch them play probably a good 25 games together next year.
They'll probably trade AD for, they'll trade AD back to the Lakers for Rui Hachimura, and that'll be the future of the Mavericks.
All right, the Rangers report to surprise, the best two letters in sports, and a star receiver flirting with the boys next year on The Fan.
Hectic.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freako?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jacob DeGrom says this is the Christmas morning feeling. That's how he was feeling yesterday, being in Surprise, Arizona for P's and C's, reporting baseball season around the corner. G-Bag Nation, KNC Masterpiece, baseball show of record will be planting the flag in Surprise here in just over a week.
Are they about to lose that title as the baseball show of record?
Because of
if they're losing Mike, isn't that up for grabs? Isn't the title up for grabs now? It could be y'all.
It could be the G-Bag Nation. People forget the B in G-Bag Nation stands for baseball, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
It really does.
You guys lead into Rangers.
Yeah, we do.
So you always did your crosstalks. Zach was the backup for Jared for a long time. I think
pre and post.
I think there's an argument. Broadus, he's got his gang of two in baseball or whatever it is.
Yes, he does,
I
dude.
think y'all are the new baseball show of record on the station.
Perhaps we are. And
do y'all watch the games though?
We would definitely.
Y'all watch the games, right?
We not only do we watch, but I like to sync things up. I like hearing Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks paint that picture.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
While we're watching, that's my favorite way to soak in a Rangers Tuesday night.
That's a brilliant way to do it. That picture yesterday, by the way, did you see it? One of the Rangers tweeting the DeGrom and Evaldi picture. It said pocket aces.
I don't think I saw that.
Oh.
I did see them just standing closely behind Jack Leiter.
Okay, so
and that made me feel good. Just their presence around Jack. I'm like, is there some osmosis that could factor in here? I know Jerry would buy into that.
Look at this. This one was the one that everybody on Rangers Twitter yesterday was just in love with. Was this photo right here? Look at them just looking adoringly at each other, and it says pocket aces.
Two guys ready to go combined for 20 starts this year.
And you know what? It's funny. A lot of the replies still had to do with Luka. It's like, it's nice. It's nice to see an organization that actually shows love to their stars. It's just everything right now is getting tied back to that.
It all goes back to Luka.
He's starting to. So when do you guys get out to Surprise?
We leave next Sunday.
Okay, so while you're out there, one of the things you're going to need to investigate. I think DeGrom's letting the flow come back.
Oh, okay.
It's getting look, am I wrong here? This is definitely longer than it has been.
It's starting to
see that?
Yeah, shag out of the back of the hat
a little bit. I think he might be going back to the full locks.
I'm here for it, dude. Whatever we can do to get him back to his not even just dominant self, because he has been dominant. It's just a health factor.
Yeah.
And my goodness, if you could get 25 starts out of him, how amazing that would be. I couldn't believe, looking back, it's crazy. 2020, 12 games he started. Now that was the shortened season with COVID. Yeah. But 12 games started, 21, 15 games started for DeGrom, 22, 11 games started, 23, 6 games, and 24, 3 games. So that's where we're at right now when you look at the past 5 seasons worth of baseball, with one of those being cut short, of course, with the COVID. I get that, but this is not a dude that's been really anywhere close to even 20 starts. So you're crossing your fingers on that in a huge way. But when P's and C's report, man, it really sends a shockwave of excitement through sports fans. And we always talk about, Bobby, the best 2 words in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, what is it, Peyton? I say best 2 words in sports. You say what?
Game 7.
Game 7.
Yep. Or some people always go opening day. There are some people who go opening day.
Play ball's a good one.
Play ball's hey, that's a really good one. I like this.
Fire Nico's another good one.
That's the winner. That is the new winner.
It's the 1 seed. Yeah. It's a bit knee jerk, but I'm willing to put it number 1. But P's and C's, I will argue right now, the best 2 letters in sports, P's and C's.
That's pretty good.
I don't think you can beat that. I've been the brain has been spinning.
P's and C's.
Give me 2 better letters in sports than P's and C's. Because here's the thing about P's and C's.
X and O's. Football. Hey, that's good.
When you turn it.
Wow, Peyton, this is your game, bro. You are dialed.
I'm not checking out yet, guys.
Not yet.
Not yet.
When you turn a double play in baseball, that's not bad. You turn a DP.
Yeah, but we don't we don't do the DP thing.
I do. I don't, but you know what I'm saying.
I've never heard Nadell paint the DP picture for me as I'm soaking in some Rangers baseball.
Could you imagine him
Rangers fans, you're not dreaming. That was a DP in the infield. We've made history. That's a Jimmy Jack.
The way those two had worked together on that DP.
A lot of people texting in TD. People
TD's
love TDs, and I get that. But here's the thing:
you have a whole segment for it.
TD Tuesday, it's special. I mean, this is not an indictment on the TD. I just think that P's and C's really just ignite an excitement for everyone. There's hope in the air. Not every TD is the same. One TD may not mean as much as another TD. So when you're talking about, I mean, in a game, maybe it's garbage time TD. Who cares about a garbage time TD? Now, maybe for fantasy purposes or for gambling purposes, but a blowout TD, who cares? What P's and C's is the same for everyone. It's here. It's time. There's hope. Let's go. We're back.
What about OT? That's getting suggested on the fan text.
OT ain't okay. Is OT that awesome? What if you were the team you were up by 10 in the fourth quarter, and now all of a sudden you are finding yourself in overtime in a game that you weren't even supposed to be in? You should have put them away. Should have put the kids to bed.
817 says W's and L's, wins and losses.
That's good. We talk about it as a whole column.
No one wants the L though.
No,
it's just the dub.
But if we're
talking about the best letter in sports, yeah, the dub. Sure, I'll give it to you. The dub is fantastic.
But you can't have the thrill of the dub without the agony of the L.
And that's what I love about P's and C's is there is no agony involved. So, I mean, I just think I think P's and C's are the best two letters in sports. The X's and O's one, though, I like what you're doing with that one there.
KO.
KO is strong.
Man, this is good. Oh, 214 doesn't like it. They said, what about NO to this segment?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of, this might be the worst segment in the history of radio being done.
Forget it, 214. It's getting, plenty of people are coming in with their thoughts here.
I am impressed with you guys because I mean, other than TDs, I was struggling to find something that was better, but the X's and O's is strong. OT, I'll give. Wins and losses, fine.
DP.
But it's P's and C's season, and the Rangers are ready to go take back the crown. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what this offense ends up looking like, because as long as you have the health and the pitching, the offense getting back to being dominant. I mean, is it the Jock Peterson stuff that has you going? Are you a burger guy? Hashioka?
I mean, I am just excited to see. Like, there was Mike had talked about this yesterday, I think. MLB.com had a top 12 most intriguing pitchers to watch during spring training, and two of them were Rangers, and it's Kumar Rocker and Jacob deGrom. Just seeing
those are the most excited you are, like, of all the P's, those are the guys.
Those are the P's that I'm excited about.
Rocker would be number one for
Rocker
me.
and deGrom.
I think deGrom is going to be exactly, I'm
intrigued by deGrom because the some of the stuff, he was getting hit hard when he came back last year. Like he did get hit.
Felt like a little bit of a slippage.
I don't know if it was he was working his way back still, or if there was just some sort of, but I mean, the exit velocity, he was getting hit harder in those games at the end of the season than he got hit at all in 23 before he got hurt.
Well, it's really, for me, I think it's the health factor of deGrom. Outside of that, I think he is, when he needs to get to 99 on a fastball, I think that's going to be no problem for him. He'll probably live closer to 97, but and that's probably better for him being able to. I don't think you have to touch 99 all the time because you're just going to have another blowout. But you did get the news on Robert Garcia, one of the bullpen guys that they brought in, minor nerve irritation in his forearm, won't throw bullpens for several days. So we're already coming out of the gates with a little bit of a injury question mark there with one of the new bullpen pieces. So it doesn't seem like they're overly concerned about it at this point, but you never know. Now, the funniest one, though, is Anthony Rendon. I mean, when you talk about some of the best moves that your team didn't make,
yeah,
he's got to be right there towards the top of the list for the Rangers. He's getting hip surgery and will be out, quote, a long amount of time, which is exactly what he would prefer. I think he would rather rehab a hip surgery than actually play baseball, because we know just how much he can't stand playing.
Dude, this one went viral yesterday, this post. Anthony Rendon has been paid roughly $168 million by the Angels from 2020 to 2024. He has 224 hits during that time, which means they have paid $750,000 per hit from Anthony Rendon.
Unbelievable.
$750,000 per hit that he got them.
We should see how much we've paid DeGrom for his strikeouts. I bet those numbers are probably through the roof.
You don't have to turn it back to us.
I'm sorry.
We should do it for how much money per dribble you got out of Anthony Davis.
Not very many.
No.
The John Rocker and Pat Mahomes Sr. stuff, it looks like they're apparently fighting each other at Rough and Rowdy, a Barstool event.
The fight
coming
is
up
on.
in April.
The fight is
so
on.
Was that just a rollout at the Super Bowl? Was this all one big plan?
Dude, I hadn't even thought about that. That would make some sense. Like if they got them to agree to fight and they're like, hey, let's spice this up a little bit.
I could totally see that being the case.
I don't think you need to spice things up with either of them, though. Like, I think they're like, I totally believe they had an interaction like that. Because John Rocker being John Rocker and the guy that he is, and Pat Mahomes Sr. being the guy that he is.
This ends with Mahomes Sr. Leaving on a gurney, does it not?
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I thought you were setting that up for this ends with Mahomes Sr. winning for some. I was like, no, he is going to get destroyed. Although Rocker, did you see when he was running around? Did you think Rocker had a little bit of like old man limp to him or something?
Yes.
I don't know how well he moves.
He's a monster. And
some people have said that about him for like 25 years, that he's a monster.
If you're actually Pat Mahomes, though, you're like, my life has changed in 1 week for the worst way. We're about to go for the three-peat. Now all of a sudden, people are saying that the door has been closed on the GOAT conversation. I can never reach Tom Brady. I think that's asinine, but the conversations are happening. And your dad is getting into altercations while in New Orleans.
Do you think he's telling his dad, like, would you stop?
I think he has to.
Like, there's no way he's like, I would think he's got to tell him, like, do not do this, dude. His dad, by the way, former Texas Rangers pitcher, was here in 2001, made 56 appearances. But we were talking about this during the break yesterday. He threw 709 innings for his career, which is a significant amount for a guy who's mainly a reliever. His career ERA was 5.47. Like, he was never a good pitcher and somehow managed to stick around for a decade throwing 700 innings with an ERA over 5. Like, some of his ERAs throughout his career, 5.04, 7.71, 4.73, 6.37, 6.91, 8.10, 5.46, 5.70, 4.84. Well, how did he stay in the league as long as he did?
That's a great question. He was just probably threatening the general managers.
Like, Rocker could at least
I will put
pitch
my hands
it.
on you.
There was a time where Rocker was good. Like, at least he was good at some point before he started talking to the New York Post or whoever it was.
Okay, so I want to play this sound, though, because speaking of things at the Super Bowl where Rocker and Mahomes Sr. got into their first little spat, you had Bill Simmons was out at the Super Bowl, and listen to him. He bumped into Tyreek Hill and Tyreek Hill's entourage in New Orleans, and listen to what he says about the flirting with the Cowboys.
We saw Tyreek Hill on Friday. I was trying to get him to come to the Pats. Wasn't happening, but there was a team.
Are you going to tell him what he said afterwards?
What did he say after?
I said, come to the Cowboys. And then he did the eyes thing. Like, I'm looking at you. I said, you may have to be our running back too. He's like, that's all right. I'm ready. So here we go. That is good news for Dallas.
Well, and then somebody that was with them was like, watch out for the Chargers, and walked off. I was like, what do you mean?
Okay.
Hey, I mean, look, everybody does this, though. Who was the last big player who was like trying to negotiate their free agency who didn't invoke the name of the Cowboys in the process?
No, it's good for business to do that. But Tyreek Hill making the apology rounds at Radio Row, like, sorry, I didn't mean what I said about wanting to be traded from the Dolphins. I still think that is a very real possibility. The contract stuff is a little bit hazy on how you could actually pull it off, especially if you're the Dolphins, because you're going to have to eat a lot.
Yeah.
But maybe it just gets so hot with the frustration that they have no choice but to move on from him. I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, the explosive nature of Tyreek Hill and the Cowboys offense would be huge because outside of Turpin, you don't have that guy.
Or the explosive nature of Tyreek Hill on the Dallas streets.
Yeah, that's true. This is gonna be touch and go for everybody if he ends up here. I don't find it very likely, but I love that he's flirting with the idea. He wants to play with Dak. Who wouldn't?
Well, and he's a big fan of CD, and so him playing with across from CD, I'm sure he'd like. But Tyreek, like, I mean, you mentioned there about how difficult it is for the Dolphins. Other sports, a lot of times, whenever there's a big deal, you're usually talking about, oh, it's a lot for the other team to take on. Can they financially handle that, like accepting the contract? In the NFL, it's completely reversed, where if you've got a lot of guaranteed money that's already been paid out and it's kind of spread around your books a little bit, like it is with Miami, it gets tougher to actually trade away that guy. That's what really hits your cap hard.
Yeah, so we'll see how that shakes out. But Tyreek Hill on the move, I think, is very much an open possibility. Maybe it ends up being the Chargers and Justin Herbert. They need playmakers at the highest level, but the Cowboys need a lot right now. So you can't really turn down any opportunity for a guy who can actually come and make an impact. All right, coming up next, below the belt. Bob, where are we headed?
We're going to talk about the top draft prospects available. Dane Brugler's top 100 list is out. That's next on Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not. This is Cynthia Ezekiel. That didn't come out right.
Bravo, Peyton.
That's more work than you've put in all this week. Good for you.
Oh, man.
You've been impressive today, Peyton.
Thank you.
I don't care what anybody says.
Just a troll.
That didn't come out right.
You're such a douchebag. Would the Cowboys survive an offseason of hiring Brian Schottenheimer and drafting a Michigan player at number 12? Let's talk about it here in just a second. First, I got to go off on Saquon Barkley. He's upset me. Saquon Barkley, would you say he is the most likable of all the Philadelphia Eagles?
Sure.
Generally, I don't think anybody's got a bad opinion. He's an Eagle, so nobody likes the Eagles. But in general, it's like, he's kind of a likable guy. He doesn't do anything that's like super douchey.
Devontae Smith, I think.
Yeah, I guess he's just. I personally like Jordan Mailata. Like, I think that he's just kind of a nice guy, and he's got that Aussie accent.
You've always had a thing for those accents.
And he can sing. Yeah, just like our buddy Laurie Haresh from ESPN Australia. That's just, it's something about that accent does it for me. But I'm now out on Saquon Barkley. He went on the Howard Stern show on Sirius XM on Wednesday.
Did it get buck wild?
Oh, it got pretty disgusting pretty quickly. He was asked about Taylor Swift being shown on the Jumbotron. He said, I remember that they showed her on the Jumbotron, and she got booed. I don't get it. I don't get why she was getting hate there. He says, she was there supporting her significant other, and she's made the game bigger. In football, we're all about how can we expand the game and make it more international. We're traveling to Brazil. We're traveling to Mexico. Apparently, we're traveling to Australia soon. We're trying to expand the game, and her being part of it is only helping it. I don't get the dislike she's getting. Okay, bro, first off, you are on a team that booed and threw snowballs at Santa Claus. Like, that's your team.
Right.
They're going to boo Taylor Swift on the Jumbotron. Okay, that's one. Two, she's awful. She's terrible. Her music is awful. She's uninteresting. And so I'm now out on Saquon Barkley for not just, like, he could have just let it lie, but he decided to tackle the subject head on and be a big-time Swiftie. And I'm against it. Where do you fall down on the Taylor Swift music, by the way?
I don't listen to it.
It doesn't even register for you?
No.
Have you ever heard it and gone like, it's not bad?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a couple of those. Teardrops on My Guitar or whatever.
I just think she is
It's like her first one.
She is the saltine of music. That's what she is. She's just
there.
Bland. Just bland. And people are like, she's a genius. It's like, it's a saltine. It's not that genius. Just relax, okay? Okay. Over at ESPN, they have a new mock draft out. And I know Will Chambers is already listening. Big-time Chicago Bears fan, Will Chambers, who I got in a big fight with over Shedeur Sanders. Him saying, Shedeur Sanders has been the number one pick for 2 years. And he's going to be the number one pick. And I said, he's not been the number one pick for 2 years. And he said, yeah, and he's going to go there. Well, as it stands now, all the mock drafts are siding with me, Will. There's a new one out from Field Yates over at ESPN. Tell me how much you think the fan base would melt down with this scenario for the Dallas Cowboys. So, first pick, the Tennessee Titans select Travis Hunter from Colorado. Most people right now are throwing them Abdul Carter or Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami. Abdul Carter, obviously the edge rusher from Penn State. Not Field Yates. He says that he thinks that they're going to look at this and say, we want the best player in the draft, and that'll be Travis Hunter. Number 2, Cleveland Browns select Abdul Carter. Edge rusher, Penn State, somebody to replace Myles Garrett. Makes sense. Giants get their pick of the quarterbacks, and they go with
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. Yep, that's correct. And there's been a little... You remember there's that whole Shedeur Sanders public flirtation with the Giants there for a little bit? When it looked like they were going to get the number one pick. Like, at first it was Raiders heavy. Then when it looked like it was going to be the Giants, he was flirting heavy with the Giants. That has seemed to cool significantly. I think they are getting the sense that the Giants may like Cam Ward more.
That's interesting because I do know that the Giants had been around the Colorado practices a ton.
Yeah.
Trying to soak in as much Shedeur as possible. And then during the Heisman stuff, wasn't he in the streets of New York throwing to Malik Neighbors?
Yep.
So they were trying to sort of will it into existence.
Speaking of Will, the number 4 overall pick, Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU, goes to the Patriots. Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan, goes to the Jaguars. Number 6, finally, Shedeur Sanders goes off the board in this mock draft to the Las Vegas Raiders. Then you go down the list a little bit. There's some Georgia players that go back-to-back. This one would hurt. Number 9, Tetairoa McMillan, receiver from Arizona, goes to the Saints. That would be a guy that if he could miraculously fall to the Cowboys, I think they'd be all over.
Big body dude, good compliment to CD.
Dude, like a better version of what Drake London is. Like really, really good and could be a really good possession receiver for you. I think Kellen Moore would have a lot of success with him. Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas, goes to Will Chambers Bears. Then it's the San Francisco 49ers selecting Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State. So at 12, you've got Ashton Genty there. The Boise State running back, the guy who, Frisco product, somebody who's publicly lobbying for the Cowboys, somebody who, if you want to talk about immediate difference maker, an impact player, he is that. Like, you need an offensive line, obviously, but if you want to talk about somebody who can do a lot to even cancel out some of the issues with the offensive line, Genty's a guy with great contact balance, great vision, is able to get small and fit through tight areas. We're talking about a guy who stays on his feet in tight locations everywhere, gets to the second level really quickly, has bursts. Like, he is pretty much a perfect prospect, a really good pass protector. As a running back, he is right at the top as a perfect prospect to me. I think he's great.
Yeah, I think the only thing you would say is to make him perfect, a little bit more home run speed.
A little.
And he had huge chunk runs, but sometimes you'll see him get chased down a little bit. Obviously, that's being nitpicky. He's next level nasty in just about every single way, 3-down player. I get it. And now with the Cowboys' newfound dedication to having a respectable rushing attack with the concepts and whatnot, bringing in Clayton Adams and the K-State offensive line coach and stuff like that, I do think you could get much more out of Ashton Genty now than I thought you could have maybe a month ago.
Yeah, because you have famously, you and Brian said all sorts of disgusting things about each other's families.
We did. It got personal.
Had a really, really bad argument over Ashton Genty. But you're also, at 12, it's a different question than 5, right? And in this draft class specifically.
Yes, it's a little bit of a different question. I still think it's ultimately the same thing. If you tell me I can take Genty at 12 or I could trade out of it, I know you need a dance partner with that. I'd rather trade out of it and get a more premium position in the first round and get more picks for a team in the Cowboys that have a ton of holes. So I would still rather do that. And I'm sure even staying at 12, there's a player that the trenches is what I'm all about now. I mean, the defensive line, the offensive line, that is just so vital. You have to have it, and the Cowboys don't have enough of it right now.
My comp, obviously, he's had a bit of a fall off, but if I told you that at his peak, he's going to be peak Jonathan Taylor, you'd be down for that, right?
Not at 12.
Really?
Yeah.
Knowing that you're not paying him, you're talking about paying him less than you would pay somebody who's at the top of the running back market. You could be getting top running back output and not paying top of the market running back value.
I still think you're paying much more at the running back position than you would need to. The 12th pick in the first round is making more money than what you could get some veteran running backs on the cheap. Like, you're still overpaying for a running back.
That's
there.
okay. You haven't lived this before.
That's true. I've never done this.
Broadus has told us. You haven't done this before.
I heard Dane Brugler say if Dallas doesn't take Genty at 12, it's hard to see him going inside the top 20.
Yeah, I could see him slide just out of, but I mean, like, we've also done this in the past, like, if Bijan, where's Bijan going to fall? Like, I mean, who's going to take him in the top 20? And somebody takes him at 8. Or like, where's Gibbs going to go? And then Gibbs goes 12.
Yeah.
Like, and then the running game has made a bit of a comeback in the NFL this year. And I do think that Genty, if you're telling me, like, you are going to get a really legitimate superstar at the running back position, I think it's interesting. They don't go with him. We'll get into Dane Brugler's top 100 a little bit tomorrow because we're running out of time here. But I will tell you really quickly, the pick that they make is Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. And I know this pick would probably have Brian losing his mind. He wouldn't be excited about this one. They say, though going with an offensive lineman was strongly considered here, Johnson would help fortify a Cowboys cornerback room that has plenty of questions this offseason. Trayvon Diggs is recovering from a knee injury that required surgery. Deron Bland has only 1 year left on his contract. And Jordan Lewis, another former Michigan corner, will be a free agent in March. There are some of the scouting world who see a healthy Johnson as one of the highest upside players in the class. Elite size, 6'2", with ball skills. He has 9 career interceptions. Even if the Cowboys are concerned with his speed, it won't be an issue in new coordinator Matt Eberflus's zone-heavy scheme.
Well, I don't know too much about the player, but I love the position. That's a premium position, and it's a giant need for the Cowboys. You just painted the picture there. It's slim pickings in the secondary for the Cowboys right now. So I think taking a corner, I've watched more of Jahdae Barron from Texas, and I love him. I know he's not a consensus top 20 player or whatever, but like you said,
that would be
draft,
early.
That might be a bit early. I've only seen him. I haven't really seen Will Johnson, but the idea of taking a corner at 12 makes a ton of sense to me. So I'd be here for it. All right, there it is, below the belt here on a Thursday. Great to have you in the morning show. Sean and RJ back next week. We have a college football kegger featuring Arch Manning, no more field storming, and another NFL man takes on college football. That's next right here on The Fan. But first, we got to get you to Advanced Hair.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I think we are, as a matter of fact. Fist pumping here on the Fan Cam for the final hour, Thirsty Thursday edition. Sean and RJ, great to have you in. Sean and RJ back next week. We have the Choppy Senior funeral today that Bobby will be attending and perhaps rolling on the Choppy speech. So looking forward to some of those clips for tomorrow's program.
It's a little bit like when we're setting that up, like we'll have the Choppy funeral, which Bobby will be in attendance for. It does sound like the Schottenheimer press conference or something a little bit.
Yeah. Bobby's covering
a little trivial. It is a sad thing.
Very, very sad event. But Bobby is on the beat, and we certainly look forward to that. Couple of housekeeping notes. We do have a college baseball ticket giveaway coming up this hour, so stay ready for that. 877-881-1053. And Saturday, February 15th, that's coming up very soon, ladies and gentlemen. This Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., it'll be myself, Eric Chiafalo, with Brian Broaddus and Zach Wolchuk doing a live Love of the Star podcast from the brand new Hurtado Barbecue location in Dallas. That's 900 South Harwood Street. It's their grand opening fan appearance. We cannot wait to see you there, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday at Hurtado in Dallas. Cannot wait to see you, eat, drink, and talk some ball. So it's going to be fantastic. Okay, college football kegger, man. We got some college football news going around right now. We start with former Patriots defensive coordinator, Mr. Matt Patricia, making the leap. He's going. He's doing the Belichick thing. I love that Belichick was like, "Nah, I don't want you to be my defensive coordinator at Chapel Hill, but I'll write you a nice letter of recommendation when the Buckeyes come calling." And that's exactly what happened. The Buckeyes are going to be hiring former Belichick disciple and former Patriots defensive guy. Actually, I can't even just say defensive guy because a historically awful coaching decision where Patricia and Joe Judge were co-offensive coordinators. Two guys that never coached that side of the ball. Defensive coach in Patricia and special teams guy in Joe Judge, and they for a year were running the offense for the Patriots. Absolutely a disaster. But now it's going to Ohio State.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we get told all the time here on the show that we all look too similar. They're always like, it's the three of you in beards and hats and hoodies. Like, you guys all look like you could be brothers. There's a little bit of some similarity here with Ryan Day and Matt Patricia. Just dark beards, dark hair. One of them will have a pencil in their ear, but very similar. I always love these hires. Like, I was saying this yesterday. It's always been Ohio against the world, Ryan Day. I've always said I am always going to be in favor of giving somebody a rehab job. So if you're telling me like, all right, Matt Patricia, you flamed out and you were toxic as a head coach and you need to rebuild your image. Well, I bet I'm going to get you on your best behavior doing a job that we've already seen you can do. That you're a defensive coordinator and you're trying to rehab your image, so you're here to learn things and you're going to be a little more humble. I think hiring Ken Dorsey with the Cowboys is great. I think hiring Matt Eberflus with the Cowboys is great. When they hired Dan Quinn, great. You're trying to rehab your image. You're trying to do, like, those are always the right hires. Go find somebody who was once the hot shot, is now got a little bit of the shine off of them from the promotion that they got, didn't go the way it was planned, and now they have to settle back in on the job that they were always really good at and rehab their image. I think those are always the perfect hires. Alabama's done it for years. Saban used to do that with offensive coordinators. Steve Sarkisian, Bill O'Brien, Lane Kiffin. You've done it with a lot of different people. Ohio State's starting to do that. They did it with Chip Kelly. They're doing it with Matt Patricia now. I think it's brilliant to approach it that way.
Well, here is definitely not fake Matt Patricia talking about his excitement taking over the Ohio State defense.
This is a great day for me. It's also a great day for Michigan. With this hire, they just won their 5th straight against Ohio State. I chew on pencils on the sidelines because they won't let me chew on brisket. A lot of people are asking if I used this pencil to sign my contract. No, I did not. I used the same Sharpie Ryan Day uses to color in his beard. But seriously, me and Ryan Day have a lot in common. Notably, Ozempic. I look like a hobo that lives in a train car and subsists solely on cold cans of SpaghettiOs and stale bread. But it's just my way of fitting in with the Ohio State fan base. I know everyone is wondering if I'll be able to beat Michigan. I'd just like to remind you that I have a great track record of ruining teams in Michigan. I did a great job ruining the Lions. But, yeah.
He's fired up, man.
That's all. I did not hear the fake Matt Patricia before you played it. I was very concerned because I know some of the fake Jerry and Schottenheimer that you guys were playing.
They're a little heavy-handed.
Sean was stunned you guys were playing them in the afternoon.
I was a bit stunned myself.
What's your point?
I came across some of those AI Jerrys and Stevens and Shotties and was like, man, that is fantastic, but I don't know if we should play this. And then they popped up on G-Bag of the Day, and I was like, thank you, Lucius.
Dude,
bravo to you, man.
I feel like we've got to get really good. You and I got to get good at the AI thing like that because I feel like we could write some bomb scripts for some of these.
I knew you guys were going to love the coloring the Ryan Day beard.
That's good.
You guys have championed that for a while.
Because, that's clearly beard dye, right?
Yeah, it seems pretty obvious.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Now, there's also, speaking of the Belichick connections in college football right now, you have Patricia going to be the DC with Ohio State. Also saw that Bill Belichick offered a full scholarship to LeGarrette Blount Jr. to play at North Carolina. LeGarrette Blount, of course, won 2 Super Bowls with Belichick and the Patriots. So I wonder if this is going to be a power back situation right now.
One of the first things that got me in trouble years ago, LeGarrette Blount got me in trouble. So actually, it was myself. It was my own dumb mouth. Randy Gregory, who I became friends with and is an awesome dude, and who I had a misunderstanding of a lot of his issues early on. When he first got suspended, he had me blocked on Twitter initially. Randy Gregory did before we ever knew or talked to each other because I got too flippant. When the Philadelphia Eagles signed LeGarrette Blount, I said, just tell Randy Gregory he gets to hit a Philly blunt twice a year and he'll be back in no time.
That is strong.
And Randy reminded me of that the first time I talked to him. He goes, hey, I'm coming back, and Blunt's not in Philly anymore, is he? And I was like, oh, you saw that? And I was like, my bad, and we made up over it. But at the time, that was a flippant joke. Like, gosh, what was it, 10 years ago? Like 8 years ago? It was a long time ago. But,
is that the closest relationship you have with a player? Was that like the tightest you've gotten? Because he was one of your buddies.
Yeah, he and I would catch up, like, while he was. If he was on suspension or if he was coming back, I wrote one of his character letters to the league, like one of the
you chat GPT'd it.
No. And that was before I was actually on the beat, so I didn't think it was any sort of a conflict or anything. But no, he and I were close. But yeah, I've had a couple different relationships like that have been close.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love the forgiveness that he showed you there.
He did. He showed me a lot of. He showed me a lot of grace.
Okay,
Randy's a good dude.
What do you think about this suggestion here, as we talk about the issues in college football right now with storming the field storming the court,
Dude,
but
it's the
especially in college
softest
football.
thing. The softest thing.
You don't want to see that go away. You don't want to see it be penalized. You want to continue to see the field storming. I get that because it is fun. It's a college sports tradition.
Nico Harrison would try to outlaw field storming, I think.
Yeah, well, that is what Alabama athletic director Greg Brine is trying to do right now. And his suggestion is taking it to a level that I think would work.
Isn't it Greg Byrne?
Is it B-R-Y-N-E?
B-Y-R. It's not Brian. It's Byrne.
They pronounce that Byrne?
Yeah, that's not Brian.
That's the worst way to spell Byrne I've ever seen in my life. Hey, can you play the Izzy drop from earlier, Bobby's mistake?
What?
Just to cleanse the palate.
That's not fair. I'm just saying.
He's trying to end the field storming in college football. He says, if we said that the home team, if they storm the field or the court, they're going to lose the game right then and there, that will stop it. So he's trying to, you basically have to forfeit the win. If you just had an incredible college football finish, your team just won, and now he's trying to say if you storm the field, all of a sudden the dub becomes an L.
Does he not look like a guy who would come up with this policy?
Yes, he looks
like with his little picnic table sport coat, like the little like red checkerboard thing there.
Heavy-handed lawmaker guy.
His little face he has.
This is going too far, I would say. But if the end goal is if college football is really adamant about stopping this, and college basketball as well, I mean, I think that would go a long way to accomplishing your goal there. Like college fans knowing that they will end up taking an L if they do that, I think they are even self-aware enough to say, okay, despite how drunk and rabid I am about the excitement because we just won, we can't turn this into an L.
Bruh, so this was a post that went viral this week. Somebody found an obscure rule in the Major League Baseball rule book that is sort of like this. So, you get people that storm onto the field and will try to evade security and different things like that all the time. There's a rule in Major League Baseball that if they are unable to catch you after 15 minutes, the home team forfeits the game.
That's a real rule
in the Major League Baseball rule book.
15 minutes of a cat and mouse game, though. There's no way you're going to be able to outlast.
So this is my thought. When we go to Oxnard, if there's like a close race in the standings between the Angels and the Rangers, I think we have a duty to, as a station, like go on different sides of the stadium and we like storm the field for the Angels, and we just stay on there long enough that one of us survives 15 minutes. And we help the Rangers in the standings by getting the Angels to forfeit that game. Because it's the home team has to forfeit. So if you storm the field and evade security for 15 minutes, the home team forfeits the game.
I think we just need to drive down to Houston a couple of times this season.
That's exactly.
Just
make a road trip, and we just
maybe head up to Seattle.
Start running. Maybe you go up. Ride the train around. Do they still have the little train up there? Like just as a distraction tactic. But I say you run around the field a little bit, and we can help impact the standings. I like it.
I like it. We're going to have an army of guys that are prepared for this.
That's a bet payoff.
15 minutes of having to run around, the huffing and puffing is going to be real.
What about that as a G-bag bet payoff? You have to go drive down to Houston.
Out there.
You have to drive down to Houston and storm the field. You think the problem is that if Broadus stormed the field and there was a female security guard, he'd be like, "Excuse me, ma'am."
I'm a Super Bowl champion.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I just get by here?
Well, sorry about that Super Bowl ring. Let me get that out of the way for you. Hey, Arch Manning, he's reached the status of being a GQ, basically centerfold. He is the subject of a GQ article right now. The Longhorns QB1. He's got the Red Bull deal going. He's making all sorts of NIL bank right now. And one of the things that he said is how he's had to change the way he goes about his business from taking care of himself standpoint, now that he's at Texas and he sees all the just endless resources that these guys have when it comes to nutrition and just keeping the body right. But he mentioned in the interview that when he was in high school, he didn't have a nutrition plan at all, which is fair for pretty much all high school kids.
But not a Manning,
But
right?
I was thinking, like, you would think the Mannings would be a little bit more serious and dialed with it. But I kind of like the fact that they're like, hey, be a high school kid. So if you want to eat like he says he did before games, Raising Cane's, root beer, or a large lemonade. That's what Arch Manning was consuming before he would play games in high school, which hits home for me because I went to Northwest and it was like Sonic and Chicken Express, which is still so phenomenal. Chicken E does not get the love that they deserve. Those tenders are out of this world. But that's what, most of the players would go before a Friday night football game and you'd be seeing them at Sonic, you'd be seeing them at Chicken Express. Which is like probably, that would be on the list of worst things you would ever want to eat before an athletic event. But that's what Arch Manning was doing. He was eating Raising Cane's when he was in high school, and now he's obviously much more dialed than that, and he's staying away from the fried foods and whatnot. But I was curious, 877-881-1053, what was your pregame meal? When you were growing up, when you were playing, what was it? Because Subway was always the thing that was just like the school, the fundraisers, the parents would come together, they pitch in, and then anybody can just basically have a turkey and cheese sandwich or whatever before games. But once we got to high school and we could drive ourselves, our best players are housing 7 chicken tenders and mashed potatoes and fried okra.
Were they naked tenders or were they breaded?
No, breaded, dude. Like, you're talking about the last thing you get the itis before kickoff. That's what you did in high school. And Arch Manning was no different. Raising Cane's before a game? It seems insane.
817, remember when we were in high school, Eric, that Chicken E's box combo was $5.
Yeah, dude. That was the good old days. Chicken E was a staple. So was Sonic. I got respect for both of them, but to me, that's a post-game situation. I was oftentimes so nervous before games, I wouldn't even really want to eat much of anything.
It has gone up. Do you think that's chicken tariffs? Is that what's causing that to go up? That it's no longer $5?
Well, we know that the egg situation is tough, so I'm sure that has to factor in a little bit.
Some of the answers here on the Fantex 940: chocolate milk. Oh, here's the perfect answer.
Chocolate milk before a game?
Here's the perfect answer. 469 Whataburger, number 5, plain and dry, Powerade, and then I'd go kick 50-yard field goals every Friday because you were money like Vanderjet. You tuck the dollar bills in there. Whataburger, that's the easy pregame meal. You got to have some Whataburger, or maybe you got to go have some Hurtado. Got to fill up on that.
Dude, see, as much as I love that, I always looked forward to the post-game eating, and the Whataburger was a post-game staple.
Dude, this is everybody coming in with Whataburger. Double meat Whataburger. Hit it just right before JV basketball. Oh, yeah, people loading up on that protein, man. And the 214, triple cheeseburger from Whataburger. I was a D lineman. Yeah, it's the Whataburger, man.
Dude, we are getting so much Whataburger. We're getting so much Chicken Express.
You hear that, Joe? Whataburger.
Look at this. The greasiest item in all of fast food, the 724. Mine was tacos from Jack in the Box. Tacos from Jack in the Box. That's a 2 a.m. Hail Mary
You should
decision.
just drink a cup of grease.
Pizza Hut buffet before game, says the 210.
They're eating the dogs.
682 grew up in Northeast Arkansas. We would go to a place called Couch's Barbecue. Free, they would get fried pies as well. These are before games. It is, dude, who was it? I think Mozzie Smith is still one of these guys.
The candy guys.
I think Mozzie Smith is still a guy. He did the player profile on the pregame show this year, and I think he told Chris Arnold that I believe he eats some form of fried chicken before games, which again, that's jarring to me. But yeah, I went to Northwest and it was a lot of Sonic, it was a lot of Chicken E and some Subway. But fried greasy foods before an outing, I did have before scrimmage one year. It's like a spring game scrimmage, and I did have Sonic, and I forgot that what I ordered was a spicy thing, and my stomach doesn't handle spicy. I was literally going from the field to the locker room in between series because the bubble guts had hit me so bad. And at one point, I had made a tackle on the running back, and I couldn't get up, and I was just laying there on top of him until he started pushing me, like, get off me, dude. I'm like, I am literally hurting so bad I made the worst decision of my life.
You had a Jimmy Butler situation on your hands?
Yeah, did Jimmy Butler? That's a good question.
Jimmy Butler messed his pants.
Okay, get to the fan cam. Carter's going to put this up here in a few minutes. Did Jimmy Butler crap his pants last night? We got a lot of NFL stuff to get to before we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. That's next right here.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Missed by Steph on the flip. Rebound by Christie. Here's Kyrie Irving. Here's a put it go. Give the gas. Give the gas.
That's what he was doing, Kyrie Irving, all night long. 40-plus points, no assists. He was just getting buckets last night, doing what he needed to do for the Mavericks to get that win over the Warriors. And they were shorthanded in every possible way. They get out-rebounded like crazy because they got no bigs. Kessler Edwards is playing like 30-plus minutes. But this team fights. And I think Kyrie is really owning the role of responsibility right now to try and get this fan base back to some level of happiness.
Man, he's stepping up where management is falling short. And so he deserves a lot of credit for that because he has been it's wild to think, the most stabilizing factor for an organization right now is Kyrie Irving. If I would have told you that 3 years ago, no one believes it. Kyrie probably doesn't believe it. If you tell him 3 years ago, you are going to be just the steady like rudder that everybody just leans on, just like, man, this is Kyrie. He's keeping us on the straight and narrow right now.
Yeah, we're all surprised by it. We have some NFL stuff to get to, but yeah, I think Jimmy Butler was so surprised that there's allegations that he actually crapped his pants last night as the Warriors were wearing their all whites. It was a weird color combination for them last night. I didn't really enjoy it.
It's a weird color combination for Jimmy.
What does human fecal matter?
I mean, it looks like he got Paul pierced. I mean, there's really no other way around it. We have the clips here on the fan cam thanks to Carter.
One's wet and one's dry.
That's only one thing.
The evidence is pretty damning. I don't know what his excuse is going to be, but there is some discoloring to the backside of those white shorts for Jimmy Butler. I don't understand how you allow that to happen. How does a teammate not come up to you, tap you on the shoulder, and say, "Hey, why don't we take this thing into the locker room? Maybe a little wardrobe change."
The only thing I can think, I don't know, Gatorade or something in a seat that he sat in.
There was an NFL player this year. I forget which team he was on, but there was an allegation of him having an emergency number 2 situation, and he blamed it on sitting on Gatorade. But
I could see that.
You're messy.
Because, man, this is messy. Because I would think for it to come through the other side that much, it would have to look even messier than that. You know what I mean?
So are you alleging, like, you're going to believe the Gatorade report here?
Which is not a report. It's just a theory that I'm throwing out there. That was the report from the NFL player. But in this situation, yeah, I don't... Just change. I would think you would change your shorts. If it was that bad, that means that you had a massive mess on your hands, and I would think you would have changed your shorts.
Yeah, but he might have been just trying to just play it off like, oh, that wasn't a big deal. I'm not gonna sit here and dwell on this. I'm just gonna trust that everything's cool. I'm gonna trust that my teammate will come tap me on the shoulder if things are a little over the top back here.
That should be a G-Bag bet payoff. You have to make it look like Jimmy Butler there. Because you've done the pee in the pants, right, Eric?
And that was real.
That
was not Gatorade.
You did that.
That was not Gatorade.
I cannot believe you.
If it was the warmest Gatorade of all time.
I gotta ask, how were you? I couldn't do it.
You're
Even
too
if I was
pee-shy?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't be able to bring yourself to do that?
I couldn't bring myself to do it. How did you do that?
I had to really lock in, and I had been waiting, like I didn't go pee for a while, so that it was one of those deals where, I mean, your body's just telling you it doesn't matter what you want to do.
How long did you have to stand in it?
It was a full segment. Like,
so how did you clean up? Did you go down to the shower on 2?
No, there was no showering involved. It was
did you wipe off, or?
I brought a backup change of pants. The guys were courtesy enough to not make me sit in those pants for the remainder of the show.
Did you not rinse your leg off, or did you just have remnants there?
I might have taken a dry paper towel just to dampen things. You know, it's actually good for the skin, according to reports.
You are more Portland than Dawson. Like you are Oregon.
Do people in Oregon just pee their pants and just rock with it?
Oregon,
is that a thing?
They strike me as the type that they wipe with leaves or something out there. Like that's Oregon.
That was one of the other things from the Arch Manning GQ article. He's gotten really into grounding these days. So every day after practice, your guy, Arch Manning, Bob, takes his cleats off and his socks off, and he just walks the field to soak in the earth. And apparently his teammates make fun of him for it.
I'll take grounding over nail polish. So.
Caleb Williams, he was voted the most stylish in the NFL this year. There's actually the stud wide receiver for Alabama, Ryan Williams. He just got an NIL deal with a nail polish company. So how about Caleb Williams being a bit of a tastemaker here? That's actually good for big nail polish when it comes to sports, having a guy like Ryan Williams, because he's a dog.
Is that like an industry big nail polish?
He's certified. Nobody's questioning his toughness or his dominance. So if he's gonna dip his toes, or I guess his fingers, into the nail polish waters, that's good for business if you're Caleb Williams and anybody else who wants to do this. So I guess that's taken on a life of its own.
I'm concerned. I see it. I just got texted, and I'm concerned to see. Okay, all right. It's nobody yelling at us for having this conversation.
Oh no,
your
phone's getting hit up right now.
No, it was not about that. It's just I saw my phone light up as we were talking, so I was like, oh boy, hopefully we're not in trouble here.
All right,
we're good.
We'll shift gears here. That was shift with an F, and
until we talk about the microbial genome left behind tomorrow, when we talk about the love making for Valentine's Day.
We're doing a Valentine's Day bacterial lovemaking segment tomorrow.
Yep.
Are you going to put that in the tease for tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Well, we have some
real tease.
We have some NFL stuff to get to. Apparently, the Pittsburgh Steelers have made phone calls to the Jacksonville Jaguars and inquired about trading for Trevor Lawrence. Now, mind you, this is the Jags, who have a new coach who is only there probably because he believes in Trevor Lawrence as an offensive mind, Mr. Duval himself, Liam Cohen. And keep in mind that the Jags don't currently have a general manager, so there's no one that could actually make that call unless the owner of the Jags just wanted to step in there and say, yes, I cannot wait to offload this Trevor Lawrence contract. The Steelers and their quarterback situation, to me, is one of the most fascinating storylines of the offseason. They're perpetually a quarterback away ever since they got the the last remnants of Big Ben's career.
What if, and here's because he said he just took a job and maybe he's thinking, I want to be all in on Trevor Lawrence. I wouldn't have taken this job if I wasn't. What if he's all in on Mac Jones?
Oh my gosh.
What if he's a Mac Jones guy?
Then we need to question everything about Liam Cohen and what he stands for.
Aren't we already?
Yeah, but he at least has what he did with Baker Mayfield in the rushing attack for the Bucs was pretty impressive.
By the way, I'm not giving him a ton of credit for the Baker Mayfield thing. Everybody else is, but was that Canales already? Didn't Canales rescue him?
Yes, but there wasn't a drop-off, so you can at least appreciate you kept Baker Mayfield, and then you brought in a dynamic rushing attack featuring Rashad White and Bucky Irving, who was like a fourth-round pick as a rookie.
This is the 7th year in a row that he'll have a new job, Liam Cohen.
Yeah, he's a bounce-around guy.
Yeah.
College NFL
assistant receivers coach in 19 for the Rams. Then he was the assistant quarterbacks coach in 20 for the Rams. Then it was Kentucky, Rams, Kentucky, Tampa Bay, Jacksonville.
Yeah, he's kind of all over.
He's not proven himself to be very stable.
Maybe a little wishy-washy.
Yeah.
But there's I would put it at 0% chance that the Jaguars are going to be trying to move on from Trevor Lawrence. But I do love the idea of Pittsburgh trying to capitalize on just the disaster that is the Jags right now. And, hey, you don't have a GM. Maybe your owner's dumb enough to take a deal right now, and we can finally get a quarterback.
Look, the Justin Fields deal for Chicago was bad. Even if Justin Fields was not great, they didn't get enough back. That's where we got the
Bears.
Yeah, that's where we got the best and worst of the weekend clip of Will Chambers saying I'm having a bad bleeping weekend. It was after they traded Justin Fields for nothing. So if Pittsburgh's got experience of people just giving them stuff for nothing, maybe they're like, we'll just ask about Trevor Lawrence.
Well, who would be your recommendation if you're talking with Mike Tomlin right now and the Steelers? What are you doing at quarterback? Because I got the plan.
Russ. Probably
just run it back with Russ?
Probably at this point. And we'll see what happens in the draft and free agency.
Then you're just right where you were. You understand what that is. Hey, admirable job. Thank you, Russell
But you also
Wilson.
missed Russ early in the year.
You have no chance at a Super Bowl.
Probably not.
Now, the Aaron Rodgers stuff has been floated around. Did you see what Pittsburgh Steelers safety Deshaun Elliott said?
I did not. Texas Longhorn Deshaun Elliott.
Yes, yeah. He's an NFL tough guy. He's on the Steelers, and he left an Instagram comment about Rodgers joining the Steelers, and he said, leave his ass at the retirement home.
There we go, Deshaun.
So I don't think he will be welcomed into
grounding
the Steelers locker room.
I can read, though.
I like the idea of them. I mean, Kelly Stafford is getting frustrated with this Cooper Kupp trade and the Rams, and who knows what happens there. Do the Rams still want Stafford? If you're the Steelers, Stafford would be the no-brainer. If you can trade for him,
oh yeah,
I would be like, if I'm the Steelers, that would be priority number one.
He's the greatest quarterback of all time, according to Wolchuk.
I have a lot more respect for Matthew Stafford than you do, but I mean, it's run it back with Russell Wilson.
No, they're legit contenders probably. If Stafford still doesn't have like a monumental drop off next year, they're contenders with Stafford.
Burrow, Stafford, Lamar Jackson in that division. I think
Deshaun Watson.
You give yourself a real chance there if you're the Steelers, who again have just been a quarterback away for a while. And at some point you have to right that wrong. Figure out a way to get a legit quarterback here. And Sam Darnold's not that guy. We saw what Sam Darnold is. Awesome season. He will never have a season like that again. And ultimately it culminates in him getting sacked 9 times in a playoff game.
Yeah.
So don't sell me on a Sam Darnold deal. If you're Mike Tomlin and you're the Steelers, you have Super Bowl aspirations. Matthew Stafford obviously has the Super Bowl track record, and he's a guy, cold weather, you would imagine he could stand tall and deliver. So if I'm the Steelers, I'm trying to make a move for Matthew Stafford.
Not a bad idea.
Reports are they've been kicking around Jacksonville trying to see if they can make a move for Trevor Lawrence. I did want to squeeze this clip in here. This is, we know about the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Eagles, Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley were on with Jimmy Fallon, soaking in the championship glory. And we watched with envy, but they got to the tush push, and apparently that's not what the Eagles players call it.
The first one was doing what people are calling the tush push. Yeah. Is that what you call it?
It's not what I call it.
It's not what you call it. No.
Not what I call
it. what do you call it?
You know, I'm not going to say what I call it, but it's
okay.
Not,
but it's not.
You know, everybody is came up with their own name for it. You know, The brotherly shove, the tush push, all these different things. It's not that.
It's not that.
No.
Okay.
I was shocked too, because when I got there, I known as the tush push, but I didn't know if that's what it would be called, but I thought it was called that, and it's not called a tush push, actually.
No. What is your role in the quote unquote tush push?
I think I have the easiest job, to be honest. I think I'm the one who pushes the tush.
I mean, the overlapping.
What do you think it's called?
With Fallon and company. I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure out. Why can't you tell us what it's called? Why is it some secret? It doesn't matter. Everybody knows when you're lining up to go do the tush push. It's not like it's, oh, we're going to shock them with the tush push here. Why can't they tell us what it is?
I like the idea of they just go like pound town on 3, and then they go out there.
Yeah. Well, because there's kind of two pushes or tushes getting pushed here. It's the center and it's Hurts. Hurts is pushing the centers, and then Barkley is pushing. It's the double tush push, really.
Gang.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's go ahead and crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Friendly reminder, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Myself, Eric Chiafalo with Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus doing a live Love of the Star from Hurtado in Dallas, their grand opening. So would love to be hanging out with the Tolos, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Barbecue, football. That's what we do, ladies and gentlemen.
And I could just show up for free?
Yes. Yeah, for free. You can show up.
You better show up like I'm going to, though, since it's a Love of the Star recording. You need to show up in Fire Eric and Zach t-shirts.
That's true. Because we stole.
Because I got fired from Love of the Star for them.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, it was a decent
You're not
trade.
doing Love of the Star
I didn't
anymore?
get fired. I quit it. But still, it's still.
It was like a
You
quit
like
fire.
McCarthy quit? Or
No, I quit like the only time Brian could ever record was 9 o'clock at night. And I was like, this isn't going to work. Our schedules aren't matching up anymore.
Gotcha.
Did you guys feel good last night with the Mavs getting a victory and Luka being minus 19 and complaining to referees and the Lakers losing to the Jazz?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think
a
it'll
lot of
work
stuff.
out, but Luka's 2-2 and sucking in games for the Lakers. But I was glad that the Mavericks won and Kyrie went off, and we were like, who needs a player over 6'7"?
Yeah, one of my favorite highlights from the Lakers game was Luka thinking he got fouled and complaining so hard that every other player on the Lakers thought he was fouled, so they all stopped. Meanwhile, the Jazz are in transition, easy 2-point bucket. It was fantastic, man.
I didn't get much of the Luka game. I checked in on the Mavs game though, and I was pretty happy with watching a lot of small ball there. That was fun. That's a fun style until you go up against a team that has something bigger than you.
That's the only option we got.
It is. I mean, what else can they do?
I mean, Kessler Edwards, right?
I didn't watch any of it.
Not a second?
No.
He's out.
Kyrie,
He's done.
40-plus points, 0 assists. He was just like, I am here to get buckets. I'm going to put the team on my back tonight.
Who did you want him to assist the ball to?
That's a great
Max?
question.
Okay.
Max Christie?
That white curly-haired guy with the bright shoes.
Ule Blob?
No, I don't know what it is.
Hey, Blob.
Definitely wasn't Hardy. Hardy was actively trying to lose the game for us last night, I feel like. But, yeah, the Mavs get the victory. And Kyrie Irving are you guys buying the conspiracies about the Lakers color schemes that are now all over his
Have
Twitter
you
account?
seen this, Mike?
No, what is
Okay,
that?
hold on. I'm going to show Mike. Oh, I want to see if he
dear.
buys into this because Mike he's still about conspiracy theories. Kyrie changed his Twitter profile and the color scheme for his background picture and his regular is
my
Lakers
God,
colors
it's
now.
purple and yellow. Holy
Okay.
He changed his stuff.
What does it say up top?
It says, I stand on the side of liberating all oppressed people, which people are saying that that's a message to Mavs fans.
Oh,
all right.
In
It's
Laker
not.
colors.
But do you think Lakers colors, do you buy that that's a wink to everybody? Like, oh, I'm going to go to the Lakers.
I don't know Kyrie at all. I think in a way he can be a complicated person to try to understand.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
more hidden messages in that header or the Kendrick Lamar halftime show?
Oh my gosh.
There's still a lot.
Hey, you know, this came up the other day. We played the Stephen A clip, and I don't think Sean didn't bring it up with y'all, and I didn't hear if Eric weighed in on it in the afternoon. Stephen A's point. Did you hear his point about Serena Williams?
Oh yeah. We talked about this.
Yeah, where he says that Serena being up there and like, ooh, I'm gonna get back at my ex. I'm dancing up here. Stephen A said, if my wife wanted to go do that, I'd say, well, then go be with him. Like, if you're that focused on him that you got to show up on national TV for like your revenge, like you're clearly hung up on him for something.
But didn't she say like she was doing it for Compton?
So she said it was that. She says that it was more about she had done something at the Olympics, got hell for it, and was more just like, all right, here I am embracing it now in this opportunity. But clearly Kendrick had her up there for something bigger. But either way, like the thought was, because when I first heard Stephen A say it, I was like, that seems a little extreme. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, yeah, if Kristen was like, oh, I really want to pay back this ex, then I'm like, okay, why do you even care at this point?
Yeah.
Like, why is that a deal for you?
No, I kind of see your point, and I'm like, so how much have you been thinking about this?
Right, like why are
thin
you
line
still
between
like,
love and hate kind of
Yeah,
deal?
you're still clearly, you've got some sort of aggressive emotion tied up in this person.
Because, Eric, you know the opposite of love is apathy. So if you just didn't care, You just wouldn't. You're like,
You know, they say jealousy is
Yeah.
just love and hate at the same time.
ooh.
Drake said that, actually.
Of course he did.
Man.
He said it
probably-
on Over My Dead Body.
Yeah, he's reciting those words constantly for the last few days, I imagine. Okay, so we were talking earlier. Arch Manning has become more professional and more disciplined now that he's at UT.
Because he's changed his eating regimen.
He's changed his eating regimen. He used to eat Cane's before every game in high school. What was y'all's pregame meal growing up and in high school? Because Chicken Express and Sonic were at the top of the list for me and my buddies. And I look back like, why the heck would we do that?
We would go to Subway. Everybody would get a foot long like chicken breast sandwich was what we did. But one year during football season, we were all kind of like, it was typically we'd go to Luby's. The coach would take the whole team to Luby's. We'd load our plates up and then we'd go play football. We stunk at football. But
because y'all all were just being weighed down by Jello and fried chicken.
Win platter for the win.
But one day, I don't know why. I have no clue why. I suggested super salad. I was like, yeah, they got healthy salads and they got soups and they got this bread stuff. They got all sorts. They got everything we need. We were so dead by the middle of that game because they had nothing. Nobody had anything left.
No
in their systems.
carbs.
Yeah, we were just like completely done. I was like, I mean, that was a bad idea.
Before basketball games, we would go to my house. Sterl, Bill, and Sean would come over.
Of course.
And
What was the first name?
Sterling.
Oh, okay.
He played at Tulane. And
Just went in the Hall of Fame.
Did he?
Sterling Sharp?
Sterling Sharp, yeah. And then Bill ended up playing at UTA. And my mom would make like big spaghetti and meatballs and like garlic bread for us. So we'd play some pool, eat, and then go back up to Duncanville or get on the bus and go play a game. For baseball, a lot of times I'd go with my grandparents and we'd go to Luby's in Duncanville.
So the cafeteria was killing it in the pregame.
That was a hot spot.
Now, at what age did you know you had professional potential?
In ninth grade, I pitched against Duncanville's varsity. They were number one in the nation, and they were preparing. They lost in the first round to Arlington Martin. It was like a huge upset, and Arlington Martin ended up winning state with Ben Grieve, Matt Blank, who played in the major leagues. So I pitched against them and went 9 up, 9 down. Now, I wasn't pitching against their best players like Chad Allen, who played in the major leagues, and Dave Gibraltar. But after that game, like a week later, I got a letter from the Atlanta Braves because there are a lot of scouts there watching practice. That was really the fun part about being at Duncanville. So when we were practicing basketball, whether it was Oklahoma State, Texas Tech, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting all the coaches, but all the coaches would be at our practice. So practices were intense at Duncanville. And then when we were playing baseball, we'd always have not always, but a lot of times we'd have professional scouts there or college recruiters there watching our practices because we were so loaded in talent. That made it really like practice wasn't, it felt weird to have practice. And when nobody was there to watch us practice, we might have been a little bit lazy at times because we were like, well.
Did you take diet like super serious once you realized you had pro potential? Were you like, oh crap, I can't eat like this?
No, I ate bad.
Yeah, I mean that's just the nature of the beast.
At that age,
that's all. I mean, you're not thinking about anything else. I like the pregame pasta stuff though. You know, a little carb load action, but the fried food stuff is what's crazy to me. Arch Manning, Canes, tearing it up. Okay, what's coming up on the program today, boys?
So right out the gate, we've been beating around the bush about this for a while. Let's talk about the Rangers bullpen and specifically who can close any of these games. And at noon,
because Kevin, we are the baseball show of record.
Facts.
It's up for debate.
And always will be.
Oh,
now and forever.
All right?
You heard me.
Don't get it twisted.
I got 9 shows left.
Wow.
It's my last show.
I heard Corey yesterday trying to fight you on that number.
Yeah, I don't know how to count. I forgot he had days off.
Tomorrow I have off. Next Thursday and Friday I have off.
Okay, well, we look forward to it. The KNC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
C&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. You have the famous Mike Bassick for half the show. And the famouser Alec Medford, hopefully for the whole show. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing?
I'll make it as long as I can, is what I'll tell you.
Oh, no.
I'm doing great. I have my third meeting of the week during or after the show. I'm excited.
How long was the meeting yesterday, and how long do you think it should have been?
No, it was actually as a Rangers meeting, and it was shorter than I thought. So that was a very quick meeting. The other meeting I had, Inside Edge, which it did feel like a class I was taking. I was like, I need another 3 to 6 hours. I don't know if you guys know how stupid I am on a computer.
Right.
Like, like just do this and go here and this. And I'm like, this is awesome. You're doing it great. Do you think I don't even know how to get my computer to turn on and off? I need more help. But I didn't say that. You act like you're smart in those classes and you just don't say anything.
Sure.
And then you ask Jared Sandler afterwards how you do it all.
Was he helpful in that regard?
He said, hey, don't worry. I'll help you on these things, finding all this awesome information and awesome video clips and everything. And then today I have an MLB broadcasters meeting because I'm an MLB broadcaster, guys. That's my title now. MLB broadcaster.
Do they give you a special bag or anything like that?
I have honestly no clue what we're going to be talking about in this meeting, except I think they're going over new rules. But don't you think we should know those already?
I do.
Like, do you recall us ever
rules
doing
of
a segment
baseball?
on like new rules that are happening in baseball?
Maybe they're going to go back to you can't just run through at second
That's what
base
I
and
called
stuff
you
like
about that. I've heard that could be a new rule this year is they're going to make players either slide or stop at second base when there's a force play. It's like an automatic out because what has happened in baseball, and I can't remember who did it first. It might have been the Cubs. And I asked somebody last year, I'm like, why are people not sliding at second base on a play at second base with 2 outs? And they said, well, here's the deal. A team, I think it was the Cubs who came up with this, and now everybody's copying it. If you have runners on first and second or first and third with 2 outs, they're like, all right, and there's a force at second. If you slide, you slow down. That's the goal of sliding is so you can slow down and stay on the base. So like, don't slide, sprint through the base. Maybe you're safe. And then you'll be out once you touch the base, but they're going to have to go tag you. And when they go tag you, the run from third scored.
That makes sense.
So it's the goal is do not slide at second. Get there as fast as you can. And if you beat the throw, run through it, you're going to be out, but we scored the run.
Yeah.
And so they're saying like, because it looks really weird.
What if the new rules were like obstacles in the outfield? Like just random ramps that kind of pop up out of nowhere.
Or you put a hill in the outfield.
I was going to say, I think they got rid of that in Houston.
Flagpole right there in center
they have
field.
a flagpole and a hill in Houston.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be adding
They can
any
do
more
bumper
of
cars
that.
out in right field or something like that, and Adolis just kind of has to avoid it.
I mean, it would have been interesting. It would be horrible, but can you imagine if they're like, however the ground is over at the new stadium, we're just laying turf over it, and you just have potholes and like guys blow out their knees and then their career's over. But they're like, part of baseball, you never know how level the ground is.
Yeah.
The new warning tracks made out of trampoline. Like that would be dope.
I have always thought that is something they should do.
Yeah, well, let's
everybody
do it.
loves, Gary Matthews Jr. or Ken Griffey Jr.
Or Evan Carter.
Trampoline there and be like,
remember when Evan Carter jumped so high? We were like, oh my gosh, does he have wings?
Do you know they have trampoline soles now that are legal in all sports? So if you take out the insert in your shoe that's just floppy and worthless.
That's supposed to protect your feet.
It's not really.
I gotcha.
They're using more of the sole to do that than the insert. People have made these inserts where they're carbon fiber, and let's just say you take the toe part of it and you flip it up. It's so strong, it like trampolines you.
Really?
So it's guys in the NBA use it now. So I'm not saying everybody in the NBA uses it. I don't know why you wouldn't. You literally jump 3 inches higher with these so if you would like just to add if you're a premium athlete like an NBA basketball player, I guess not Luka, but I guess you can jump
so you
up
did
to
see the game last night.
up to 3 inches higher based off of these. But I don't know. I've been thinking about getting my sons this, but they need to practice more if they want those. So
just like my LA Gear catapults back in 3rd grade, I could jump higher.
Man, there was a time when, and I promise I'll talk about the Rangers bullpen after this. There was a time when if you got new shoes, there's nobody who could tell you anything about your athleticism.
I'm faster than you right now.
Yeah, like science and physics would maybe bring you back to earth, but there's nothing another human would tell you that you'd be like, no, I got the Reebok black tops. You don't even know what's about to happen.
Just get rid of my handles are about to be better than yours.
I was thinking about your shoes the other day, Kevin.
Thanks, Mike.
I got you the Shaquille O'Neal, like circular, like hypnotists or whatever. I forget what they're called, like Reeboks. Did your son, he took those? Does he still like them, or did they wear out, or did he garage sell them?
No, we have not garage saled them. He does still like them. He does still wear them. And one of the things I think he likes about them is those shoes are so like heavy. Yeah. You don't need to worry about like the protector as much. Like if you want to wear them every now and again, but keep them in really good shape. Whereas some of the
I know what you're talking about, the toe box.
Yeah. Whereas some of the
those are miserable.
And that is fair, but because those are so heavy, he doesn't really have to use those, and that's a good thing. But yeah, no, absolutely he does. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I have been like switching out my shoes more often, like a normal person and stuff, just for you guys. And so my shoes wouldn't get holes in them.
I haven't been paying attention
quickly.
at all. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Okay.
Now that I know that you're doing it for us, though,
that's right.
I'll start paying more attention and compliment you on it.
That's delightful.
Nice shoes, man.
This is a third pair of shoes I've seen you wear in a month. Good job.
Hike up those pants. Let me see what you got working.
Yeah.
All right,
Hike
give
up your
me
pants a little more. Show your.
Oh my God! Give me cut number
Tucked
one.
it into your sock.
That's too long. Like, who's that for?
You.
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah. Okay. Well. No, never mind. I'm not getting drug into this conversation.
You'll win an argument.
They call him Hog Wild Hageland.
You just put it on the table? Guess what?
Give me cut number one, please, Alex. Save me from this.
The 2-2. And that's in there for a called third strike. Outside corner, bottom of the zone. Yates retires the side in order. It is a happy house in Arlington. Rangers defeat the Blue Jays 2-0.
He's on the Dodgers.
Yes. That's one of the reasons I wanted to play that clip.
Probably their seventh inning guy.
So I know there's a lot of things that could go a variety of ways for the Rangers, but just on paper, going into spring training, it feels as though this is far and away, the lack of a closer is far and away the Rangers' biggest hole that you see going into spring training. Yes?
Without a doubt. I can't remember. I know that there's been a lot of failures over the last decade at closer. Whether it was Sam Dyson, at times, Jose Leclerc.
Even that World Series season, we were very uncertain going into the playoffs.
I just don't recall them ever going into spring training going, we have no clue. I get that we can go over who could do it, but usually going into spring training, Yates wasn't the closer at this time last year. It was Jose Leclerc. He just closed a whole bunch of playoff games, and Spores was supposed to be your main setup guy. It ended up neither one of them had that job, but I'm worried. That's the one thing. I think this is a close to 90-win team, around 90 wins, if they can figure out how to get the last, and I'm going to say 6 outs of games.
If Yates, and I realize Yates would just be responsible for 3 of those most nights. If Yates would have been back, would you have been locked in at 90, you think?
Yes.
Okay. So over the last 11 years, how many different save leaders do you think the Rangers have had?
I'm gonna give you a crazy number. 8 out of 9. You can only have 9, so I'm going to go.
In the last 11 years.
Oh, the last 11 years. Yeah. All right, 9 out of 11.
11 out of 11.
It might be 11.
11 out of 11. So in the last 11 years, the Rangers have had 11 different saves leaders. So it's not like the switch is odd for them. But to your point, it's the lack of, I think it's going to be this person. Because anybody who says, I think it's going to be this person, I have more questions about why exactly that you think it's going to be that person. And so then another idea got floated yesterday, which I don't love because I feel like we've tried this before. Could the Rangers benefit from a role-free approach? And so that's what Evan Grant trotted out last night. Could you just
roll free?
Yeah.
I think
that makes me nervous.
I mean, that's what they're going to have to do
Probably.
to start the season is try and figure out, give guys opportunities to figure it out. Unless they probably have one guy in mind, right?
I think it's Chris Martin.
They probably have him in mind right now, and they're like, "That's
the leading candidate."
Yeah, we're going to give him every opportunity to have the job, and we'll see how things go. And if he doesn't do well in the role, then we'll try and see if the next guy can, and then hopefully they can hold off until they get to trade deadline, and if they still need that spot, then they'll move there. But that is where Nolan said this before. Lots of the GMs say it. That's where they have you over a barrel because they know you need something and they're trying to get your best, whatever it is.
I mean, I did see, and I know he wasn't the closer last year. David Robertson is still out there. You'd have to open up a few bucks. There is
have to move somebody.
Yeah, and Leote would be the most likely to. You trade his $4.75 million for, let's just say, a non-major leaguer. That would give you enough money to maybe offer David Robertson a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. You stay under the threshold of 241, and you have a guy who you're like, we know he's a good setup guy. We saw him last year be a good setup guy.
Yes.
We're going to ask him to close. He has approximately 200 saves in his career. That might be asking a little bit, but we know he knows how to get at least 3 of the last 6 outs.
And I think that's where I'm at in terms of, because I see people making different suggestions and everything like that, but a lot of these suggestions have no more than 8 to 10 saves ever in a year. And that's not really what I'm looking for. Like, I don't look at this bullpen, and I know there's a lot of variety in the bullpen, but I don't look at this bullpen and be like, we have no good bullpen pitchers.
Right.
I look at it and say, we have nobody that has any real experience closing games. And so that's why even Dave Robertson, because I saw him be really, really good in the 8th inning, I would be like, well, you've had a lot of saves in your career. I feel better about that than Chris Martin or anything else.
I feel like that's what Bochy and Maddox are going to be observing and paying the most attention to. Like sitting down going, I understand that we don't have this. We're going to work on this the most, right, during spring training and getting these guys into situations where it can kind of simulate it enough. But because even Boch has told us multiple times that he can't.
But how? In the 6th through the 9th inning of 99% of spring training games, you're facing AA and AAA players.
Yeah.
So this is the tough part, is there's no way to simulate a 9th inning of a Major League Baseball game in spring training.
I agree with all of that. So my question for y'all is, and I realize the answer is always going to be maybe, but it's not the same as the game. Do you get a sense for pitchers or players just knowing like these people are made for like those balls of steel moment? You know what I'm saying? Like I know
until you see it.
Okay.
Until you see it.
Yeah. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out. I know you can think that, but can you get a good feel for that without seeing it? And you're like, hey, I know he hasn't closed, but I've seen this dude do all kinds of things and he's got it.
Yeah, it's an educated guess.
That's a good way to put it.
That's what you're doing as an organization, whether you're Chris Young, Ross Finstermaker, Bruce Bochy, Mike Maddox. They're going to be making educated guesses on the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. And then they're going to have to adjust as games go along. I think this is going to be a year when you say bullpen by committee, because you're going to go, well, he hasn't got it done the last 2 times in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. Let's bump him down to now a 5th or 6th inning role. When we're losing, we'll put him in and see if he can regain his confidence, regain his command, his stuff. And we're going to bump this guy up with no real sense of he's going to get the job done. You're just going to keep playing this, game of, I think he can do it. I'll tell you what I'm hoping for this year. I'm hoping the Cleveland Guardians stink. And then they're like, what's the point of having Emmanuel Clase if we are not competing with Detroit, if we're not competing with Kansas City? The problem is Cleveland does look good on paper. Cleveland did just get to the American League Championship Series. But if they're 10 games under 500 at the end of May, Emmanuel Clase this year makes $4.9 million. The next year he makes $6.4 million. The next year you have a team option at $10 million. And in 2028 you have a team option at $10 million. Problem solved.
Yeah.
But you do have to trade quite a bit to get him. But I'm looking at their budget and going, well, I have a guy, I mean, if we do the math here, approximately $31 million over 4 years. You can't get a better deal on a dude who put up a .6 ERA last year in the major leagues as a closer. He was not good in the playoffs. I don't know why he struggled so much in the playoffs, but I guess that's my hope, is that Emmanuel Clase becomes very available and the Rangers use, I don't know, whether it's obviously Justin I don't want to use Sebastian Walcott. Sure. I would not want to use him, but I don't know. If you have to use Sebastian Walcott and Justin Foscue to get a closer the next 4 years, I'm okay with it.
Or use them as the closer. What if, or like Wyatt Langford? What if they're the closer? You just don't know. You're stuck them out in the outfield, and they have maybe he has a great curveball. I'm just throwing out options right now, Kevin.
I don't know if that would be my first choice.
Well, you haven't given me a solution either. So
I said David Robertson.
Yeah, like
and
that's
then it comes
feasible.
down to like. People aren't picking like Teodo to make the opening day roster.
Look, we've thrown it out there.
But like you give him 2 months in the bullpen.
Dude can throw hard.
And he's doing great in the 6th and 7th inning. And you're like, hey, he's getting major league confidence. He's getting major leaguers out. We don't have a closer. We're not succeeding at it, which is just scary. Like, how are you going to win 90 games if you blow 10 saves in the first 2 months?
Yeah. And look, I saw this question, and this is a fair question. And this is why judging relievers can be tricky at times. Sorry if I'm missing who texted this in. Wasn't Robertson second highest in blown saves last season? What am I missing? So what I would say about that is he had 8. 4 of those came in like a 6-week span. And then I believe for the next 2.5 months, he had 1 blown save. So You're right. There was a 6-week period where you're like,
and I'd like to say this. Nobody in Major League Baseball sees David Robertson as a closer anymore.
Yep.
They see him as a setup guy.
That's
so
true.
We're throwing out a guy that 30 teams in Major League Baseball see as a 7th, 8th inning guy, but we're just throwing out there he does have 177 career saves. He is almost 40 years old. He'll be 40 on April 9th. Like, I'm just throwing out another option if he was on your team last year that maybe if you got him back, he would now be part of the musical chairs of closers.
And that's why I'm curious. You mentioned Teodo. We've talked about John Gray. Like, there are lots of options out there, but the issue with every single one of these options comes down to
experience.
Yeah, I've never seen you really do it before.
Oh, they're showing, we got to go to break, but they're showing the Dodgers 17 starting pitchers throwing bullpens. Right now.
Yeah.
We have one of them.
Yeah, the guy who would no doubt be our closer might be their 7th inning guy. Good for them. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, winners and losers of the NFL season, both on and off the field. Talking about you, media folks, next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Second and goal, 10 seconds. Daniels fires, end zone, touchdown! Jamison Crowder, preposterous!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man who threw that pass, I think, is one of the clear answers for this. But aside from, I get it, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So that one makes a lot of sense. Winners and losers of the 2024 season. And I think Jaden Daniels is a great example. Obviously, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but I feel like he overachieved, they overachieved, and everything in between mostly overachieved. So I would argue Jaden Daniels and then the Commanders as a whole are one of the winners of this season.
Dak's contract.
That was dub.
I mean, Dak was the player in the NFL to start the season.
That is
Who did
true.
any better than that?
In terms of money?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Nobody.
CeeDee Lamb got a new contract, too. That was a dub.
He did.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
And Jerry got a dub. He now has the best quarterback in football.
I don't agree with
Matters
that.
on how much you pay him. I think he told
he
us
was
that.
shocked
that
after signing Dak Prescott to that contract that they weren't where the Philadelphia Eagles were.
Yeah, and in the words of Yoda, that is why you fail. because that is how you make a determination.
You ought to have 3
If
Super
I'm them, I
Bowls.
give Jalen Tolbert $30 million in the offseason and say we have the best number 2 receiver in the league. I gave him $30 million. How can you argue?
Man, that feels like the most Cowboys move. But if we're talking about contracts and stuff, Sam Darnold's bank account has got to be one of the winners, right? I don't know.
Who do you think he's going to be with next year?
I don't know.
I guess I'm going to ask you that question.
I think he's going to be back with the Vikings. And I realize.
Like on a 1-year deal?
I don't think so. I think he is getting like a multi-year deal. But if they did 1-year deal him, it would be to franchise tag him, right? And if they franchise tag him, he goes up from about, I think, 10 or 12 to about 40 million. So just right there, that's got to feel like a win. And I know they have I know they have a rookie, but I still think he's going to go back to Minnesota.
I don't know. I just don't know if I want to pay him that much. I don't.
If I don't want him to be the quarterback, right? In a way,
you like for McCarthy.
The general manager can't want Sam Darnold to be the quarterback next year.
And every other team that's looking around or looking at him has got to be going, all right, he was never this until this one time when he got with this coach. Is our coach that guy?
And that's why I think he'll stay, because I think Kevin O'Connell might be to the point where he's like, no, I figured it out. I unlocked it. I mean, he might be like, I unlocked it as far as it can go.
Detroit. Yeah, and that might be it.
I don't know. But either way, we can all agree he's going to get some money.
That thing that you just said is one of the biggest factors in knowing when to walk away from something. I got him as far as we could go with him.
Yeah.
But now I know we're not going any further. It's time to walk away from that. And that's something the Cowboys, we've regretfully had situations where you could have walked away from this one. You could have walked away from that one. And for whatever reason, you won't. That one right there, I think in every sport, knowing when this guy is, you've maxed him out.
Safe to say running backs across the league. Now, I know, Mike, you have said you don't think it's as simple as, hey, the running back is back. Both of y'all have talked about it's more complex in terms of hey, if you're right there, maybe the right running back. But I do feel like a lot of teams are going to overreact and say the running back is back and now you get paid.
I'll combine our two segments. It's like having a great closer on a team that's going to win 70 games. What's the point?
Yes.
Who cares?
Yes.
We're not competing for a playoff spot. If you think that you're Baltimore, Philadelphia, you're a running back away from winning the championship, it makes all the sense in the world. If you think, hey, we're rebuilding a team or we're an average team, our offensive line is okay at best, getting a running back is probably not going to elevate you a lot. You'd look at defensive end, a better offensive tackle. You'd obviously quarterback's the easy one to say. But, I look at it as running back, I think, is more important than people make it out to be, but you got to watch out for Aston Genty will fix all the Cowboys' issues.
I'm looking at the free agent running backs, though, and I just don't love
what's
the
in
crop. Number 1, Aaron Jones. Good running back. Really good running back. James Conner.
Cool.
Najee Harris.
He's in the Terminator.
J.K. Dobbins. Javonte Williams. Nick Chubb. Kareem Hunt. Rico Dowdle. Madison. Khalil Herbert. So the crop in running back free agency is names. And then you have what appears to be a good crop of running backs coming out of the draft. There's a number of really good ones there. So that is kind of a weird place in free agency with the running back situation. So I'm not paying a lot for him if I can get one there at the moment.
I would hope as a Cowboys person, 3rd and 6th round, why not just take 2?
3rd round, especially.
Right, you get your 3rd rounder you're hoping is kind of your guy that's going to run a lot more. And then, I have no clue when I really like the Kansas running back in one game I watched him play.
Yes,
that's
right.
And I don't know. I think I looked at, he was the 9th. This was well before the college season was done.
Scadaboo do anything for you?
I hear Bobby talk about he can't run in the NFL to save his life and won't be drafted.
Won't be drafted at all?
That's what he said one show. And then he's like, well, I think he's going to get drafted, but he can't play. And
why don't you draft 2 is a great idea if you have picks and don't have the holes the Cowboys have. They have 20-something holes.
But I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how many picks they have. Didn't they get a lot of 5th and 6th round picks through losing free agents.
Yeah.
So, like, that's an extra pick where you're like, hey, in the third round, we got a guy that we really think can carry the ball 15 to 20 times a game. And then I have no clue where Scadaboo's going to get drafted. But let's just say in the fifth round, you're like, what a change-up that could be. And we could use him as a fullback, too, I guess, at times.
3/5 and another 1/6.
Yeah, so maybe one of those extra fifths. You take a running back along with hopefully the guy in the second, third round you really like.
This might feel too harsh.
Because you don't have a fourth.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, sweet ass play that was.
Maybe two fifth-round running backs.
Is it too harsh to say Lamar Jackson is one of the losers of this season?
Yeah, he is, but it stinks for him.
Because not only did he not get the MVP, they lost in the playoffs again.
Yeah.
And I like Lamar Jackson. I love Lamar Jackson, but people are like, oh, he's 3-5. He's 0-3 against Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. Like,
we're in today's world of the Super Bowl means even more than, let's say, it did in the 80s and 90s. It meant a lot back then, but is there a guy that we can remember in childhood who we're like, he was awesome, and he doesn't get credit for how awesome he was because he never made it to or won a Super Bowl? Because Marino gets a lot of credit and love.
Yeah.
Is Jim Kelly not appreciated enough?
Sometimes I do think the combination of Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas are in that mix, but they got a certain level of credit.
Okay.
It feels like it's more harsh now. Maybe Warren Moon. He was at the Super Bowl.
Warren Moon is a good example.
Like Cunningham, I want to say, but there's also a part of Cunningham that I'm like, he was beatable.
He had a short career of like from, I don't know what it was, about 88 to 92 where you thought highly of him, and by 92 you're like, and then he came back to
98,
Minnesota
yeah,
and did something, but
yeah.
No, that's wild too, because like, did coaches really know how to use him back then? Like we're saying, do coaches know how to use Lamar Jackson? Or go back to then when Randall Cunningham, you're just like, I don't know, man, whenever things break down, just run. He's like, gotcha.
Yeah.
It is easier now because Randall Cunningham, you just be like, after he throws it 3 seconds after, just smoke his butt right in the head and see if he wants to run again. And now they're like, if you do that, you might get thrown out, and it is a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, that is true. Fair to say everything associated with the New York Jets is a loss this season.
Yeah.
They're 3 years away from
being 3 years away.
Yeah, this is now a 3-year rebuild.
Same with
you got Garrett Wilson.
Who'd ever thought that maybe Zach Wilson was better than Aaron Rodgers when they let go of Zach Wilson?
I would not.
And he's not good. No. I'm not saying Zach Wilson is good.
Garrett Wilson turned out to like continue to grow, continued to be a really good receiver, and then they went and added Devontae Adams to the mix.
Yeah, and now he's going to leave. It sounds like they're like, no.
So everything feels like a loss.
I know it's different, and
this was the NBA. Wouldn't they just immediately send a great player to the Jets or Giants?
Yes, they would.
For Aaron Rodgers.
That's right.
We'd get Aaron Rodgers.
I know the situation is different, but wouldn't you throw the 49ers in the mix of one of the biggest losers of this season?
Yeah, they took a lot of injuries. They didn't look like the same team by any means physically. And I'm not just talking about the injury part. I'm talking about the way they played their games this year.
They're now windows down to this next year, and then it's over.
Yeah.
Their team speed looks
one,
a
Christian
lot slower.
McCaffrey might be done. They have to hope he comes back and is that running back that really helps out a younger quarterback. They're hoping Brock Purdy improves. Not that he's not good, but improves from where he's at. And then this is the last year of his rookie deal where you're getting $1 million for your quarterback. So this is it for them. Then their window's done, and they have to either restart it or go, hey, Brock Purdy, you need to turn into Josh Allen. Can you do that?
Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, I think honestly, and that's might not be fair.
Ooh.
I kind of think Brock Purdy could get to that level eventually, but it's not like a year turnaround kind of thing. Like I could see, like you turn your head and it's 3 years later and you're like, oh yeah, maybe Brock Purdy is pretty darn good. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Or obviously I realize it could not go that way. Is the biggest loser of the season perhaps Atlanta general manager Terry Fontenot? Because he's the guy who's like, we're going with Kirk Cousins. That's our guy.
How much of that contract is a problem over the next few years for them? Because I really like that was something I remember whenever he signed that one with the Vikings. It was like every year was guaranteed, but it was like every year was kind of its own thing. And I wonder how much they're going to be like eating that for a while. But I mean, if you have your quarterback of the future and you feel pretty good about him, you're not getting that window. But that team does have a lot of young players that are ready, that are on the up.
I think I might need to look at this a little bit more. They might have 65 million dead.
Oh, no.
Coming up. 65 million dead cap. I'm sorry, Mike. I did not mean to alarm you. What a casual way to say that.
What kind of news happened that I was sleeping through?
Yeah. Walking Dead is already happening right now, starting in Georgia.
No, potentially $65 million dead cap. So I need to look at that a little bit harder because it might be closer to 35. So, but still, it's going to be a heavy chunk.
I can see how a lot of people would say that. I, however, do look at that team and go, there's some promise there. There's some good things that are on their ice. But that is a huge amount of money to have spent already in the future.
And I hate saying this, but it just feels like inevitable in all of these conversations. Jerry Jones and the Cowboys' future.
Did you see the Giants this year, though? I mean, come on.
It's a good point. We're better than them.
Better than the Giants.
So they get a rookie quarterback like the Commanders.
Who are they going to get?
I mean, Cam Ward.
They screwed themselves out of the number one overall pick.
Man, that is true.
Because they didn't tank well enough.
People underestimate how important it is to be able to tank well.
That being said, though, Cowboys had a rough one this year.
They did. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You can tease baseball nuggets. I don't want to hear the rest. Coming up next, baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
The Astros officially got worse last night. Next.
Coming up in the next...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2022 and 2024.
2-1. Here's the pitch. Bregman swings. It's a high drive to deep left field. Coming back is Carter. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and he makes the catch at the 366 sign. Altuve all the way down to second base, returns to first. Another tremendous play by Evan Carter in front of the garage door in left field.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
That was the double play where Simeon stepped on second. They said Altuve was safe. The Rangers reviewed it and got the big double play off of the bat of Alex Bregman. And I think everybody as a Ranger fan remembers that special moment. I also remember holding my breath when Alex Bregman took that swing off Aroldis Chapman, because I thought, oh no, the freaking Astros just did it again to Aroldis Chapman, and now it's to our Texas Rangers. But as Kevin would have said, and Evan Carter leaps for no reason.
Yeah. He pretty much admitted that with us.
Yeah.
He was like,
but he wasn't sure where he was at.
That's true. I appreciate that.
I'd like to thank the company Fanatics Tops for making sure that catch was never on a baseball card.
It was on a card?
Yeah, it was on Throwback Thursday. So they produced about 370 different photos of Evan Carter for a rookie card.
Mm-hmm.
And not one of them, which they did have the photo. There is a photo of him that they could have put on a card where the ball is about 3 feet away from going in his glove as he's leaping up in the air of the American League Championship Series. And Topps thought, you know what? What if we get him at the podium after he's taken a shower and he's combed his hair and he's in a collared shirt and we really get a close-up of him like he's in school.
Not a fan of that one.
But in the back, you can see the letter DS. So you know he's at the American League Divisional Series an hour and a half after the game is over doing a press conference. Great job, Topps. Keep up the great work of picking horse-ass pictures for your for your short printed cards. Make sure we get guys at a podium after the game is over when they're showered and just having talking time, because there's nothing more baseball card or sports card collectors want than people talking into a microphone as the collectible.
Corey, your thoughts?
They didn't do it as like a Topps Now card either. Like
I don't know about that. They did it as a Throwback Thursday short print insert. But I'm going to tell you,
wouldn't a cool like Freddie Freeman card be all of his like a series of all his home runs that he hit in the World Series? Like that would be an awesome card.
You know what Freddie Freeman's short print card of 2025 is?
No.
Him holding up the trophy, which is awesome. I will say this:
that is cool.
When you're holding up the World Series trophy, whether like Corey Seager, one of his coolest cards last year was Stadium Club. His short printed card is him at the parade, of him on the stage holding up the World Series trophy above his head as Jared Sandler is dancing around the Astros grave. As you know, he's about to say, "We'll never know."
Man, this is the highest Jared's ever jumped in his life. He could have dunked
What's
that
the
basketball.
little wooden pony thing that people do, Kevin, where they run around on the little wooden horse?
Hobby horse.
Yeah, I thought Jared was going to hobby horse all over the place.
So anyways, there's my rip on. I do like Topps products. I don't get who picks the photos and say, man, nobody's going to want that photo. Make sure to put it on a card.
You give them a thumbs down in terms of their job
For the
thus
most
far?
part, yeah. Oh, if you want the really cool Wyatt Langford short print and Topps, he's walking around the batting cage. So if you ever thought, gosh, I remember that 3:30 moment where he was walking around the batting cage getting ready to hit batting practice.
Nobody remembers that.
Yeah, it's an awesome card, Topps. I'm sure nobody wants
I feel like he's being sarcastic here a little
I
bit.
just think that it's
right.
actually an easy job that somebody who's doing it's like, I don't even know what sports are, but I'll tell you what I do like. I like photos of guys doing nothing.
I want that as a job for him. I don't know why.
All right, so Alex Bregman signed last night with the Boston Red Sox. It's a 3-year, $120 million contract, but the contract is a little confusing. He has an opt-out after year 1. He has an opt-out after year 2. So he actually has an opt-out in I guess I'll say all 3 years. After 3 years, he would be a free agent again. Also, the $120 million. I believe it was reported last night that only $90 million will be paid over those 3 years if he stays with the Red Sox for 3 years, because deferred money.
Yep.
So the Red Sox figured out how to do the deferred money deal too. And I don't know how much of that deferred money he won't get if he opts out after year one. That's where it gets confusing. Like, well, what does he get if he opts out after 1 year? The other thing, Alex Bregman, Gold Glove winner at third base in the American League last year. He will be playing second base for the Boston Red Sox. The other thing too is, boy, Alex Bregman, he's one of those guys that I think you love when he's on your team. You just really dislike him when he's playing against you. He will be here for opening day. The Rangers do have a 4-game series to start the season off against the Boston Red Sox. That team did just get a lot better. If you look at adding Alex Bregman to Rafael Devers, Jared Duran, supposedly Trevor Story's going to be ready for the season.
You don't believe that?
He's running into the Anthony Rendon situation where he just, ever since he signed that contract with Boston, everything has gone wrong, physically for him. Now, what's interesting about the Houston Astros, after officially losing Alex Bregman, even though they told you about a week ago, look, we gave him our best offer, he said no, so we're moving on. They did say Jose Altuve will play more left field this year.
Oh.
So Jose Altuve as the everyday second baseman for the Houston Astros sounds like it's coming to a close.
He's going to make a lot of those Evan Carter plays, jumping up and catching the ball on the wall.
I thought you meant sitting at the podium.
He's jumped up. He's reached up. He got at least 7 feet high with his glove on that one because he's like 5'5". But Jose Altuve has regressed as a second baseman throughout time. Not that he was a great defensive second baseman ever, but over time he's regressed. So I guess the Astros are looking at it. But you know who played left field for them quite a bit last year? And he's really bad at it, but he's arguably one of the best hitters, is Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess they're moving Yordan Alvarez, trying to get him more to designated hitter. They picked up Padres. He was with Tampa last year.
Losing Kyle Tucker.
They lost Kyle Tucker. He's a really good player, by the way. He did make the All-Star team last year, so I guess he'll be playing third base. The Astros are not a bad team, but they got worse yesterday. Yeah. Officially, now that Bregman is not coming back, like we know it for sure, that does hurt the Astros lineup. That puts more pressure on Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, to really be all-star premium hitters as their depth goes down just a little bit more. So now I know I'm running out of time here, but the top 100 players right now is coming to a close tonight. We know, last night we found out, we know that the Rangers will not have anybody in the top 10 as Corey Seager fell to number 17. Now, I think some Ranger fans on social media I saw were upset saying that's too low. The only way I'll agree with you on that is if Corey Seager were to stay healthy all year, he's a top 10 player for sure in baseball. He probably is not going to be able to beat out Shohei Ohtani.
But
because of his injuries last year, because last year in April he played hurt, it's really tough to rank him in the top 10, but we know this. If Corey Seager stays healthy this whole year, which would be the first time, I believe, in his Rangers career that he would not go on the injured list, I think he's a top 10 player. You do have one of the best players in the game, especially hitting-wise. It's just a matter of if he can stay healthy, he'll get back into the top 10. He just has to be able to play, let's say, 142 out of 162 games. And it's like he goes on the injured list for 10 days, and then you give him another 10 days where you're like, hey, you just need the Sunday off or the day game off on Wednesday.
Since everything is finishing up tonight with that top 100, I might want to play a game with y'all next week where project the Rangers in the top 100 next year. And like, you have to tell me where you think they'll be, who will fall out, who will go in. That could be fun.
Yeah, so they got in. Simeon was, I'm sorry, I don't have his number. He was like in the 50s, around that number. Then you had just making the list in the 90s was Jacob deGrom and Wyatt Langford. So you have 4 guys in it. That's not great. You beat the average barely. Yeah, every team should have pretty much 3 guys on the list.
Yeah.
So you're kind of right at about the average, but I do think they have a lot of candidates who could jump back on that list or onto the list.
I do too. Absolutely. Yeah, I can think of at least 3 offhand that I'm like, I could see them making it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, do you want more baseball?
Yeah.
Why are you saying sound
I
sad?
got a little bit of a sad football note.
Do you want to tell us now? Tell me now.
Tashard Choice is going to go be the Lions running back coach.
Oh.
Instead of taking the Cowboys job, he went back to UT.
I was hoping he'd stay at
and then
UT.
said, nah, screw that. I'm going to go coach for the Lions.
I
it
mean,
appears.
UT is going to have better running backs than the Cowboys, and obviously
not the Lions, though.
They have really good running backs, and they're like, hold on, so your strategy is what? No
Yeah.
running backs? Ooh, I'm going to go back to college. Wait, a team that does care about running
Bet
backs?
they paid him more.
I'm going to go with them. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, hopeful predictions for the 2025 MLB season. Could any of these happen next on The Fan?
How cold did your...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is your skipper, Bruce Bochy. Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Stay focused, Corey.
I can't. You just told me a story.
We like to have fun on this show.
We do.
All right. We got a lot of baseball possibility and baseball content here. And Mike, you know what I'm going to do? Make your brain explode, and I'm going to mix it up. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, good.
Put a net in front of me and make me field ground balls.
All right. Do you need to vent about how stupid that looked yesterday?
Go on. You got 3 minutes.
I'll tell you what. Jeff Fry's my buddy. I don't agree with some of the things he says on Twitter or social media, but it doesn't mean we're not friends. It just means But I want to say it was Cubs spring training, and they have an 8x10 net or a 10x10 net in front of the pitchers. And so they won't catch the ground ball. They just toss a ball to their left or right. They pretend to catch it or pretend to block it and then go pick up the ball and throw it to first base. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. There's not going to be a net in front of them in the game, and I get it. Don't hit it 100 miles an hour at them. At that point, you're just praying for your life when guys hit comebackers at you that hard. But catch the ground ball, and I get why they're doing it. I think they're doing it because, we don't want to get anybody hurt. If your pitchers are that unathletic, they're going to trip over their own shoelaces and separate their shoulder when they fall down. They probably shouldn't be in the major leagues. At that point, they're too uncoordinated to play sports.
How close are we to faking the fielding and then faking the throw?
Yeah, just don't even throw if you're that concerned. Well, actually, don't even fake the throw. You could definitely
you could hurt yourself by faking.
You can mess up your elbow, mess up a rotator cuff. I mean, you could even twist an ankle just stepping off the mound. So why even do that?
I think it's so weird we're trying to avoid injury so much that we're causing more injuries.
That is a bizarre dynamic.
Has
by
nobody
trying to
thought of that?
overcompensate.
By going, we don't want to hurt you, so we don't practice football.
Yeah, so
and then we get more injuries in football.
You get on the field and you do this and you fake going through it, and then you get out on the field and you actually pick the ball up, and your body's not used to it. Yeah. Your body's not used to having to do some of the motions. We saw it with Dak. Dak's body is not used to running in the way that he was running. He can jog, I bet, but he's not used to it. So guess what? When he has to run for his life because the offensive line can't block for him, he ends up tearing his hamstring. So those are the kinds of things that doing the work over and over, the repetitions that matter, they matter to your body. They're going to keep you healthy.
Now, I've got some hopeful predictions, but also some questions for you guys based on going through the top 100. So the top 10 is going to get revealed tonight. So my first question for y'all, just your opinion.
Yeah.
If not Ohtani, who I think we agree will be named the number one player, who do you think is the number one player in Major League Baseball right now?
I'd probably say right now, I'd say Aaron Judge, even though he concerns me in big-time moments in the playoffs that he doesn't have good at-bats for the most part.
That's why I think I might not see.
Yeah, and you're kind of looking at that, okay, now let's go into that extra clutch. I'll lean towards, though, Aaron Judge for me. I would probably put it 1, but I see that he's not maybe the perfect hitter you want in big situations.
Best baseball player?
If not for Shohei Ohtani.
Mookie?
Okay. Would you consider Bobby Witt Jr.?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes, absolutely.
I do think at this point, like I said, this was a couple weeks ago, I think that his expectation is now he's about to Mike Trout the league.
Yeah.
From about 2012 to 2018. I hope he does. That would be awesome. I do think that's a high expectation that he's going to finish first or second in MVP voting the next 6 years.
Okay, so I'm going to bounce over to hopeful prediction for the Major League Baseball season. You can tell me maybe what you think the probability of this is. Since you mentioned him, Mike Trout stays healthy all year.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say that's 140 games or whatever. What do you think of the probability? I hope it happens. It would be neat. But what do you think is the actual probability of that?
0.
Yeah, I was going to say 10%.
Damn. How much?
10.
Ugh. Okay. So not very high.
And again, super talented player that we all want to be, to finish his career on a, how awesome would it be if the last 10 years of his career, I know that's a long time, he just was back to what he was early on.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, that was just a little blip in the middle of my career.
I would like it if it was the exact same way when he was mostly good, where his team was still terrible, but he was still awesome.
Well, I mean, so now you're wishing hate upon Wash.
At this point, he's not even going to be awesome if he stays healthy because his body has not been healthy since 2019.
Yeah.
It's 2025. Now, he won the MVP. And that year, 134 games. He hit 291, had an OPS of 1083. 45 home runs, 104 RBIs, 110 runs scored. He was awesome, and he still didn't play in 28 of the games. And I'm not saying he was hurt. They might have just given him rest, probably went on the injured list one time, but he hasn't been healthy in 6 years.
All right. This one could be tough as well, but percent likelihood that Justin Verlander wins enough games to put 300 in sight. So he's at 262.
Oh my
So
gosh.
I don't know if you think that means he would have to win 18 or whatever. And that sounds crazy, except for 2 years ago, he did have 18 wins.
Yeah. I would say he has to stay healthy for 3 more seasons to have a chance and probably 4. And I don't think he can stay healthy and be competitive that long.
Because in 2023, he had 13 wins, but then last year, only 5.
If I average him 12, he gets there in year 4.
Correct.
And I think that's a fair average where he's at. Didn't he have like a 5-something ERA
He did.
last year?
5.48.
Yeah, I don't think
41.
he will. Yeah, I think he's
be
going
42.
I don't think he will. Even if you said 280, I would probably say I don't think he gets to 280.
He needs to develop a knuckleball. Develop a knuckleball because he's relied.
Actually, be really neat.
He's relied his whole career on as being a power pitcher. And now he's got to completely change it up and go get the knuckleball.
Okay, we said if not for Shohei being number 1, some of the other players that you think it could be, Judge, Witt, Soto, Betts, Gunnar, Henderson. Give me a sleeper candidate that you think by the time we get to the end of the year, you're like, that was the best player this season. But not somebody from that group that we just went through.
Your A's guy.
Lawrence Butler.
Is he there yet?
I don't think so, but I do think in that park in Sacramento, as long as he doesn't melt because of how hot it's going to be, I do think that he can have a great year this year, 40 home runs. But I will go with the team that I think is going to win the National League Central. I'm going out on a limb here. I think the first road trip for the Texas Rangers is the Cincinnati Reds. And I think Ellie De La Cruz, I thought last year, a month into the season with the new rules of the bases and everything and what Acuna did the year before at 70, I'm like, he's going to get 100 stolen bases.
Yeah.
I think he has the ability to steal 100 bags. I think Cincinnati is the easiest park to hit in all of Major League Baseball. I think he could, I'm not saying he is, he could have a 40-100 year in his career. That means 40 homers and 100 stolen bases playing shortstop. So to me, and now that they have Terry Francona, I think they're going to be led by the Bruce Bochy of the National League this year.
Now, from the
Jackson Holiday, another option there, too.
I think Jackson Holiday is an option. I want to get back to that in just one second.
I'll throw out, this is a hope. Throw out Wyatt Langford.
So somebody said from the 469, Wyatt Langford from the 214, Jose Ramirez from the 302, Paul Skeens or Tarek Skubal. I'm going to say, what about Julio Rodriguez? That's somebody who I think you could look back and be like, damn, I think he was the best.
When he's good, his team's
year.
good. When he's playing well, his team is really, really good.
Edgar Martinez fixed him last year, but I think Edgar only took that as a short-term hitting coach job.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think he's the hitting coach this year. I need to go back and look at that because I'd heard last year in Seattle when I was like, gosh, Edgar Martinez fixed everything with Julio Rodriguez because the talent is there. He just needed somebody to teach him. And I remember being in Seattle at the end of the year, and they're like, well, Edgar's not coming back. He didn't want to do this as a long-term job.
Now, did you say Jackson Holiday?
Yeah.
Okay, so That's actually going to merge into our next question because I think I would say Jackson Merrill ahead of him.
Okay.
But
what about Churio?
Next, there are a lot of good Jacksons right now.
Austin Jackson.
Not that good.
Hopeful prediction. Jackson Holiday and Jordan Walker make good on their potential. How likely do you think it is that both of them will, because they're 22 for Walker, 21 for Holiday. Obviously, Holiday had a dreadful jump up into the major leagues and had to go back down. Jordan Walker, if you go back to 2023, there was some time where you're like, holy crap, he's going to be awesome. And then they're like,
take over the world.
Yeah, minor leagues. Then.
16 home runs, batting 276, then he dipped down to 201.
Yes.
Here's the hope. I don't know about Jordan Walker. I would push him away. The thing is he's 22. He is 6'6" and 250 pounds. That's similar to at 22 years old where Aaron Judge was, height-wise, weight-wise, as he entered professional baseball. Aaron Judge at 24 struggled in the major leagues, and then at 25, his full rookie year, wins Rookie of the Year, unbelievable. I'm not saying Jordan Walker's coming anywhere close to Aaron Judge, but when you're 6'6" as a hitter in the major leagues, it's impossible to have a short swing. Literally impossible because of how tall you are. So it takes you more time. And sometimes, most guys never figure it out. Most teams will tell you we really don't like guys over 6'5" because the swing is so long. It is so tough in the major leagues to have that long arms and to have a quick, short swing on how great the stuff is in the major leagues. I'll push Jordan Walker away, but he does have time to develop. But I bet the Cardinals give up on him before the time he actually does develop, if he does. And the other one was Jackson Holiday.
Yep.
He has all the talent in the world. Number 1 overall pick. The problem is he is a smaller guy. So for him to be a guy that maybe reaches the power numbers that make people very special in this league, he might not get there. But to Corey's point earlier on Mookie Betts, he might be a Mookie Betts-like hitter.
I'd like to throw another name into the mix.
Okay.
James Wood from the Nationals.
He has the issue of being
6'7", 22 years old.
We've got some giant prospects.
Long power hitter kind of guy though, and he showed up. He started showing up late in the season last year.
And I picked obviously Ellie De La Cruz. He's 6'7" or 6'5" in that range. It's just that bigger and bigger guys are getting into the league. It is just really tough. I'm just trying to look at right now James Wood's numbers last year. In 79 games, struck out 97 times. So that's, if he plays a whole year, it's a 200 strikeout guy.
What do you think are the potential odds that we get fully unleashed and healthy Paul Skeens?
I will say this year, 50% to 60%.
Okay.
I hate saying this. I hope it doesn't happen. He's going to blow out here pretty soon.
What?
It's just the way. It's just the way all humans are built.
Yeah.
I don't know how Nolan Ryan did it. And maybe that goes into weight training and diet back then, that the foods were more organic. Now we have to put everything is organic on certain foods, but there weren't as many processed foods back then. Weightlifting, he did weightlifting, but not the way they do weightlifting now.
He threw a fake ball and fielded fake grounders.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's how he did it, Kevin.
So I think he can't. I think Skeens could have an unbelievable Doc Gooden type of year. Obviously, you would never pitch him as many innings as that when Doc came into the league. But
dude, how good was he last year?
He's going to blow out.
Like, he was awesome last year.
And so that goes along with...
He had a .95 in 23 games.
Is that his whip?
That's his whip.
That's incredible.
Well, he had an ERA under 2.
Yeah. No, he had an incredible run. And so the next question on MLB.com is, if you limited it to pitchers, who's number 1 right now? Paul Skeens is at the top of their vote list. Is that who you think is the number 1 pitcher going into the season, or do you go with somebody else?
Selling Skubal won the Cy Youngs. Sel's so old and has been hurt too. It'd be very tough.
But you know why it's not Skubal? Because when MLB.com had their player rankings up there, they misspelled his last name.
Oh, did they?
So I really hope they fixed it. They left out the K, so it just said Subal, and I was like, where's the respect?
I think actually that's probably the right way to spell it. Because remember last year they forgot Jonah Heim on the list, and they were right about that. So I think they're probably
Okay.
right about this.
So you think it is Tarek Subel? And we've gotten
What a tough
confused
year
with
it
the
was,
K at
like,
the
yeah.
end of his first name. All right. So would you go Scooble? Or
I
would
would
you
probably
still say
go Skeens, but
Okay.
Scooble's great too. And Scooble actually plays on a good team.
Yeah, that is true.
Pittsburgh's not going to score runs this year again.
That is very
Zach
fair.
Wheeler?
Zach Wheeler's
I think Zach Wheeler's a great vote.
if he's
Gilbert?
healthy,
I know you like him a little
yeah,
bit.
Garrett Cole's still a great pitcher. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of, last year he started the first 2 months he didn't pitch.
Yes, correct.
Dylan Cease.
I don't think he's that. I don't think he's
Yeah.
that high to me.
But I like the other one.
Secondary, yeah.
Is
if
this?
Jacob deGrom stays healthy, he can get in the mix here.
Do you think that the Mariners are going to finally win the AL West?
Not until they do it.
That's
At this point,
Cole Reagans. My bad. Sorry.
At this point,
So we always have to bring him
I
up.
will not pick the Mariners. I get how dangerous they are.
Yeah.
You just talked about Julio Rodriguez.
Been
Their line-
24 years.
They're pitching.
Rosarina will be there the whole year. He helped out their team. He would go into major slumps. So
Subel.
gosh.
Like I said,
and nobody's talking to him.
they're
yet,
right
huh?
about it.
Hey, MLB Network, fix your graphic.
Mariners have a chance to be great. On paper, they look like a dangerous team, and they always screw it up.
Yeah.
But only for 24 years.
They
Yeah.
need Bochy. If they had Bochy, they'd. But we got
Actually,
Bochy. Sorry.
I probably would
They
believe
got Thunder
in that.
Dan Wilson.
That's cool.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the most boring person you know is having the best time of their life. You're going to hear from them next.
You've made us number.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Care Now Urgent Care.
Care Now Urgent Care has over 50 Dallas-Fort Worth area locations open 7 days a week. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, Care Now Urgent Care is here to help you feel better fast. Find a location near you at carenow.com and use our convenient web check-in today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody, between now and February 23rd, we got our national contest going on. If you listen on the Odyssey app for at least an hour, you can get an automatic entry every single day for our contest to go see the first 2 rounds of the college basketball national championship on the big screens in Las Vegas.
Dude.
Plus, take care of your hotel, your airfare, plus you and 3 of your friends or enemies, if you prefer, spite, will get $5,000 apiece. That's $20,000. All you got to do is hopefully what you're already doing. Listen in right here on the Fan. Listen in on the app, more specifically, hopefully to the Fan. And you get automatically entered into the contest. And now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
It's wonderful. All you got to do is listen to my segment, and then you're a third of the way there.
Ooh.
Just 2 more segments after that, then you're done. So if you want to start on Tuesday, Thursday, 11:20, I think that's a wonderful time to start. Maybe just avoid that 6:40 on Thursdays because, he doesn't share with his hosts what he's actually going to do and ruins their content for the next day. Yeah, I listen. I eavesdrop, Peyton. It's time for AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer the question of the day today. Plus, the most boring human you've ever known is having the time of his life right now. You're going to hear from him here in just a little bit, and it just makes me that much more mad about my DFW sports fandom. Get to that in just a second, but the question of the day today is going to actually be based on a conversation that I had with our teammate here, Alex Solis, when we were taping the podcast Double Take, which is going to be up after the show today. I want you to check that out wherever you get your podcast. Got real passionate talking about some music, and it got me thinking for today's show. Wanted to ask you guys, because we all do the same thing, but I want to ask the Tolos because we have people listening all over the place, all over the world. They do all kinds of different things. In another life, what were you doing for a living? because all three of us here, all four of us rather, we made it to the broadcast side of things because we're sports fans and, we enjoy educating and entertaining the people out there. But in another life, what do you think you were doing to pay the bills? Because for me, I think it might have still been in the radio media world, but it might have been on the music side of things.
Ooh,
because I
okay.
am equally as passionate about music as I am sports and all of this entertainment stuff. Like I love music.
Yeah.
I used to make a lot of it. I'm trying to get back into it, trying to make some free time for that, after the show and whatnot. And that would be fun to explore as like a side hustle or whatnot. But that was always something that growing up, I was trying to pick up instruments. I was taking vocal classes. The choir team in high school tried to recruit me every single year, and I told them no, just because I was like, I'd rather talk, not sing in front of people. And that's how I ended up here. But in another life, I feel like I did something with music, even if it was just talking about it or being a jockey somewhere on a music format station. I feel like that's what I was doing in another life. What were you guys doing for a career in another life?
The 214, I'm fairly certain there's an alternate universe version of me that sells crack for a living. So that's a possibility for that person.
Goodness.
I would be in LA acting, having my career as an actor. Not one of those like, hey, I'm just going to be in anything kind of guys, Oh,
you're picky.
Yeah, I actually have a plan to get a couple blockbusters under the belt and then
Seen
get
what
some
you have to do in LA to get the jobs
art
you want?
projects. Hell, hopefully that's, this is another life, Mike.
Yeah, I know. So are you doing
Hopefully
those
that's not necessarily the same in that life. Either that or surfing in Hawaii.
Oh,
that was
okay.
Dramatically different.
Off the grid.
That is way different.
Just very off the grid. Doing some. I always kind of wanted to own a little suntan shack on the beach somewhere and just be like, hey, I got stuff for you, man, and then teach some surfing lessons and just enjoy the day and wave.
Do you think that's how you would talk? Would you be like, I got stuff for you, man?
Probably.
Okay.
Like, that's the lifestyle.
Okay.
Just beaching it up.
Fascinating. I would be an attorney. That is what I thought I was going to do for a good chunk of my young life. I was going to major in pre-law. I was prepping all that way, and then we just went a totally different direction. But yeah, a prosecuting attorney, because as I was told, I would not be sympathetic.
So hold on. Did you want to be a defense attorney by any means, though?
Not really.
Or was it because once they said prosecutor, you were like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, that just feels like it probably fits better with my personality and skill set. I just don't know how viable I would be up there and be like, this is an innocent man. And
Can you
like,
believe
you look
this?
like a jerk.
And they're like, he doesn't even believe it. You could see it on his face.
Yeah, just think. The story I tried to recount about how I couldn't be a defense attorney, I dropped an F word.
Yep.
So, that's how unsympathetic I am. And so, yeah, but a lawyer.
I guess I just always think about if I would have just said, no, I'm not pitching, I'm going to be a first baseman.
Could you hit?
Interesting.
I'll say it. I was great in high school.
Well.
So I could have. Obviously, colleges wanted me to do both. Only A&M was the only school that said we just want you to pitch.
Okay.
But there was certain teams that didn't like me as a pitcher in the draft out of high school. They liked me more as a first baseman. So I just always wonder how far I would have made it as just, let's say, a first baseman.
Yeah, that's a great question.
I'd also love to build water parks. I don't want to necessarily build them, but build them.
Okay, based on the other thing that you said, would at least one of the rides be a surfing-based ride?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay.
I like that.
I got something
Also, Aqua Slash, just in case. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I need to watch that.
This is a terrible movie.
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. But I can
Then
tell.
you don't know.
Look at the pictures. Go Google Aqua Slash.
I did.
If you're of age, and I feel like I have to say that. I don't know why. But go Google it and just look at some of the pictures and be like, this is a movie Kevin would watch. Playing outfield with the Mets, railroad engineer from the 972. I'd be president from the 817. Dude, there's a lot of really cool jobs here. Somebody wants to be a public speaker.
I like that.
It's been their dream, but now they have a speech impediment. You can still speak publicly. You got this.
I believe in them.
Kevin has a speech impediment.
I have a random public.
Your voice sounds like you're a young boy.
Oh,
that's an impediment.
Except for the lately since
When
you've
I was
gotten sick. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of grown up.
Kevin hit puberty because he got sick. I actually have a random story about public speaking. I was supposed to do a TED Talk in college.
What?
Yeah, but then it got rescheduled because of like schedule conflicts at the venue. And it got rescheduled to a day that I was like triple booked up here. And I was like, I can't get out of that.
What was it going to be about?
So I was going to basically, it was going to be some sort of like self-empowerment. Like I have the PowerPoint somewhere still. I'll dig it up and see if I can send it to y'all. But
No, you need to do it as a segment one day.
I probably could because basically like there was a theme for it. I forget what the phrase was, but there was a very specific theme about like self-motivation that you had to, basically you had to come back from some sort of devastating life event or something, and you needed to find your way again. And it was to help people find their way again. And basically I had like the whole story about like I had some medical issues growing up on top of losing my mom at 20 years old, like stuff like that. And then, you know, it was really close to when I started kind of getting more on-air reps here, and I was hosting shows, and I was, you know, interviewing Jerry Jones and whatnot. So I was like, I can show that, hey, if you just have the right, you know, mentality, you can get past these things. So I had it all planned out. I put hours into that presentation, and I couldn't get out of work because they rescheduled it because they booked it on the same day that there was going to be a play there.
Wow.
I was so upset, man. That's still like a goal of mine to do a TED Talk.
My
I will one day.
sister-in-law has done one where she stood in front of the people and
so
did
cool.
it. You know, I was really impressed. I was like, I didn't know you could do all that stuff.
That is so
She's
cool.
smarter than me by a lot, though, so I probably should have known.
Does it have the big TED sign behind her?
Yeah, a big old TED sign. She was talking. She works at St. Jude's, so it was
okay.
You know, it was also had a deep meaning and purpose.
Yeah, I mean that's what good TED Talks are, man. That was my favorite time, like in high school, whenever like a leadership teacher or a coach would say, "We're watching a TED Talk today." 2 reasons: 1, I was probably going to learn something. 2, we weren't doing much in class, so it was like it was a win-win. It was like, okay, we're not doing any real work, but if I pay attention, I'm probably going to walk away from this a better person at like 16 years old. So I'm like, yeah, that's some good stuff there. So I'm a big TED Talk guy. I'm a big public speaking guy, even though growing up I was like the shyest kid you would have ever met.
But you overcame that.
I
Now
did.
You're in radio.
I still got like the screenshots of when I posted that I got the job here a little over 5 years ago now, that all my like elementary school teachers commented, and they're like, "You? Radio?
Of all people?
What?" I'm like, yeah,
How many of your elementary school teachers are you friends with?
Probably like each grade, you know,
Good question.
Because they find you after, and my mom was a huge PTA parent, so she was like best friends, and like we are still family friends with a lot of these like teachers. They'll send us Christmas cards and stuff, so it's like they like to keep in touch with some students and whatnot. It's like, yeah, cool. Some of my old coaches still keep in touch, so it's like it's really cool to see when they'll like randomly text in. It's like, what are you doing? Go teach our youth.
I wish I had kept in touch with Ms. Valdez, you know?
How come?
Oh, you know why.
Oh, no.
Oh, and Miss Hill? Oh, my God.
All right, I do know that the most boring person you've ever known is having the time of his life right now. His name is Jalen Hurts, and he is the Super Bowl 59 MVP. He is the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. I was just scrolling TikTok, as one does, at like 9:30 last night, and this was the first video that came up when I opened the app from ESPN. It was at his little Disney trip post-Super Bowl. They did rapid-fire questions with him. If I'm the admin, I'm not even posting this. This is so boring. He was so uninterested. The following program... That's a snack segment. I should probably
He was
cue up the wrong thing.
He was out on that completely.
You know, so we'll play this one because Adobe hates me.
How many unread text messages do you have after winning the Super Bowl? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. When was the last time you were starstruck?
Says nothing here and shrugs.
Funniest thing a fan has ever said to you during the game? I'm not listening. What's a classic movie you've never seen? If I've never seen it, how am I supposed to know? The funniest NFL player you
That's a fair answer.
Could the average person run for 1 yard in an NFL game if they had 10 tries? I'm sure a wise coach could make it happen. Your iPhone wallpaper was the last Super Bowl game that you played in. Have you changed it yet? I got no plans. It's just a wallpaper. Who was your favorite player growing up? Watch my older brother. Would you rather play in the snow or in the rain? Would you rather stiff arm someone or juke them? What was the moment you realized you were actually a Super Bowl champion? Has it hit you yet? process and just enjoying everything that's coming with it. Just think about my teammates, the year that it's been for us. And
he goes humble pie, thinking about my teammates, and it's like, dude, they're trying to have fun with you. You're in the middle of Disney.
They were asking him one-word questions. They were like, you need to pick between this or that. He was just answering that.
But I
also don't think there's much depth there.
There was a third of those questions where he just stood there and he shrugs his shoulders. And favorite player growing up, my brother. It's like, oh, cute, whatever. Like, dude, come on. You just won the Super Bowl MVP.
Be happy.
Give us some content, man.
Do you think he felt bad because he knew he didn't deserve the MVP?
Honestly, yeah. That still kind of bothers me because,
deserved it.
I did see a tweet last night that was like, I feel like there's probably 18 quarterbacks, which I think is a reach, that could have won the Super Bowl with that offense and that defense. 18's probably a reach, but you see some of the throws he was making. You guys even set it up perfectly on Monday. I think it was that pass to Jahan Dotson down the sideline that was a touchdown until it wasn't.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even a great throw.
No.
It was just Dotson got away from his guy.
It was underthrown.
And,
honestly.
I'm just a Philadelphia Eagles hater, so the fact that, he's going out there and giving ESPN absolutely nothing for them to post, but, they got to post content, so I get it. But the most boring person is Jalen Hurts, and he's having the absolute time of his life. And I hate it. I really do. And that's AM on the FM. Kendrick Lamar taught me that hatred gets you places. So.
Wow, I could see that.
Is that what his rap songs are about? I don't.
Some of them.
Okay.
Not all of them. Some of them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's make a long shot pick for next season's NFL MVP. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sanders takes his time, lost one in the air, caught, touchdown, Colorado.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
And we start with Jason Witten. He said he never talked to Jerry about the Cowboys coaching job, but hopes to one day.
Hold on, what?
That's right.
What was all
Jason
the chatter for?
Is officially throwing his hat into the ring.
I think, well,
to be the Dallas Cowboys head coach in 2028.
I didn't hear that. He said he would love to get into coaching one day.
That is what I've determined.
He already is coaching
in the NFL.
Back-to-back champ.
The NFL. Specifically with Jerry Jones.
He didn't say that.
And
did he say specifically with Jerry
Dallas
Jones?
Looks like he knows that Shoddy has 3 to 4 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Is that on? That's what his contract is.
4, right?
Yeah, but
he's going to coach for 4 years then.
So you say he doesn't say that. Well, let's read between the lines.
No, let's read the lines.
Okay.
Read the actual lines.
You can't actually read lines. They don't have any letters.
What do you,
just a line.
Whenever you whenever you're an actor,
said read the lines.
Mike, your lines are.
He said read
words.
between the lines. That's where that's where letters are, where you can make words.
I'm just going to read it. Sure. It's part of my long-term goal. I did not talk to Jerry about it. I think they went through a process for them and got to a place where they felt like Brian Schottenheimer was the guy. I never worked with Brian or any of that, but I'll always pull for the Cowboys. But of course, yeah, that's a long-term goal of mine to one day get back there when the right opportunity comes. He means to the Dallas Cowboys.
So Brian Schottenheimer was always the option, is what it sounds like.
So they say.
Again,
They asked him if he would lie in exchange for them being the coach in 2020.
It seems like every person that was kind of noted in this has been. No, I actually never really talked to Jerry about this. It seemed like they already had an idea of who they wanted.
All right, so here's my real question. Does he coach high school the next 3 years and just become the Cowboys head coach? Or do you think he coaches high school this year? I need to know how old.
I think it's that second one and then becomes like some sort of pro
I need to
coach.
find out how old his youngest son is on the Argyle Liberty. Am I saying that right?
Argyle Liberty Christian.
Yeah. is because let's just say he's going into his junior year next year, then that would mean he coaches high school two more years.
I got what you're
and
saying.
then his third year, then he would be part of the Cowboys staff for 1 year and then become the head coach the next year, or be part of the staff for 2 years if Shoddy plays out his
4-year
contract.
deal. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, but I feel like he's announcing his intentions. Now, what the hell is going on with ESPN and Pro Football Talk? ESPN had a little graphic up earlier say, breaking news. The Jets are not moving on with Aaron Rodgers. Right now, the main story on Pro Football Talk is Jets announced they're moving on from Aaron Rodgers. Did they not listen to our show more than a week ago?
I guess not.
Like, what the hell?
Listen to us, Pro Football Talk and Espen.
Yeah.
Know what you're talking about by listening to our show.
Get your crap together.
Yeah, we'll get that crap out there for you immediately.
Now, Mike, how would you like to see this change? Because I will give Pro Football Talk credit for this. This is a much more up-to-date article. Pittsburgh Steelers have reportedly called about the availability of Trevor Lawrence. Do you think he would do well in Pittsburgh? And also, do you think they wouldn't trade him because they think he's the best in Jacksonville?
Well, it sounds like what Pittsburgh is hoping is that the Adelsons buy the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And
I know
not everything has to be about that.
They already have a team in Vegas.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so they don't need to buy that one.
Yeah.
They already have a football team in Vegas.
I can't imagine Jacksonville, after giving him $55 million a year, Trevor Lawrence, it hasn't even kicked in until this upcoming season, that they would then trade him for, I don't know, what Pittsburgh would have, like the 20th pick in the draft or something, because they...
Yeah.
And you're not going to get a future good pick out of them either.
Like if you're Jacksonville, let's just say you do that. I get it, to be honest. I know that what Khan said to us is he's the greatest quarterback in the NFL. I don't know what you're talking about.
Top 10 in QBR.
But if you trade him now with a new coach and you say, hey, new coach, we don't have a quarterback and we're probably not going to take one in this year's draft. Good luck. I would hope you go to. I would love for Trevor Lawrence to go to Pittsburgh. I think he'd be in a quality organization with a quality coach with some talent around him. Not a lot, but some. He would have a better chance to succeed than staying in Jacksonville.
By the way, we did get the vote breakdown of Super Bowl MVP. 12 votes for Jalen Hurts. Then 8 votes for people who were paying attention to the game. 4.5 went to Josh Sweat, and 3.5 to Cooper DeJean.
Look, man, they shut down one of the most prolific quarterbacks in the game.
Yes!
Especially when it comes to that one. They shut them down for the most part. And I'm looking at that game going, the offense did its part, but the defense was the reason they won.
It really would have been cool in the first ever. I don't think you can do this if the voters would have said, hey, you get together and say, let's just give the MVP to the starting 4.
Yeah.
The
that
front
would be
4
pretty
of
amazing.
The Eagles. So somehow like the defensive front 4 got the MVP. Because I guess I'm assuming Harvey Martin and Randy White got the exact same amount of votes.
I believe that is correct.
So they both win MVP? But that would have been cool if you'd have just said, hey, these starting 4 get the MVP.
How much ad revenue, do you think Fox generated for the Super Bowl?
$200 billion.
Ooh, I thought you were going to be closer.
$200 trillion.
No, you're going in the wrong direction.
National deficit.
800. What is the national deficit?
Who knows?
We're stopping sending those.
All right, stop. No, I know what you're going to say. $800 million in Yes, we had that conversation off air. $800 million in Super Bowl revenue.
That's it?
He was the first ever millionaire.
What? That's it?
That seems low.
It does?
For the Super Bowl, it seems like you should be cracking $1 billion. If we're not running a B out there, what are we even doing?
Sounds like our show we did on Wednesday before Thanksgiving. What a waste.
Okay, shut up, Mike. I'm still upset about that.
Did we get to 80,000?
Yes, we got to 83,000.
Well, at least we gave them pennies. You can do stuff with pennies.
How many more shows?
8 more after this segment.
Okay.
Actually, soon you won't be able to do stuff with pennies anymore.
I heard we're
That's a
taking
good
away
point.
the penny.
It costs 2 cents
that's a
to
good
make
point.
them,
So much for Lincoln.
All right.
And Nebraska.
Stay focused.
Are you saying that to us?
No,
or?
I'm talking to myself.
Okay.
All right. I know you wouldn't do it for this Super Bowl, but would you buy Super Bowl confetti in a can? Because, and look, I don't know if I believe
It could
this
be
is
any confetti.
I know. This is what I don't necessarily believe happened. So the realist, which there you go. You know it's authentic.
No.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Jerry.
They are selling beer can style containers from the Eagles' Super Bowl victory for $60 a piece.
Oh.
In the quote, confetti collected from the field as the Philadelphia Eagles celebrated their second championship, blah, 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 blah.
All right, so
Look, it could just be the confetti that you had too much of before you loaded it up to dump onto
I
the
don't know.
field.
How can I say it's stupid? I collect paper.
That's a good point. Me too.
that's a fact. Yeah. I was at an OK Go concert at the Granada, and throughout the concert, Adrian was like, "This is so cool," because they had 2 giant confetti cannons.
Awesome.
And they were just loading these suckers up, and boom, boom, everywhere. It was all over the place. Right around the end of the concert, you see a couple guys running around with bags collecting, because they were out of confetti. So they were collecting it off the floor and then tossing
put
it back into the
in?
can. And I
That's
thought it was
amazing.
awesome. So yeah, I do think that this is possible. And I still have confetti that, like, from New Year's Eve 3 years ago that's still stuck in our light somewhere.
Whoa.
So I think it's okay. I think it's all right. But no, I wouldn't buy confetti. I want something else.
Can you guys give me a long shot pick for NFL MVP next year? And I'll try to give you the betting odds. Obviously, there's a lot of different
Long
people
shot.
you could pick.
Long shot pick for MVP.
Yeah, like don't give me Lamar Jackson or Mahomes or Allen or Burrow.
Corey, who finished second in MVP 2 years ago?
Damn it.
I honestly don't know the answer,
Yes,
Mike.
you do.
Nobody's talked about it lately.
It was Dak Prescott.
Oh, it was Dak Prescott.
If Dak Prescott's healthy, how does he not win?
Long shot. Give me the numbers.
Man, I don't see him.
Holy
Oh, no,
crap.
there he is.
Okay.
He's 33-1,
Yep.
along with
that
Baker
good?
Mayfield and Trevor Lawrence and Brock Purdy.
What about Saquon Barkley?
Saquon Barkley, 25-1, along with
Zeke?
Jordan
Yeah, Zeke.
Love and C.J. Stroud. Not Zeke. Alex.
He's coming back this year.
No,
Right?
for who?
Cowboys.
It's like the new Bridget Jones movie. Who is that for? Like,
I haven't seen any
are
of them, so
people
I don't
watching
know.
that
I've never
in
seen a single one of them.
2025? Alec, do you have a long shot MVP that's not Zeke?
Steve DeBerg.
No, not Steve DeBerg.
Coach.
Brock Purdy.
Okay, Brock Purdy, right alongside Dak Prescott, 33-1. If you want
Brock's never finished.
Justin
second.
Jefferson.
to go with Shador Sanders,
No, I don't.
I don't even know
you
what
can get him or Michael Penix or J.J. McCarthy for 66-1. No, I did not. Justin Jefferson
Penix.
is not. Justin Jefferson
It's like Bo Nix, except you add PE in front of
is
the Knicks.
100-1.
Absolutely.
It's not Bo Penix either.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
He took the P off of his.
And Quinn Ewers is 500-1.
You need
if
to
you
borrow
want
my pin. It's a pin.
Yeah, because there's no IX on
Sorry,
the end. Once you
never
put IX on pen, it changes.
So does
it
that mean you would go to the
Okay,
zoo
gotcha.
to see the penguins? Like, that's not what it is.
Yeah, it's the penguins.
Yeah, there's no X on penguin.
Penguins have
Yeah, at
always
the
been
perverted
penguins.
zoo, that's where you're going.
If you put
I've never
X
said
at the end of something,
penguins.
it turns
I've
it into
never
a
said
hard E.
penguins.
Oh, God help us. We're the KNC masterpiece right
You
here.
doesn't make it like a hard letter
What are you even saying?
on a penguin.
I'm sorry, what is your contention?
X.
Penguin.
If you put X at the end of a word, then it turns the vowel into a hard vowel.
Is that right?
Penix.
Coming up next.
It's been good knowing you, Mike.
Well, look, X at the end.
No.
We don't say
No.
we don't say bonnet.
Shut up, Mike.
Why do we say
Bo.
Xmas? I've
Oh.
never understood that.
Hardo.
Coming up next. Do you care
I'm gone.
about the Four Nations face-off? Do folks even know what it is? Maybe a little Mavs talk too. Who knows at this point? Next on The Fan.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you guys want to hit the Mavs first, or do you want to go into the Four Nations face-off?
I'm very interested in the Four Nations face-off, but if we want to discuss some Mavericks real quick, because I know it's still a hot topic button right now.
Was that something Sean said?
I think it was something
Okay.
Sean said once.
Give me cut number 5 then, because this gentleman was going off last night.
With 7:15 to play. Irving on the step back. Hits another one. Kyrie Irving, 36 points.
And Kyrie Irving would get up to 42 points in the game. The Mavs victorious 111-107 in a game that Mike said that they would lose by at least 20.
They did not. They won
did
by
not.
4.
Exactly.
Honestly, Kevin, the 111-107 score after that first quarter, I was like, there's no way this isn't going to be a 130-point game.
I could see that.
It just looked like it was two teams that were going to play small ball all night and defense was going to be light. But it turned into a lot more, especially as Kyrie was like, I got to step up in this thing.
Now, obviously, I know the story was Kyrie. That's the reason why they won that game. But we all know Kyrie. He's entrenched here. He's a damn good player. My question for you, both of y'all, if you want to weigh in, was about Max Christie.
All right.
Max Christie, 17 points. That's 6 games in a row.
That's his average, right?
Give or take. 6 games in a row scoring 15 or more here for Max Christie. He's 22 years old. He feels like, for some, he was just a throw-in part of the trade, but man, he has hit the ground running.
Yeah, he's a solid, I'm going to say more than a solid contributor.
Yes.
He's not a sharpshooter from 3, but he can shoot the 3, and that's a positive for him, is that he can do that. He's long defensively, very active defensively, and he can get his own shot and get to the rim. Like, just watching the way that he's gone about his business offensively, I've been very pleased with what he does. Again, it's not like he's taking anything over from Luka by any means. He's not that. That's what Anthony Davis was supposed to be, was the guy that fills that void for you. But man, this was one of those nights where you needed contributions from a lot of different people, and you're getting those contributions from a lot of different people.
And for Max Christie, I know Mike talked about it a little bit when they first acquired him from the Lakers, but it's kind of an indictment on the Lakers defense, but more so in my mind since what we've seen from the Mavericks portion of his career so far, very small sample size, is he was defending the best players on other teams when they were playing, when he was playing for the Lakers. So there's something there. And of course, it's not going to be perfect every single night, as you mentioned. He's only 22, but he's really, really active. And that's what you need from this team right now, considering Jason Kidd is saying pregame, everybody's going to play the 5 because we don't have one. So interior defense, playing on the wing, like if you can stop the 3 ball for now, at least you're eliminating something from opposing offenses because you're going to get killed on the boards. If Max Christie can give you that defensively and at least give you that effort, then you can see some quick turnaround, you can see some fast break, you can see some fun stuff, and he's shown you that he can score, in a very small sample size at will recently.
You did bring up something just real quick that we do need to address. The Mavericks got destroyed on the boards last night, and they were hammered on second chance points. And so I realize with the size deficiency that you're not necessarily going to be in a position where you can, I was going to say dominate, but I mean even compete on the boards. But at least if you can have that defensive presence to not have easy putback after easy putback, that will help the team.
The thing that you've seen that's changed, it's kind of been this way for a while now as Luka was hurt, is you're seeing a lot more movement. Nobody's just standing in a corner and standing still. You're seeing guys move all over the place, getting open for shots, slicing into the lane, doing a lot of different ways to get points. And I don't know, for some reason, it feels like you're getting a lot more points inside the 3-point line, whereas it just was like either you're getting layups or you're getting threes, nothing in between. And now the Mavericks seem to have some guys doing that as well.
And by the way, Jason Kidd did essentially apologize for the last game.
I get it, man.
Yeah.
What he said is real.
Yeah, and he goes, we lost a tough game. We lost another player. I just needed some time to regroup and refocus and figure out how to put these pieces back together. So I want to thank you. He's essentially saying thank you to the media for giving him some grace about it. And I get it. Some people are still going to say unprofessional and everything, and that's fair.
Yeah.
But
you get one.
At least he came back and he's like, I know what he really wanted to say was, what the hell do you want me to do? People won't stop asking me about this trade that I didn't even authorize.
They're sitting there shipping fans out in the middle of a game. You want me to answer those questions?
Yeah, and we just lost our third big, which we had the best group of bigs in basketball, and now all of them are hurt.
Yeah, he probably would have flipped his lid and pounded his fist on the table or something. That's about as much as I see Jason Kidd really freaking out. He's like, dang it, guys.
Yeah.
And that's about all, because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's going to go too nuts.
And not as many people, I think hardly anybody got kicked out yesterday because the Mavericks did kind of...
They took a different approach.
Ease back. That's not to say that they're like, you can do whatever you want, but they decided to ease back in terms of how they're going to deal with the complaints and the T-shirts and stuff like that. And I think that's the smart decision.
Yeah, just like you said yesterday, allow them to be mad. Yeah. Allow us fans to be mad for a little bit, and we'll figure out how to win some games.
Yes.
And we'll come back around at some point. We're still very upset to lose a generational player. Nobody's dealt with something like this before.
Now, the Four Nations face-off. I want to get y'all's opinion on this first. And I don't want your opinion about like the event itself. What I just want to know is how aware are folks of this? Because normally this would be the All-Star break and everything like that. I know All-Star break's coming up for the NBA, but normally this would be the All-Star break, and we're switching it out with, as you probably guessed, this 4-team tournament.
I kind of like it more than an All-Star game.
Okay. Do you think the general sporting public is aware of exactly what's going on?
No, but the hockey public is.
Okay.
And that's really who they're aiming at anyway.
Sure.
Like they're really trying to keep them interested in their sport.
Really fun game last night.
Dude, last night was a blast. The way that Canada opened up the scoring in that game was amazing. And the fact that Sweden was able to come back and tie that sucker up late in that game was even cooler. And the amount of stars, not Dallas Stars, but stars in hockey that you're getting on the ice at the same time. What I was concerned with, Kevin, was that the product wasn't going to be good because the guys are like, I'm in the middle of a season and I'm not really going all out on this. What I saw last night was it was maybe a less physical game, but it definitely had speed to it. And there were still some physical moments, but it just had some, hey, I'm going on a run here. And it wasn't like the NBA All-Star game where it's just free and let everybody go about it. But
that's what the NHL All-Star game is like.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I know people crap on the NBA All-Star game. NHL All-Star game, didn't give a damn about defense.
It didn't look like
either.
that, though, last night. Last night looked like a real hockey game with people that were like, hey, we're out here hockeying. We're out here. With basketball players, you say hooping.
Yes.
We're out here really doing our thing because we get to show off for our country here. And, we'd like this title. And, man, when it comes to Canada, having Connor McDavid, Sidney Crosby, just having those guys right up the middle.
Sidney Crosby was there to remind everybody, hey, that's neat. Don't forget that I'm the best.
Their
at this.
offense is so good.
All right.
Their defense lacks.
Alec, I know maybe it's not quite on the Olympics level, because in the Olympics, man, you saw every bit of diehard physicality in that thing, and Crosby's going nuts when they win and everything, but it does feel like there's a lot on the line for a lot of these players here, or at least they feel that way.
And it's similar to the pitches that some people have made to try to save the NBA All-Star game, as if you make it nations versus the U.S., like there's a sense of pride that comes into playing for your country, playing for where you came from, because you are going overseas to try to chase a dream and a career. You're going in to unmarked territory for you and your family to try to make a name for yourself, to be able to put on for that country, for that family. There's got to be a real sense of pride in it. And two, it's just really fun to see what could be with some of these lines that you're seeing, like Corey mentioned with Canada, their power play unit might be the scariest thing in hockey. If that was a real NHL team, when you line up Sidney Crosby, Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, Sam Reinhart, like you start putting all those guys together, imagine what they would do in a real NHL setting in a regular season or in a postseason format. That would be the scariest thing on ice that we've seen in a very, very long time. So I think they kind of realize how cool this is and how rare of an opportunity this is, not only to team up with each other, but to do it for their country. There's a lot of fun being had and there's a lot of pride in it.
Now, tonight,
it's a mini Olympics and I'm here for it.
Yes. And just by the way, Gary Bettman announced, I think it was yesterday, plans for 2028 World Cup of Hockey. And so kind of like you've seen the World Baseball Classic take off, and I know obviously people are opining for the Olympics and the throwback to that, but they're expanding and they're going to go with that.
Smart.
Tonight.
Oh, can I add one thing, though? I will say this. There were a lot of people last night that were searching for it. No, like when you were asking about the general public,
right?
A lot of people had no clue where to find it. And it was on TNT. For me, I have to go to Amazon Prime to get it because Fubo doesn't have TNT. But I just looked it up real quickly and found it. But I do think more people need to be aware of where to find it. And I think TNT is where you're going to find it.
Oh, okay. See, I don't know why.
TBS, True TV.
Yeah, and I think it's mixing around because I think the game tonight is an ESPN game.
All right.
And
That's
so,
good. Well, that's good. Let's keep reminding.
So, by
everybody.
the way, on a streaming front, so that means ESPN Plus and Max are going to be where you're going to be able to pick up a lot of these games.
What a time to do it! Like this little mini tournament, right?
Yeah.
Baseball season hasn't started yet.
Yep.
Football season is now officially done.
Yep.
Basketball season is in its weakest part of its schedule.
And they're going to the All-Star break.
Yeah, so this is a great time for it.
Absolutely. So tonight, I believe Jake Ottinger is going to serve as the backup goalie for the United States. They play Finland at 7 o'clock. The Stars have 4 players participating. Ottinger's on the U.S. Every other player is on Finland.
Heiskanen's out,
So
right?
Heiskanen is out because of...
It'd be amazing if he's like, no, I'm playing.
Yeah, that
means
is
too much.
Unfortunately, not to be, but he would have been in this. And so Heiskanen, Lindell, Ottinger, Granlund, and Hintz with everyone except for Ottinger being on Finland. However, so that's...
I was going to say that's most of Finland's teams.
Yes, it's just pretty much, it's the Finland Stars.
Yeah.
And so...
Where will they finish?
That's 4 players there. Would have been 5 with Heiskanen. Then, if you take a look at Team Canada, DeBoer, their assistant coach, Donskov, and Jim Nill are all on the staff for Team Canada.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, so...
Holy cow.
Exactly. So if you love the
What
Stars...
an all-star staff that is.
You're not maybe really invested in Sweden just this particular go-around, but yeah, you see front office and coaching members as a huge part of Canada. We talk about roster-wise. Finland has a huge Stars contingent on it. So you have 7 representatives from the Stars participating in this. It would have been 8 with Heiskanen. And just when we talked about like the blueprint of which team to follow, I think this is another indication of like how well respected and how talented the Stars are.
Yeah, I'm not wishing injury, okay? I do wish sadness upon Mark Stone, though. All right.
Okay.
So, sorry, Canada. I can't pull for you.
You're going to be upset about this then. The players are ranked per ESPN. Number 70, Esa Lindell. The disrespectful 64 ranking for Jake Ottinger.
What?
Mikhail Granlund is 50. Rupe is 30. But why I thought you might be bothered by that is just a few spots up the list. Number 26 is Mark Stone.
He's a very good hockey player. He is a stoner. That's what Pac-Man was singing there.
Yes. And if you wanted to guess who the 2 favorites are in the tournament, this will probably help you out. Top 6 players. McDavid, 1, Canada. McCarr, 2, Canada. McKinnon, 4, Canada. And then 3, 5, and 6 are all the United States. So,
interesting.
If you're surprised to learn that the United States is second favorite behind Canada, you should not be. I feel like I really just spelled that out for you.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, are you gonna?
I'm in tonight.
Are you more likely to watch this tonight than like just whatever run of the mill?
Are the Mavs playing the Raptors tonight or something?
The Mavs, yes, the Mavs are playing tonight.
You know what?
You're out on 4 Nations.
I'm watching.
Is it the Heat?
Hockey. I'm watching 4 Nations.
The Heat. Yeah, they're playing the Heat.
Don't care.
Okay.
Don't care. We already beat Jimmy Butler last night.
Okay.
So I don't
so
care.
So Shirley will beat his old team.
I'm watching.
as well
I'm watching the hockey tonight. Let's do that hockey.
Okay.
4 Nations face off. Let's square it away.
All right. What if we fall behind 4-0 in the first period? Then will you switch back to basketball?
Probably going to go watch some West Wing at that point, Kevin.
Okay.
If I'm being honest here.
We're the
Catch up on
KNC
some
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. Now, Mike is not here, but we're going to do NFL Overreaction or Reality and perhaps bring back a segment that people ask us about all the freaking time. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
5-3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Hurts is back. Hurts has plenty of time. He's looking. He fires. He completes it. Touchdown! A.J. Brown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up in this expressway, the return of a segment that a lot of people ask about a lot of the time. We will have that in this expressway. But right now, it's the NFL overreaction or reality. Let's start with this. Overreaction or reality? 2 days is long enough to celebrate the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So A.J. Brown, he wrote on Instagram, I believe, I tried to feel how everyone made it seem to be a champion. Unfortunately, it was short-lived, 2 days to be exact. Is that long enough to celebrate a Super Bowl?
I think so. Because, and I mean, you don't celebrate during the week leading up, right? Because
I would hope not.
You're so focused on trying to win, even if you're in New Orleans. But I think you win it. So we're going to start from the moment you win.
Okay.
And then you're partying all night, maybe into the next day around 7, 8 in the morning. All right.
Okay.
Sleeping a little bit through that day, but now you got all this press stuff that you got to do. You got to pack, and I don't know, how long are you staying in New Orleans for this? You know, do you want to get back home?
See, I feel like I'd change my plans if we won.
Yeah.
Then I would like hang out for a while longer.
Maybe so, yeah. And then
I guess parade's tomorrow though.
And then by the time, well, no, I think maybe you need a week. I think a week is necessary to kind of get it out of your system. But A.J. Brown, I mean, obviously with his writing career, as he has the bestseller.
He didn't write that book.
Who knows that? Who knows?
I mean, nobody before he was reading it. Exactly. I'll agree with that.
Yeah. So,
all right, Alec, 2 days to celebrate the Super Bowl.
I think it is long enough, but I mean, me personally, I'd still be drunk probably, like right this very second. You know, I'd probably be like Tom Brady trying to throw the Lombardi across a boat right now, not knowing where the hell I am. Like, that would be me, because I'd probably be thinking, like, I try to think real, try to think logically. I'm probably never going to get this chance again, right? Just because math says you're probably not going to make the Super Bowl and win it again in your career. So have fun right now. I do think 2 days is plenty long enough, but of course they make the parade way longer. So I'm like, hey, until the parade, I'm probably going to keep, slamming brews and having fun with the boys.
Facts.
NFL overreaction or reality, Jalen Hurts belongs in the top 5 of NFL quarterbacks.
Let's see. If we're going through it right now, it's Dak's 1, right?
No.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you can rank them however you want. I will not have Dak anywhere near the top.
The
of this
trio
list.
of Burrow, Allen, and Lamar Jackson exists. Like, that exists already. Patrick Mahomes is definitely in that conversation. I think you can fit him in there.
I do too.
I think you absolutely can. And if you're going to say, well, he's not those other quarterbacks, that's fine.
Sure.
He plays within what the system asks of him, and he plays with fantastic offensive line, wide receivers. He plays with the best of what they do, and they all look to him as the leader. Like, that says a lot to me about what he's done within that locker room to gain their respect as, hey, he's our quarterback.
Look, I know some people get upset, and I feel this very firmly, that I do not think Jalen Hurts deserves to be Super Bowl MVP.
I don't either.
And so then some people texted in, getting bent out of shape, comparing him to Dak, and I'm like, what?
He's better than Dak.
Yeah, not relevant. He's obviously better than Dak right now, and I think he does. You can think he belongs in the top 5.
But not the year that Dak finished number 2 in
that's
MVP
fair.
voting.
I just didn't think of this particular game he should have been named the MVP. I still think he has shown there are a lot of ways to win at quarterback.
Yeah.
Alec, what say you?
I don't want him to be in there because, I do think there are more talented quarterbacks, but like Corey said, just executing your job within what the coaching staff tells you to do, he is definitely within the top 5 of quarterbacks who do what they're told and do it very, very well. There's a weird line that I draw in comparison with him and Brock Purdy, where it's like, hey, go out there, you know what you're capable of, don't screw it up. And for Jalen Hurts, in my mind, it's as long as you don't roll out to your left, you're fine, because he's abysmal when he does that. But everything equal, if he just does his job, that team wins a lot of football games because of him. So yes, I would say that he belongs in there, even though I don't want him to be in there.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Dallas Cowboys will open the 2025 season against the Eagles. Now, I think it's Amon-Ra St. Brown said, okay, I'm going to stick with it. Said they would be a great opponent,
Detroit,
for Philly to start the season, but what if I said the Cowboys?
Are they playing in Brazil? Or is this a different thing?
No, this
Australia?
will be a home game for them
Okay.
as the defending Super Bowl.
the Cowboys makes the most sense to bring, to open it up and have all the eyes back on it. But I think Philly has plenty of fans. They can play a lot of different. They could play New York, and people would be very excited about that. Washington actually would be a really interesting opponent too.
I could see that,
considering what they just went through. So that was the NFC Championship game.
Plus, it's the first game of the season. I feel like maybe people will watch either way. What say you?
The league loves doing the rematch thing. So now that you say the NFC Championship rematch in week 1, make it a nationally televised game for the whole country and the whole world to see. I really like that, but the Cowboys do make sense because good, bad, indifferent, they're going to get ratings. That's what the NFL wants. They want to put the reigning champion in front of a ton of eyes. Even if it's going to be a non-competitive game, it might come down to the last 30 seconds. I don't know. We got to wait and see. But I'll say that's a reality. I think that's just the easy cop-out schedule answer for the league.
NFL overreaction or reality? Aaron Rodgers will not be wanted by any NFL team as a starter.
This is reality.
Whoa.
I just, after watching, if people go put the tape on and watch him,
I'm with you.
They're going to be very underwhelmed. The mind is definitely there for it. He can definitely play the game in his mind better than a lot of people. But physically, his footwork isn't there. His ability to escape and do those things isn't there. He doesn't want to take hits anymore. You can see that. When you're at that point, Brady, Manning's, we saw it. When you're at that point, it's time to go.
Yeah.
You start throwing and ducking, and we saw that from him. So I think that if most people start watching the film of him, they'll say no. But if they say, hey, he would be great to mentor somebody, good luck with that. I mean, that would be a ridiculous reason to bring him in. He doesn't really want that. He wants to play.
I'm going to say overreaction, but I don't think he actually gets that starting job that he wants. I think teams will be interested. I think they will call him up. I think they will sit down and have a chat with him. But I think it's going to be similar to what the Jets were telling him. Like, it's going to be for low money. It's going to be without all the Pat McAfee appearances and skipping out on OTAs. If you're going to be here, we need you here. We need you present. And if he even flinches at that idea, I think teams will start to turn their head. So I think he will get those chances, but I think he might be the one who screws it up for himself.
Do you think he realizes, too, that he can't push a franchise around anymore?
Yeah, oh, my God, yes.
I hope so.
You think he realizes it? Because I think that he's going to think once I get in there, I can start swinging my weight around. But he's not the Aaron Rodgers anymore.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's a reality.
I think I do. So bonus question with that then. Overreaction or reality, Aaron Rodgers has no tolerance to keep playing football if he's not guaranteed to be the starter.
Reality.
That's an easy reality.
Okay.
He's got too much of an ego.
Peyton Manning would never be a backup. Tom Brady would never be a backup after he got to be the starter. You know, those guys, once they've gotten there, they don't want to go back to that.
Okay. I think I'm probably inclined to agree with you guys there.
Can I throw something in that I just saw from Dane Brugler?
Is it going to make me sad?
I don't think so.
Oh, great.
Defensive tackles in last year's combine, 25 invited to last year's combine. Defensive tackles invited to this year's combine, 41. So you got a big crop to choose from if you want to get a defensive tackle out there.
Okay. New overreaction or reality question. Really hope you guys answered this the way I want you to. Overreaction or reality. The Cowboys will see the depth at defensive tackle.
They're not going to take 41 defensive tackles.
No, not that. Okay. But consider it. The Cowboys will see the depth at running back and defensive tackle in this draft and take advantage of it.
Overreaction.
Oh, no.
I want it to be reality. I think they're going to get a running back, but I don't think they're going to get the ones we want. I think they're going to get some, but they're going to be like, but we also had this other one that fell. We got to stay true to our board. Our board said to pick this guy. Yeah, sexy pick here. I just don't. Kevin, every year we start looking and go, they have a plethora of these positions. The Cowboys are going to end up getting one. We ended up getting an offensive tackle that didn't work out this year.
Right.
Because we were just like, yeah, we'll just randomly get an offensive tackle. It'll go well. Didn't work out.
It's this time of the year, isn't it, that we start hearing those things like,
you
there's a lot
give
of
me
depth.
hope.
There's a lot of depth at these positions, but you know what? I'm going to give you hope, Kevin.
There you go.
Hell yeah!
I'm going to say that this is a reality. They're actually going to do it because they are so invested and they are so bought in on this idea that Brian Schottenheimer is going to be the guy. So they're actually going to say, first draft of his head coaching tenure, we got to help him out as much as we can and fill as many voids as we can. Because I think they're so stubborn on their head coaching hire that they're like, we need everything to be perfect for him so we can be right.
I want to go ahead
hope, down with dope.
I want to go ahead and apologize to everyone on the Twitch and the YouTube because I think after that I started to do a pseudo raise the roof, and I'm really sorry for that happening.
You let me down.
NFL overreaction or reality. Having the better offensive line and defensive line will always keep you in ball games.
Yeah. Reality. It gives you the opportunity to push around the quarterback a little bit, to stop the run game. So those are two of the big factors there. If you can get home with 4, you free up the rest of your team to be able to defend all over the field. I mean, that's what we just saw with the Eagles.
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes looked lost because he couldn't find an open receiver, and by the time he did find one, he was being tackled. And then go look at the way that the Chiefs have won. Their defensive front was able to get sacks when they mattered the most. So, yeah, being able to stay in ball games, if your offense isn't that prolific, the front 4 for your defense is going to be a huge factor for you.
That was my favorite stat from the Super Bowl, that the Eagles did not blitz Mahomes a single time. and they still got home, as you said, Corey, a million times. And that's the simplest way to win football games for me, to make it a reality, Kevin, is that if you can keep your quarterback standing upright and knock the opposing quarterback down, then you're probably going to have a lot of success in a few different ways, because you're able to cover on the back end and you're able to move the ball downfield.
Now, I'm not saying anything about the result.
You better not.
Okay, because the result for the Super Bowl would probably still be sad for a lot of us. Yeah. But NFL overreaction or reality, that Super Bowl would have been better with Greg Olsen.
All right, so this is interesting because you don't care.
I really don't. And so here's the thing, and I just want to point out how much I don't care. I am a well-known Tom Brady hater. And for most of the year, I've seen a lot of people are like, I don't like him, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I think he's fine. So that's how you know that I'm largely indifferent on broadcasters.
I really like Greg Olsen. I really enjoyed the way his energy was the last couple of years. And I felt like he gave you good information throughout the game.
Yeah.
I didn't think Tom Brady had his best game, and I don't know if it was nerves or what. Whenever he finally gets to a Super Bowl, he's finally nervous for the first time. But I just didn't think he was at his best. So I would have taken Greg Olsen. So I'll say reality.
I'll say reality as well, but I'm kind of on the same level as you, Kevin, where I don't care about the broadcasters usually, but I do have like a 2-tier system. I have great broadcasters, and then I have everybody else. Like, if they're okay, if they're good, if they're bad, they're all on the same level. I don't care. I do think Greg Olsen is great. I think he's up there with, like some of the play-by-play guys, like a Jim Nantz, like a Joe Davis. They're great to me. They change a viewing experience to me. They make it better. All the other guys, they're just there. So Tom Brady, for me, he's just there. He's just doing his job. I don't care. I think he's okay. But Greg Olsen, in my mind, is great. I think he adds an element, even to a blowout game like that. He'll add something interesting, whether it's a story or breaking down why something's happening. That'll get me re-engaged and not wanting to turn the TV off.
By the way, do you think, this doesn't necessarily have to be overreaction or reality, do you think Peacock knows how to congratulate themselves? Because did you see when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, they put out, congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles on their second Super Bowl victory and their first ever NFL championship. What? Okay, here we go. Let me try that again. Congratulations to the Eagles on their second Super Bowl victory and the first ever NFL championship win by a team which began the season with a game available nationally exclusively on a streaming service.
That's a headline?
Too many words. And why wouldn't you have put, don't forget where the Super Bowl champs started the season? Or, I don't know, something like that. That's too many words.
Yeah, that was bad. That was very poor. But, I mean, it wasn't generic.
That's true.
It wasn't.
I've never seen anything quite like it.
Team wins football game. Like that would be generic, and you'd be like, ah. But that was way too many words for sure.
Absolutely. I'm with you.
Who was the editor on that? Who's the guy that's in charge that's like, is this too much?
No.
What's your deal?
It was nobody. They were like, I got nothing for you.
Guys, anybody think that this is too many letters?
Is there a chance?
And words.
Is there a chance they paid this person by the word? And so they're like, all right. Is the same guy they hired to redo the score bugs for Fox for the Super Bowl. And they're like, we're going to pay you by the word. And he's like, okay, great.
And with the score box, they're like, we're going to pay you by size.
Yes, exactly. Now,
how big can you make it?
Stop what you're doing. You are going to want to answer this question, but I want you to wait until you hear the very scientific data that I present to you. Okay? NFL overreaction or reality. The best Patrick Mahomes can hope for is being number 2 all time.
Overreaction.
Hold on. I said wait for the data.
All right. Give me the data first.
This is very scientific data.
Okay, reality.
Well, that's stupid too. You need to hear the data.
But it's scientific.
How do you know? I just said that.
I believe you.
What is my proven method?
You've never lied to me.
Scientific method, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Before the Super Bowl, 10 states said that Patrick Mahomes was the greatest of all time, and 40 said Brady.
Hawaii.
Not need you to guess yet.
Okay.
After the Super Bowl, only 2 states said Mahomes was the best. The other 48 said it was Brady. Patrick Mahomes lost Alabama, Arkansas, Kansas, Minnesota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas, and Washington. They all dropped him off the list. So overreaction or reality, you really want to know who those 2 states are that kept him.
Reality.
It's Kansas.
And Missouri.
Actually, it's not Kansas. I was just kidding.
Oh.
They lost Kansas. Remember, I just said they were off the list.
I didn't hear
You
that.
weren't paying attention.
You said too many words.
It's Missouri. I was peacock on that. It was Missouri and Nebraska. The only 2 states he still has is Missouri or Nebraska. Now that you've heard that very scientific data, overreaction or reality, he also lost 2 postseason games to him. The best Patrick Mahomes can ever hope to be is the second best of all
That's
time.
ridiculous. That's an overreaction. I think it's ridiculous to say that because he still has plenty of time. The guy that in the first 7 years of his actual playing career never missed an
7
AFC championship.
game.
I'm not going to go, hey, you know what? He's
pretty good.
Like, what can he do for the rest of his career is what I'm waiting for. So, no, I'm not going to say the best he can possibly do is that because every step of the way, he's been fantastic. So, no. Overreaction.
Unless he takes an Andrew Luck type career arc where one day he just says, I'm kind of done with this, whenever we're all like, yeah, he's coming back next year. I think that's an overreaction as well. He's still got plenty of time to wow and amaze us and win more rings. And look, Brett Veach, I think he's one of the best in the game. He's not Howie Roseman, but he's still really, really good. I think they're going to continue to build around him. They're going to get that receiver position figured out eventually. And for years to come, he's going to have 50-plus yard touchdowns ready to roll.
I have one more quick bonus question for you. Tom Brady has the record at 8. Patrick Mahomes, as Corey just mentioned, has been to 7 straight AFC championship games. Overreaction or reality? Patrick Mahomes will miss the AFC championship game in one of the next 2 years.
Reality.
Oh.
I mean, if I'm going to bet on it, I think I will bet that in the next 2 years he'll miss one of them.
Okay.
I think I'll also bet that he'll make one of them.
That makes sense. Alec?
Why is the cardinal rule just like evading me right now? I want to bet against him, but you never bet against Patrick Mahomes.
Except this past Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could bet against him then.
Yeah, you probably should have.
You probably didn't, though. Probably nobody did.
You know what I was a sicko for? I went on Underdog, Kevin.
Yes.
And I took the over on punter touchbacks because I know how to party.
What was the over?
It was half a touchback by both punters.
Yeah.
And I took the over and it cashed.
Because there was one, wasn't there?
Hell
there was one.
yeah.
There was
There
only
was one.
I got that bet too.
And guess what else I took?
Play. That is illegal in Texas. Thank you.
I took the over on Jahan Dotson's receiving.
I should have taken that one too.
It was like 3.5 yards, and he
ridiculous.
finished with over 40.
Oh man, that one catch. I took the over on Patrick Mahomes' interceptions because he turns the ball over
look
in
at you.
the Super Bowl, and that cashed very easily.
You watch a lot of football, but you know what? I'm going to say that I probably would take Mahomes losing one of the next 2 because there's too many teams in the AFC that are right around the rim.
Yeah.
As Jerry likes to say, they are actually right around the rim, like the Ravens, like the Bills. There's too many good teams in the AFC for me to just say, no, they can't do it.
Okay. And yet it's weird because you're right. That is the logical pick. And yet we still haven't seen it happen. And it's been 7 years. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey, I believe you have ideas. What should we do?
Alec.
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Oh.
Yes. You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Oh.
He actually did say my last name.
Yeah, sorry. I asked him to cut that out just because I was trying to get moving there, you know?
Yeah.
Shorten it up. This is the segment where we ask Kevin if he thinks he's better than everybody born today. If you think you're better than Kevin, you can text in right now, 877-881-1053. You can just
Give
say
it a resume.
If it's your birthday, Kevin has to agree with you.
Oh.
If you just want to say you're better,
I don't know about that.
you really should provide the resume. Actually, just go ahead and provide the resume anyway. I will go ahead and let you know, veterans, do get a discount with Rhino Shield, by the way. Veterans are usually, that's a positive thing right there.
Veterans are better than me. They're veterans.
Yes. People that save animals. So give your best credentials. We start today.
I don't think Alec approved of the veterans comment.
Nope.
We start today with Mina Suvari, turning 46 years old today, Kevin. Best known for American Pie.
Would we say that?
Or the movie Loser.
You wouldn't say American Beauty?
I don't know if I've ever seen that movie, Kevin.
Really? Well,
it's a weird movie about things that we shouldn't discuss in America.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She gets topless and then roses eventually come out of her chest.
What?
And she starts lusting after her faux best friend's dad.
Wasn't her husband the director of that movie or something?
Oh, my
Her
gosh.
husband's an older man, I believe.
Oh, man, that's quite a bit older. I don't know the answer to that.
Belichick.
And really, nobody knows the answer to most things, unfortunately, Mina Suvari, because how long has it been since you heard her name or thought about her? All right? We're relevant now, baby. Sorry, better.
Yeah, I don't know a movie she's been in a long time.
Exactly.
All right. Kelly Hu turns 57 today. Do you remember her? She was she played like a...
Was she in the Wolverine?
Yeah,
was she... Man, I know this isn't right.
She was in the X-Men
I
movie.
want to say she was
Or
Lady
Wolverine.
Finger Claws.
Lady
I know
Fingerclaws,
that's
yeah.
not right. But she had the really... Was it Deathstrike? Lady Deathstrike? Colby is going to be so mad
He
at
will
me.
be mad at us.
Because I said Finger Claws. What else has she done lately?
It was X2. She was in the Scorpion... Well, hold on. Did you say lately?
Yeah, lately. Nothing.
She's still
Better.
very, very pretty woman. Oh wow, she's gone gray and it looks good on her.
Hey, just a quick side question.
Gremlins: The Secrets of Mogwai.
What is that? An animated
Watchmen
show?
Chapter 1.
Can I ask you a question? What do you think about the younger people?
We're going gray.
The younger women dyeing their hair gray or
It's
whatever.
interesting. Some people it looks really good on. Like some people it's like, wow, that's a great look for you. Some people it doesn't. So,
Do you ever think they had like a scary supernatural experience and that's what happened?
oh, like they were walking through their hallway in the middle of the night and out of nowhere they got booed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what I was essentially getting.
My hair went gray just pretty, like out of nowhere one day. It just started going gray, and now it's just, look at the beard, man.
It's still there, though.
You can barely even see my beard anymore based on how gray it is.
That is true. Oh, I thought it's because you shaved most of it off.
Stockard Channing turns 81 today.
Stockard Channing. Hold on. How old did you say?
81 years old.
81. All
81.
All right,
Which
everybody.
means when she was in Greece,
We're going to do some math on the
she
fly
looked
here.
44.
She did. So Greece
A 44-year-old high school student.
came out in 1978. All right? So that's 47 years ago. How old did you say she was? 81?
81.
She's 34 in that movie.
Playing a high school girl.
She looks every bit of 34. She looks like the sad lady who's like, this is my daughter. Did you think we were sisters? And you're like, no, I didn't. I definitely thought you were her mom and you need to stop whatever this is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not her fault she got cast in that movie. She needs to make money too.
Yeah.
And also, she was the wife of President Bartlett on The West Wing. So, of course, she is better than me.
I'll be very honest.
That show's awesome.
If you're going to run the country, you want a wife like that by your side.
I do.
Like, you want a woman like she was in that show to be right there with you because she's pushing you to make great decisions for a great country.
She'll support you.
Yeah.
But you better have an answer for why you're doing what you're doing.
Because she's just as smart as you.
Yes,
Well,
I know, PJ.
She's different. She's just as smart as you, if not smarter. And she
I
knows
can
it, too.
totally see that.
Turning 78 today, Edward James Olmos. He's still alive.
Well, you said he turned 78 today.
Yeah, that's amazing to me. I saw him speak at Eastfield College once.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did you really see him speak at Eastfield College, or did you watch the movie Stand and Deliver and you wanted him to be your teacher because he knew how to reach those kids?
I really saw him.
Okay.
speak.
I was just curious.
However, I did also want, see the movie and want that to happen.
It was Stand and Deliver, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know the movie I'm talking about. And obviously, he was in Selena. Edward James almost is better
American
than me.
Two Guns.
Man, does he have one of the fiercest mustaches
Oh, yeah.
ever?
And being in Two Guns.
You
know how much we love that
I know.
movie.
I saw
Miami
it.
Vice.
I thought it was. He was?
Yeah. From 84 to 90.
Was he like a main person on Miami? I'm not actually sure I've ever seen an entire episode of Miami Vice. I'm not disputing that. I'm just.
He was in Blade Runner.
That I did know. Yeah, he's better than me.
Turning 48 today. Randy Moss.
Oh, Randy Moss, the football player?
Randy Moss, yes. And the person.
Did you see him on Countdown before the Super Bowl?
I did not.
It was very touching.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Because he talked about coming back from
cancer.
I don't recall it. Maybe he just never said what kind of cancer it was.
Was
but
it stomach cancer, I think?
Oh, maybe. He was really emotional. It was a nice moment. He's an unbelievable player. If you want to make an argument, he's the second best wide receiver of all time. I would listen to that. Plus, straight cash, homie. He's better than me.
Turning 39 today, Aqib Talib. Richardson's own.
Okay.
Didn't he take somebody's
Okay,
chain
that
off?
was going to be my
Michael Crabtree's
question,
chain?
and I was going to feel really stupid. Was he the chain snatcher
Yeah, he was
or
the
the
chain,
snatchee?
He was the snatcher.
Okay. Thou shalt not steal.
He said, snatch.
Sorry, Aqib. No dice.
Drew Henson turns 45 today.
Better. Drew Henson.
Who knows Drew Henson out there?
He
877-881-1053.
One of the founding members of the G-Bag Nation.
No,
as we talked
that
about.
is not. That was Greg Henson.
Oh.
Made the Muppets.
No, that was Jim Henson.
No.
Hey, went back and watched Labyrinth the other day. Still weird.
Very.
But not as terrifying as you might think. Except for the creatures who dance around and exchange eyeballs and heads. That part still freaks me out. And it'll freak me out for the rest of my life. I'm better than Drew Henson. That's during the period where you're like, hey, we don't actually need to draft a quarterback. We'll just take all the minor league baseball players we can find.
Coach K turns 78 today.
Oh, my God. The greatest coach of all time. And you know how much I love Jared Sandler. But if there's one really stupid opinion that Jared Sandler has about sports, it's that Coach K didn't win enough outright ACC titles, and that's why he's not great. And you're just like, or the greatest. You're like, what the hell are you even talking about? 5-time national champion. Coach K is way better than me.
Looking into the tournament every year.
Hey, look, they're famously well known for having a high seed and not winning the national title, okay?
All right.
I can admit that.
Turning 65 today, Coach Gary Patterson.
Oh, from TCU?
Well, he's with Texas now, right?
But from TCU.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you know what? We would have done Are You Better back then. Maybe.
Because we love TCU.
Sorry, T-Sips.
Wonderful place.
Not your day. Better.
I'm sad.
I did that just to antagonize Texas people.
Thank you.
Jaden Ivey turns 23 today.
Oh, the basketball player?
The hoop star.
Still waiting to see that all come to fruition better.
54 today, wrestler Tommy Dreamer. Alec, what do you know about Tommy Dreamer?
ECW legend right there.
Have you ever heard this story about Tommy Dreamer? So Paul Heyman is on commentary for WrestleMania 17, and the ECW just closed down, and Tommy Dreamer, he owed a lot of people a lot of money. But I've always heard this weird urban legend, and I don't know if it's backed up by anything, that Tommy Dreamer was like going to shoot him in the head live on pay-per-view. Have you ever heard that before?
Like the Joker? That's crazy. I think this is ringing a bell, yeah.
You should look up his wife. She also wrestled for a while. She is lovely. Tommy Dreamer's better than me.
But have you heard the story about Tommy Ball?
Maybe not.
It might be an off-air story.
Oh,
it's great.
Okay.
It's great.
Did I win?
I got one more.
Okay.
And it's not Henry Rollins, who is 64 today.
Oh, Henry Rollins, way better than me.
Started the Rolling Stone magazine.
No, that is not. He was in Black Flag.
He's the Rollins Stone fan. This one, I guarantee you, Kevin, is better than you. Would you like to take that guarantee bet? Yes or no?
I'm feeling good today.
You're feeling good today. You think you're going to say that you're better than this person before I announce it? You're blind nilling it.
You know what? As long as it's not Gandhi, I think I can win.
All right. Turning 35 today. World Series champion Nate Eovaldi gave the Texas Rangers their first ever World Series. Almost single-handedly.
Look, I'm going to lose. Because...
And he came back and chose the Rangers.
Yes, he did.
Came back and chose us one more time.
And Nate Eovaldi is responsible for one of the most amazing postseason runs I've ever seen. One of the greatest month or so of sports in the history of my life. So Nate Eovaldi is better than me and everybody I know.
Kevin, you did great today, man. I'm proud of you. You did great. And you know what? Turning that over to Nate Eovaldi was smart. That was a smart move on your part.
Nate Eovaldi is better than me every day, twice on Sunday.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Have you ever used a voodoo doll to get what you want? Next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
a little shag.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. 877-881-1053. Text in and let us know if you have ever used a voodoo doll before.
Oh.
Or what way have you asked some other being out there to help your team win? There's a video going around right now of a lady sitting in the stands constantly poking a voodoo doll of Patrick Mahomes.
Oh.
She is holding this thing and a needle and just going pop, 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 over and over and over.
Oh,
what
dear.
did Patrick Mahomes do to her that made her want to kill this thing so bad? She was trying to kill Patrick Mahomes with voodoo.
That's not okay.
Not okay at all, I say. And so,
kill people.
What is the best? What is the way that you think? Because I feel like we've all prayed for one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You prayed for one once, then you had to name your son Brandon.
That's true.
Got to.
But we got the Big 12 championship out of it. Don't ask what happened after that.
Do you ever? Does he know that too?
Yeah.
Does he kind of look at that and go, "That's my championship"?
I don't think so because he loves Texas. So
yeah. Okay.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think we've all prayed at some point. My family used to have the superstition that we all had to sit in certain spots in our house, and if we were down, the Cowboys were losing, Dad would go get a dill pickle, and the dill pickle had power, man. And sometimes to this day, it still does. It seems weird that it'll turn around. But I don't know. Like, when you were in New Orleans, were you like, I gotta go get me a voodoo doll? While I'm here. Did you do one of the tarot readings while you were there?
Isn't it tarot?
As I said.
Helps your eyesight.
Eat some more tarots.
Look, it's not for me.
Real tarot.
Like tarot cards, Ouija boards, voodoo.
You don't believe it, huh?
No, well, see, that's the thing.
Oh, hold on.
I don't know if I would say that.
You're scared of it.
I'm definitely scared of the Ouija board. And I just kind of like, I can go through life and not tempt any potential dark spirits or whatever and just live my life. And maybe it's because I watch too many horror movies and way too many of them are like, let's just play with this Ouija board. And it always ends badly for at least somebody in the group. So I think I'm fine. Just like, hey, if that's what you like, good. I will be over here.
The Ouija board, I remember I was introduced to it whenever I was in fourth grade. My mom, we were at my grandma's house and she was like, oh, there's my Ouija board. And I was like, what is a Ouija board? She was like, oh, you have never seen one before. So we also did, light as a feather, stiff as a board. We did that. It worked. That was weird. But we did Ouija. And we reached the other side at some point. Because I do remember.
See, I don't want that.
We got a yes. And we also got a spelled out word. I don't understand how Ouija works. I'll be honest. Like, what's the real trick here?
But don't you always think...
It can't be that this board created by Mattel is just going to be like, hey, you know what, spirits, this is how they talk to us.
Don't you always think somebody else in the group is moving it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I would think.
I tried it once with, I think it was my buddy Justin growing up, maybe in high school. And again, we bought it from Mattel because that was like maybe a couple years after the remake of the movie came out. So like they still had them on shelves with the fancy branding and everything. Tried it, got absolutely nothing out of it. So I was like, okay, one last try. And I, just yeeted the thing across the board to scare Justin.
Still not really necessarily what that word means.
Sure it is.
Okay.
Kevin, I knew of yeet 10 years before I heard of the wrestler.
Really?
And it was because of Mr. Beast.
In your face, Jey Uso.
It was always about throwing something.
Oh.
It was because of Mr. Beast.
Have you watched his show on Amazon?
No.
Okay. I just want to know if anybody's watched it because it looks interesting. It's like a reality game show. Oh. And it looks kind of funny. He's like, I'm going to give away, I don't know, like lots and lots of money.
Yeah, well, I mean, the stuff that my kids watched back then was fun. Like they were doing crazy stuff, giving away tons of money. I was like, dude, this is crazy. I always felt like he was an industry plant from YouTube. Like they were they were funneling money to him on purpose so that he could get those numbers up and stuff. So there it is. Somebody did text in and said that the show's going to fail. And I said, look, we've been doing radio for 14 years. I think we're going to be okay. I think this show's going to be just fine. And we do love Mike. But we did a really good damn show before Mike got here, and it's going to continue to be a damn good show. So enjoy it while you're at it. Somebody did say that's black magic. That's not good. Then invite evil spirits into your home and into your life.
That's what I'm afraid of.
469. I ask the spirit of Tom Landry every year for the Cowboys to win just one more time. And then somebody said, I saw that video. That's not good. People really practice those things, especially in the city they were in.
So look. It's the same thing, like, in case you didn't ever know this about me, I don't drink because my dad was an alcoholic. And I'm like, hey, I might as well just stay away. Clearly, I have an addictive personality. Same thing. If you're doing it and it's working out for you, that's cool. I just don't want to get involved. And for the 210, this is a very fair point. Kevin watches so much TV. Fact. Anytime. Look. My wife,
you don't sleep well either.
That's true. My wife also judges the things that I watch, and she's like, what is this? Did we pay for this? And so that's fair. But yes, whenever I have trouble sleeping, I will watch a variety of really dumb things because I don't manage my time specifically very well in that regard.
I'm terrible at watching shows because, and I told my oldest this last night, he walked in and he was like, hey, can I watch Severance with y'all? And I said, sure. I've tried to watch the first episode 3 times already, but guess what happens? One of you kids comes in and starts talking to me every time. So I'm barely through episode 2 right now.
Okay, some feedback about the Beast games. Must watch, Kevin. It's insane what people do for money. The Mr. Beast show is awful, but funny. That can be very entertaining. The show's pretty good. $5 million with a chance for $10 million. Haven't seen the finale yet. The Beast game show is good. The contestants are annoying as hell, though. Too many crybabies, and yeeting is throwing something.
Yes. And even like Lucy, she threw something into the pool last summer, and she was like, yeet. And I was like, oh, that's so funny hearing her say that. It cracks me up when she eats stuff. Okay. Just go watch some Mr. Beast videos and you'll understand, Kevin. They'll yeet stuff. And again, you can't eat what's already been yoted. All right, so
I'm not sure I understood that sentence.
Is that true, Alec?
So I can't dispute it.
Mm-hmm. Corey knows his stuff, man.
Yeah,
I love the C-block.
You cannot eat what has already been yoted. I wanted to throw this information out there that I just found on Facebook, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this segment is a little different today. We're kind of doing stuff. We're just reaching into the sack and just pulling out stories. All right. So we're just reaching in there and grabbing some stories out there.
Look.
Pudge Fisk had a 68.4 B WAR.
Okay.
Pudge Rodriguez, 68.7.
Ooh.
Carlton Fisk, 1,330 RSBI. Pudge Rodriguez, 1,332 RSBI.
Oh my gosh. That is so close.
Carlton Fisk, OPS, 797. Pudge Rodriguez, OPS, 798.
Wow.
Pudge Fisk, 128 stolen bases. What? Pudge Rodriguez, 127 stolen bases. The Pudges had stats that almost lined up exactly. And that's wild to me.
That is, I mean, look, obviously you'll throw Johnny Bench in there as well, but you're talking about some of the greatest catchers of all time. Now, a couple things. First of all, question for you, Corey. This is a staffing question. From the 214, do you think Drew Henson should replace Mike?
No.
Okay. Follow up. I'm having multiple people tell me that maybe Mr. Beast is not a good person. Does he have stuff?
I know some people on the show had some problems. I don't know about him specifically. Am I wrong about that? I know I've heard about people on the show, though.
Yeah, he's been affiliated with some people who have had issues, or they're just very vocal about things. So, I don't, again, I'm not well educated. I stopped watching him years ago. I wouldn't know of anything recent, but I know there were some people he was hanging around that aren't so great.
See, and this is why Are You Better sometimes makes me nervous, because I made the joke about as long as it's not Gandhi. Immediately, multiple people texted in and said that Gandhi doesn't like black people. And I was like, what? So I need to educate myself about a whole lot more things.
Yeah.
Including Gandhi and Mr. Beast. Probably a lot of other things in between those two, but I'll work on that.
Reach back into the sack here, see what kind of story I can find.
Don't.
All right.
No, if that's what we want to go with.
You ever heard of Sergio Aguero?
Yeah, used to play for the Mavericks. That
is
different. Mark Aguero.
Some people are saying...
That was Mark Aguirre. I'm just kidding. I know what his name is.
People are asking if he will be checked on. Sergio Aguero. He is Argentina's striker. He was a former Argentina striker. And he proudly declared that Man City could win the fight against Real after they were paired together for the 4th successive year. Aguero spent a decade at City from 2011 to 2021, scoring 260 goals in 390 games, won 5 Premier League titles during that time. And Aguero was so confident that City would beat Real that he vowed to do something very drastic if they lost. The icon, quote, Real Madrid cannot beat Man City. If they beat City, I will cut off my testicles.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Kevin,
did they lose?
City ended up losing 3-2 thanks to a last gasp Jude Bellingham strike.
He's not going to do that though, right?
And everybody's like, "Hey, dude,
yeah,
where you at, man? Are you going to actually cut this thing down?"
Moly!"
And then yeet it across the room.
I'm still not sure. I don't think that is the exact definition. Here's what I don't understand. Obviously this is a drastic version of it. But why do people make bets where what they gain is nothing? Like, I'm not saying you should, but if that striker would have been like, I will chop off my boys if you put up $25 million or something, I'd be like, okay, I don't know if that's the bet I would make, but at least I get it. On the other end, you could win $25 million. What he was going to win on the end of it is nothing.
Yeah.
He was just going to win the game that he was sure they were already going to win.
I'm so certain that this is going to happen. I'm going to take care of this.
That doesn't make any sense. Why are
Maybe he was already
sending me all these things about other things Gandhi did that were terrible? I had no idea. I will look some of this up. There are some staggering accusations on the fan tag.
Do we need to do some Gandhi reading?
I guess so.
What's your favorite Gandhi book?
I don't know. Okay, I tried to type in, was Gandhi a bad person? And it said, was Gandhi white? Is that because Ben Kingsley played him in the movie?
New bill could aid the recruiting and roster management efforts of Alabama's Kalen DeBoer and other college coaches in Alabama. State Representative Joe Lavorne of Auburn is seeking to create what he says is a competitive edge for athletes in Alabama, making their name, image, and likeness earnings exempt from Alabama's individual income tax. He thinks that by doing this, it'll create an advantage in recruiting.
For Alabama?
For any school in Alabama. But yes, definitely for Alabama, where anybody that's in Alabama doesn't have to pay tax on their NIL money.
Do you think that people will actually make note of that, like the players? Or do you think most will disregard, kind of like we're always like, hey, we don't have a state income tax, you should come to Texas? Do you think people will see that, or they'll be like, no, this place offers 2 instead of 1.8 million? So
I don't know. See, that's the thing. I feel like that the team will use it as a part of their pitch, and to really drive home, this is how much more you're going to be earning from us. I think they will use it. I wonder how many other states, because I know Georgia's put it forth. Yeah. I think they struck it down. I'm pretty sure. But that's kind of wild about that. And also, Kevin, Alabama AD Greg Burns suggested forfeits to fix field and court storming. He said if we said that the home team, if they storm the field or the court, they're going to lose the game right then and there, it'll stop it.
Yeah, but unless you have any visiting fans there who are like, hey, let's just storm the court to make sure
they win.
We win.
Yeah, I think you can work with that, but yeah.
Man, look, I typed in, was Gandhi a bad person? There's a story from Vice, said he was a racist, and talked about stuff with young girls. BBC asked if he was a racist. There's a Reddit thread asking why people hate him so much nowadays. So I have some research to do.
By the way, on Sergio Aguero, I think there was yes, they said that that was just the first leg. They still have a second game. So there still is a chance.
Okay,
so
and they only lost by 1?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Sergio Aguero and see if he actually has to do this or not.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how important is it for the Cowboys to keep Jordan Lewis, plus other offseason priorities? Next on The Fan.
Yeah, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back and looking. All kinds of time. Deep ball. Down to the middle. Oh, McMillan, did he catch it? No, it's intercepted! Jordan Lewis in the end zone, pulled it out of his hands. Jordan Lewis, how do you keep doing that?
Great call right there by Brad Sham. KNC back here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to start with this question, then we can get to some other off-season stuff if you guys want. How important is it for the Cowboys to keep Jordan Lewis? And then I guess the logical follow-up is, do you believe that they will?
For the locker room, I think he's important because the way that he plays the game, the way he thinks the game, he knows it's a game for tough people. He knows that you have to play a certain way. You have to do certain things to be in the sport. He's a dog. And that's the thing that I like about him so much. And that mentality, I wish the entire team played with his type of mentality. He doesn't seem to be a cupcake kind of guy. And so for me, I would build my locker room around a veteran like him, in that I know I have that voice and I'm asking that voice to be more vocal in the room. And he was last year for the first time. And being healthy is important too, right? Like being healthy is a very important thing. But I love the way that he plays. I hope that they bring him back. It's real weird to be like, I hope they bring back this nickel cornerback.
Sure. And so, okay, I like that you said that because I've got some advanced stats to go along with Jordan Lewis. And he's always been that competitor, but I guess maybe didn't always give you the results that you kind of hoped for and dreamed for. But this season, he had a minus 16.6 target EPA, by far the best in the club. By the way, if you EPA, expected points added, and it's just a way to break down, like on every single play, the percentages of what this play is likely to do. And so, like, obviously, if you're undercutting 0, you're like, hey, that's good. So you took away from what we thought would happen. Per target, minus 0.28 EPA in the NFL. And if, again, you're like, it's too many numbers, I'll just say that. This is 7th best among all corners.
Oh.
So if you want me to just boil it down, the next level analytics say per targets and coverage basis, he was 7th best in the NFL last year. Now, to your second thing that you said, doesn't that instantly make it feel like maybe he will not be back? Because kind of like we talked about with Osa, did he play too good for the Cowboys to bring him back?
Not if they want to win.
So I will keep my question the same. Did he play
that's
too well?
I start there. I start with those two. Those
Okay.
two, I say circle them, do what you can, do everything you can to bring them back, and then build the rest of your team from there. But you know the pot better than I do. It doesn't look like they have anything left in the pot to make that happen.
Okay, so let's talk about that for just 1 second. I just want to quick hit a couple of these big things because I know people keep bringing them up. Cowboys are about $2.6 million over the salary cap in theory, but I 100% expect them to flip the switch on the Dak contract. Jerry Jones has told us in the past the contracts are set up like that so you can do that year over year, which is part of the reason they got in trouble. So I think they'll do that and save, I don't know, $25 to $27 million on that, give or take.
Okay.
So that puts you at about $22.5 to $24.5 million in salary cap space once they do that, which I think they will. And there's all kinds of other things if you want to go the route of, you mentioned it yesterday or the day before, Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson moving on from them. There's a potential savings of $9 million. I know some people want the Cowboys to move on from Terrence Steele, and you could potentially save, I think the number's somewhere around 11, but I really hate that number because that's once again breaking that dead cap hit in half and taking the rest in 2026, where
Right.
I would just love to see the team take all the cuts now and like eat the entire amount of money. I know they're not going to do that. But so what were we at? 22.5 to 24.5 million. All right, another 9 there, another 11 with Steele. So that's another 20 million. So now all of a sudden you could be up to 42 to $44.5 million. And so when people say the Cowboys could create that space, create another 14 million, give or take, by long-term in Micah. So all of a sudden, how that took like 3 minutes, and we've created about $60 million in cap space.
All right.
But the issue is,
will they?
And because I just don't see it.
And then will they spend it the right way?
And see, and that's what I think, because I think what they're going to tell you is, we got to pay Micah. And I'm like, paying Micah right now could literally save you $14 million, give or take, on next year's cap, which I know that doesn't feel right, but because of the way you can manipulate the NFL salary cap, it definitely is. And I think the issue, Corey, that a lot of us have is, so they do have money to pay Jordan Lewis. They do have money to pay Osa Odigizua. They did have money to pay Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. They do have the opportunity to draft Ashton Genty at number 12 if he was available, and then pick up other players in the free agent market. Like, they have the ability to do all of that. But they won't, and they'll tell you that they can't because, that 2027 cap, take a look at that.
And that's the price you pay for drafting so well all the time.
Which
that's whenever you're drafting the way we do, and you have that approach, this is what you have to pay the guys that you draft.
Okay, and so my counter argument,
they're cheaper free agents.
My counter argument to that would be, obviously, you know how I feel. I think they inflate the people that they re-sign to try to paint a different picture of how good they are at drafting. I do think they are good at drafting.
I agree.
But I think they kind of bend that reality, for lack of a better term, to make it look like they're the best or second or third best drafting team in the league. Now, so let's take a look at what you just said. Let's just use the big three: Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons.
Yep.
Okay? So you gave CeeDee Lamb the second most money. I get that. But it came at the expense of, you waited so long to give him that money that he wasn't there at the beginning of training camp, and it felt very apparent in the first few weeks that it was off a step with him and Dak. So if you'd have paid him the money that everybody knew he was going to get earlier, maybe you could have freed up some free agent money at a time where you could have actually used it. Maybe he wouldn't have been that step off with Dak in the offense to start. All right, now let's go to Micah Parsons. What position keeps going up in the NFL in terms of prices? Defensive edge, or if you're that impact-making linebacker who rushes the quarterback. It keeps going up every single year. And guess what you hear Jerry and Steven say? I cannot imagine a scenario in which Micah will not be on the team. All right, then why didn't we do that contract last year? Now, if the answer is because his agent said we're not doing anything until this year, that's fair enough.
Fair.
And I will withdraw that complaint. I'm just worried that they never even checked, because when we asked Steven about it, he goes, that just came up. And I'm like, that's how the NFL works. And that's how sports works. Oh, something's about to happen? Well, God forbid we get ahead of it. And instead he's like, well, that just came up, and we have to worry about CD right now. Or you could have worried about CD last year, and you could have done Micah last year. And guess what? Wide receiver and defensive end prices just kept going up. And so we decided to wait. So then you're going to have to pay more. And then there's the case of Dak Prescott, where he said, I don't necessarily have to be the highest paid in the league. And we said, okay, great. Let's make you the highest paid in the league by at least $5 million per year. And this, after all offseason, it's a prove it year. Okay, never mind. You can have your contract before the first game.
That was frustrating.
Like, what?
I know Dumont has demanded excellence out of the Mavericks.
Sure.
And everybody's like, what?
Hey, they won last night.
But if you're going to run a team and demand excellence out of somebody, when you have that carrot to hold the carrot. Continue to motivate. And if it isn't succeeded, you don't just bail and say, you know what, let's just give it to you. You don't say, hey, was it Wes Matthews? I know we offered you this. We're going to give you more money now because we have extra money. So
that was one of the most mind-boggling things I've ever seen in sports. Now, I'll have to double-check this. How much would it cost to tag him or Osa? I definitely do not think they would tag Jordan Lewis because I think that number would be out of proportion with what they think he's worth. I don't think they would tag Osa either. My guess would be, I don't know, 8 to 10 million on Osa. Maybe I'm way off on that. Maybe the Cowboys are hearing that right now and they're like, I like the way you think. Let's do that deal.
Maybe so.
And then I find out in the open market that it's way more than that. But the point is, you could afford it. And as much as I despise the Eagles, the one thing I do really love about the way they operate is what they do with the salary cap. Because you know what? They have a huge bill coming up on Jalen Hurts. You know when it's going to come up? When he's 30 years old.
Oh.
And so...
it's later down the road.
Exactly. So it's in 4 years, I think, 3 or 4 years. But also, do you think a quarterback might still be able to play at 30?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes. At 35, I got questions.
Yeah, and Dak is going to be, what, 35 or 36?
35.
So all this money you're pushing down the road with him, where's that going to go? Into his next contract?
No, well, you're just going to have, at that point, you're just going to have to eat it.
Okay, well, I will believe that when I see it.
That's whenever we take advantage of the window, Kevin. We have a rookie quarterback in Arch Manning.
Look, and I know...
but we're still paying Dak Prescott's money.
And that's what drives me insane. And I know it's not going to happen, but when people talk about trading Micah Parsons, you can't just do that. This is going to be a really agitating phrase to hear. But you have to actually go all in on the hurt, okay? If you don't think Trayvon Diggs is ever going to be what he was, you can move on from that hurt right now, take the entire hit this year. Same with Terrence Steele, same with Donovan Wilson, same with a lot of other players. But don't do it as a post-June 1st cut and split the money where you're like, well, we're still going to have a bunch of money due in 2026. No, you have to take the hits now. Then you'll have to probably sacrifice other players because then you really won't have any money.
Right.
And that's when you make the trade with Micah because you're like, we really are building up with new assets. We really are clearing out our salary cap. And I know the answer to all of this, people are going to say is, but you still have Dak under contract. I get it, but at least in 2 years, that makes it an easier opportunity if you want to move on. Not easy, but easier.
Just a little bit easier is all we're asking for there.
But
you seem worked up, Kevin. I just got a message if you'd like a stat that might make you laugh. Would you like that?
Okay. And can I still tell you why I'm worked up, though?
Sure.
It's all there. It's right in front of you. And they choose not to do it for what I believe are very short-sighted reasons. I don't think if the Cowboys the Cowboys weren't good this year.
Right.
I don't think if the Cowboys were bad this next upcoming season that everyone's going to be like, done. No national games. Nobody's going to watch. Who cares about Thanksgiving? I don't believe that. And in the meantime, you could regroup. I'm not saying you tank out the season. It's what people call organically tank. I'm not trying to lose. I'm just putting all my young players in there. And if they win, well, hell yeah, because that's what happened in 2016. But if they don't, at least we learned who can play, who can't play. I reset our salary cap and added some draft picks for 26 and beyond. I'm sorry, Corey, go ahead.
This is courtesy of Tolo Stephen Valentine.
Big day for him.
Courtesy of a Twitter writer, Jeff Fletcher, with the Angels. Members of the Nats media determined that they had used 19 third basemen since Anthony Rendon left. So he looked it up. The Angels have used 28 third basemen since they signed him. And I just think that's wild. It's a wild stat.
So, and Mike told us yesterday, apparently everybody thinks he's a great guy. He tries really hard, but you're like, that's awesome. We did give you all of the money. 28?
28. They've only used 19. They've used 28 since then.
Sounds like they came out ahead, I guess. I don't know what the moral of that
and
story
Clay
is.
and Exum are listed as questionable for tonight's game.
Okay. Yeah, because it's back-to-back and stuff. Okay.
Shoulder soreness.
I could see that. Oh, great. Just we needed.
Left foot sprained for Clay.
See, every time Kai is questionable or whatever, I just need it to be the back because I don't want new ailments to come along. And I'm sure he's like, Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, me either.
Me too. So that's a fair point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Missed by Steph on the flip. Rebound by Christie. Here's Kyrie Irving.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Mavericks win. Kyrie is questionable tonight, as one texter said, for putting the team on his back last night. So, hell of an effort from Kyrie last night. Hopefully he can play again tonight against the Heat. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we are rolling. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. Did you guys get the chance to listen to Chiafalo this morning? And if so, how do you think he did?
Bits and pieces. I think he did well, of course. Wolchuk, you thought that was a bad performance?
I talked to him about it afterwards. He was leaking a lot of confidence. It wasn't really him. It was more Bobby. You know, Bobby's takes.
I could see that.
Did he get caught in that vortex of confidence?
I think there were just times where, like, he didn't want to battle with Bobby, but deep down I knew that he wasn't really in favor of what was going on. So, and it's tough. You know, you've just had 2 days off. Now I'm thrown into a show in the morning time with Bobby Belt. And I love Bobby, but there are times he can be very, very challenging. So,
man, it does.
I mean, I do think he's a bit of an idiot.
That's what you
when
get
it comes
with
to
Dawson.
sports.
You get Dawson will do that. Dawson's really good at doing that to you. He's like, you know
Yeah,
what?
love Bobby,
Love
but
this guy, but he's one of the
schmuckhead.
worst players I've ever seen in my life.
Good guy.
Good guy, but just a terrible human being.
Super talented. Love him to death, but gosh, those football things need work.
I cannot imagine what it's like to work with somebody who you don't always agree with, and then just sometimes you let it go because it's not worth it.
Well, is that why you kicked Mike off the show?
Yeah.
Mike is in important baseball meetings, I believe.
Oh, so he's in the building right now.
I think he is.
Who knows?
Or
Or
I
at
guess
least-
he wouldn't come by and say, "See you later."
No.
He would just leave. He'd give the Irish
Yeah.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Mike would definitely Irish goodbye it.
And he'll be off tomorrow and 2 days next week. He got a pretty sweet schedule out the door. I'm not really quite certain how all that came to pass.
He has to travel, though, for his final week, so that's kind of rough on him.
Just give everybody in your life hell, and they'll do whatever you want.
That's what I've learned from this process.
Yeah, just make everybody's life as absolutely as miserable as possible.
Golly.
And then you
And
can
then you
get
get your
whatever you
way.
want. Yeah. Nobody wants to deal with you. They're
The
like,
squeaky
sure,
wheel.
3 weeks off. Ha, go ahead.
You know,
no
please,
problem, bro.
actually, please take the 3
Italy,
weeks
Mexico, wherever you want to go.
We were
You're gone.
actually considering giving you the time off anyway.
Oh, my good night. All right.
You need to ask.
We need a little bit of a break.
All right. So
Love
we can
Mike.
talk about the Mavs, or we can talk about the Stars and NHL in general, or maybe a whole bunch of other stuff. Do you guys care about the four nations face-off? Because we talked about it earlier, and there seemed to be some enthusiasm, but that might have also just been a lot of people who were like, I'm just not going to tell you I don't care.
Not after listening to you guys do the segment where Canada had all the best players.
Canada's really good.
They
always do. Very good.
I know.
They're
why
talented.
they can never win, why none of their teams can ever win a Stanley Cup, don't know.
Yeah.
But
they're
they have
extremely
amazing
talented
players.
offense, but the U.S. is one of the deepest teams in this group, actually.
Especially goaltending.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, great defense.
Well, it might have to be with all the Canadian players.
Hey, I was just trying to tell you what might happen, Broadus.
You guys are telling me if they go on the power play, it's guaranteed 3 or 4 goals. Easy, yeah.
It's their power
In
play
one
group
power
is
play possession.
unbelievable. It really,
their
really
players are unbelievable.
Yes, that
it's
is.
a shame they're not better at hockey, though.
It is.
We've also got the youngest average roster, right? I think that's going to end up being a good thing when we get to the Olympic play.
Yeah.
Finland is mostly all-stars players.
How did they get Jim Neal as their guy? He's our guy.
They just emailed him.
But isn't he,
Email
is he
first.
from Canada?
He has to be, I guess.
Yeah. But you're saying he's coaches for, or he GMs for an American
the best team in hockey.
Okay.
Yes.
So he should be on the United States.
Yes. If you're the best general manager in hockey, you should be for the Americans.
I'm with Broadus on this one. I agree.
Hey, I'm not.
But this doesn't
I
sound
can't
like
change any of what's
if you're
happening.
the best GM,
Yeah.
you should be for the
You
American.
get to choose whichever one you want.
I can't change.
I'm being an
that.
ugly American right now. Yes.
I love this.
I want my country to do well in this tournament.
This isn't like the
I'll
World
look into
Baseball
it.
Classic.
I don't
though.
know.
In the World Baseball Classic, all these different guys are in all. I think Boach was coaching France at one point. So it's they're all over the place on this. It seems like they're trying to stick with the countries that they have. So that's nice. I like the concept of it though. 4 different countries that are represented, and you get literal all-star casts out there.
Alec had a good idea about the basketball, the All-Star game. If it was the United States versus the world,
I am so in on that.
Was that his idea? I heard I was coming in late.
No, I believe so. Yeah.
Don't you think now we would? Like all the best internet, like Jokic, Luka, and Jan. Well, Luka doesn't
We could
try
trade
for
back
this,
for
though.
Luka is what we can do.
Okay, and I still think we might get smoked because not only the talent level, I just don't know if the give a damn level would be there for the U.S., where I feel like Jokic and Giannis and
I don't know. Do they?
In Embiid from like the Bahamas,
I believe
he'll be on the injured list. We won't have to worry about
that.
him.
That is true.
Well, and he sucks in international play. We found that out in the Olympics. He's just not very good.
Be a hell of a game. I think a lot of these countries, like over the years, France, Argentina, Spain, part of their advantage is they've been playing together since they were 10 years old.
That's true.
So you're giving that up. Would they play with the pride if it was just a hodgepodge of countries? I don't know. I think it'd be a hell of a 7-game series.
Okay,
You know? Yeah.
I would be interested in that, and not to be too pro-Canadian in this segment, but I do believe Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is Canadian as well.
he
So
is.
will this be a North American versus the rest of the world,
now.
or just regular America?
We'll take him on
For now, till we annex it,
Yeah, well-
or come to some sort of a
51st
negotiation
state,
agreement.
let's go.
Jim
All right.
Miller
Really
was
help
born
out
in
our hockey
Hannah, Canada,
prospects.
by the way.
Since you guys brought that up,
I mean, Russia just took most of Ukraine, right? So let's take most of. We'll put Russia in the 4 nations, and it'll be the USA, basically comprised of America and
well,
Canada.
why wouldn't we put Puerto Rico as a state first?
Oh no.
Well, we can do that too.
Okay,
that'd help our baseball.
Yep.
Okay.
Did we get Russia in this, or was it?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe so.
I can see Russia
Russia's
from
going
my
to replace
house.
Canada in the 4 nations.
Gotcha.
Now that
All right,
USA and
yeah.
Canada are one.
Okay,
We get Canada on our side. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
now
now
we're
we
the-
are the best.
Now
We'll
we're
give
the
them
overwhelming
Belarus.
We're
They could
just
have
absorbing
Belarus.
you and all of your talent.
Yeah. You can have Belarus.
The problem is then your Canadian streak of hockey not winning a Stanley
Could
Cup,
be over.
that would be
Yeah.
over.
Or it'll last forever.
Yeah, that's
depending on
true.
which way you look at it. Now, are you guys married to the 50 states?
I've been divorced twice. No,
Okay,
I'm not married to anybody.
sorry. Poor choice of words.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you guys think it needs to be a nice, even round number like 50 states? Whereas if we take in other states, we eliminate other states.
It's your OCD, man. That is your OCD.
It really is. I will admit that.
Well, it would ruin
Can't
the
handle the
50
bigger
nifty
flag,
song.
huh?
Yeah, and look, if we brought
look,
in
the flag's got 52 stars.
Exactly.
What the hell?
I know. And
There's
look,
53.
I'm fine with bringing in Puerto Rico, but then we don't need 2 Dakotas. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm fine if we
What do you
bring
think about the Carolinas then?
Yeah, the Carolinas, I think they have a better claim than North Dakota and South Dakota, because it feels like North Dakota is, hey, we're the one that doesn't have Mount Rushmore. And what else?
That's it.
If you want to bring in Canada,
They got a really good football team
They
up there
do.
in North Dakota State. They're down here like every year paying taxes.
Go Bison.
that's true.
I think
And their
that the-
quarterbacks always turn out really well in the
I think
NFL.
the credit card companies all are out of North Dakota too because they don't have
a jerk comment. Okay, they got
limits on
Cam
your
Miller coming
interest.
out in this draft. Kid can sling it.
You didn't even know who Trey Lance was.
Are you not in person, all right? That was
a hilarious story.
Honestly, it made the conversation with him so much better.
Dallas needs to do something about that backup quarterback spot.
And guess what? We got him.
Yeah, maybe. Good point.
We did it. Hey, and if you want to bring in Canada, keep several of the provinces, I'm fine with just making New England. Like, do we have to have a Rhode Island and a Massachusetts? And, we can just consolidate that into
I like
one
what you're
state.
doing here. We could easily combine Idaho, Utah. You can combine Montana, Wyoming.
I definitely agree with that.
Missouri and Kansas. We can trim this thing up pretty easily.
Because that's confusing already. If you have a city that's in two different states right next to each other, that feels confusing. Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri.
And you're about to take Greenland and name it Red, White, and Blueland. So
Okay. So this is a non-political statement.
Yes. Oh, here we go, Heggie.
That was
always bringing this kind of stuff up, ruining our show with 4 minutes to go.
I'm going to talk about gambling. I promise I'm going to talk about gambling.
Walking away.
No wonder Mike got the hell out of here.
That was introduced as an actual bill, and the betting odds on that happening in the United States purchasing and renaming Greenland Red, White, and Blue Land was only 25-1. That is way too low. The odds should be like 1,000-1 or something.
it could definitely happen, man. I think it could.
I guess.
It'd be wild.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. We'll consider that. What should we do with Gaza? Yeah, and more.
Oh, my God. Please no.
Dave Raymond at 320.
There you go. That's the
Wars.
smart
Let's go.
approach.
Let's talk about it.
Goodness gracious.
Okay, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I'm sorry. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
When did the Canadians get all upset about stuff?
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Alrighty, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service. There's Broadus in his LSU 3/4 zip. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, feathering his nest, fixing to go 5. Woolchuck is here. As you know, Chiafalo has morning show duties with Bobby Belt today and tomorrow. But you do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Okay, football to Shar Choice going to be the Lions head coach. What happened here, Brian? Was this a missed opportunity? Yeah.
Assistant head coach.
Assistant head coach?
Yeah. I think this was a little bit surprising to me, but he worked with Gibbs at Georgia Tech, right? That's where his connection is with the Detroit running backs, I think.
Yeah, that would make some sense.
So I think that's what it was. I know that there was some talk about potentially the Cowboys were interested in him, and but he said, no, I'm going to go back to Texas, and they kind of considered that a win. Gave him a little bit more money.
He got himself a raise.
He's a really good recruiter. And so they felt like that they kind of dodged that, but evidently Dan Campbell and that group up there has made a big push. Kind of wish the Cowboys would have got him as a running back coach here, but like I say, give the Lions a little credit for getting that one done.
So all the stories that I'm reading say he's still the running backs coach, but he's assistant head coach?
Think so.
Man, that's pretty cool.
Think so.
I think, he's got a lot of what you would look for in a head coach. Apparently he's been a heck of a recruiter. Not necessarily a high energy guy, but he can be an inspiring speaker, and that's why he's been so popular down there at UT. And of course, at UT, you're working with Sarkisian. I just love to have some of that perspective and some of that creativity in the building. So best of luck there to the former Cowboys running back, Tashard Choice.
Seems like a miss. I mean, hopefully the Cowboys' new running backs coach is awesome, but you would have loved to have brought that guy in, and maybe it did. It came down. I think it did come down to money personally, and then Texas, they've got all the money in the world, so they go ahead and keep him. But the Lions must have had a hell of an offer to get him away from the Longhorns.
Yeah.
Some of the top stories out there, the Jets making their splitting with Aaron Rodgers official. We'll have more on that later. NFL News Today. The NBA has scrapped their Steph Curry, Sabrina Ionescu shootout around the All-Star game. LPGA confirming some pace changes. There's going to be a new one-shot penalty if you're taking too much time. That's never really bothered me, but I know that's been a topic here of late. And the Kings signed former number 1 overall pick Markelle Fultz. There's a blast from the past name. But here with the Mavs, fantastic win last night to pull that out. No lead is safe with their inability to rebound and their propensity for turnovers. But Kyrie Irving was flat out amazing last night. At one point, made 3 threes in 42 seconds, then got the ball back and nearly put one in from the logo. He was 7 of 10 from 3. He out-Steph Curry'd Steph Curry, who was only 4 of 13 from beyond the arc. And then Kyrie takes the game-winning charge against Jimmy Bucket.
That was incredible. He sure does. And Dawson, I want to give you some credit on something. You're the one guy that's kind of said, no, I'm hanging in.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang in. And last night I was watching college tape, and a notice came on my phone. It said, start of the 4th. And I'm like, you know what?
Check it out.
I'm going to check it out.
They're up 10, 12.
I just wanted to see how it was going to end, how they were going to close this game out. Kind of wish I'd have stayed with the whole game.
It was great from the beginning.
And I just was like, God dang, why did I not? But you've said, no, I'm not giving up. Not giving up on these guys. I give you credit for that.
They're playing hard. Kyrie Irving is one of the most entertaining and one of the best players in the game. And he showed you last night. I don't know how long he's going to be able to hold up. He goes 40-plus minutes again. Afterwards, saying plain and simple, if I'm putting my body on the line, and we all have to, for me, that same sentiment and feeling whatever it takes to win. Guy with a bad back at maybe 180 pounds takes the charge against a 240-pounder there. I think
that guy was coming downhill too, wasn't he?
These guys deserve it.
Pants and everything.
It's unfortunate that it's happening in these circumstances because it is a really interesting storyline, and I find the game's actually more interesting right now as they're trying to figure out how are we going to get anything done without a real center.
That's the deal, and I think this is where I missed the boat, and you were on the boat. Is that the games are interesting? How are they going to navigate not having any centers?
How are they going to close games? How are they going to score? Who's going to who's in on that the clutch time, crunch time, whatever you want to call it. Who's in for that?
Yeah.
The games are interesting. I mean, I hated the other night against the Kings how it ended, but
you could see that coming.
Man, it was just, that
was brutal. Once they put Sabonis and Valanciunas in there,
it was
and
hard.
Gafford was out.
You
had no hope.
But hey, when you could beat the Warriors, I don't care if they're a 500 team right now. It's still, those guys have got Steve Kerr and that crew. They've got big time players.
They're devastated today. They consider that a horrible win. Maybe they overlooked you. It seemed like Steve Kerr was maybe frustrated already. He was toxic in the game.
That kickball
toxic
thing.
afterwards.
I've never seen Steve Kerr get that livid. But how about a guy like Brandon Williams? Giving you double figures off the bench. You've got guys that are just stepping up. And the Max Christie trade. Yeah. I mean, this is what this is. This is the Max Christie trade for me.
So far.
He's been absolutely phenomenal.
For Max Christie?
15, 15, 23, 15, and 7. Plus, he's been awesome defensively for you. He has been unbelievable. Clay, of course, has been good every time they've played the Warriors. That's emotional.
He takes it personal there.
He does. And he stepped up and was really, really good, especially setting the tone early. But I just expected them to get dominated on the boards. And they did. I mean, overall, they got out-dominated 50-39. But they held their own in some crucial moments of the game, even being severely undersized. So that was a gutty, gritty effort. Huge time win for the Mavs. I get it. We can be frustrated and ticked off with that front office. But this team, those players, they still deserve the love and the support. Yeah. And they went out and played their hearts out last night.
Playing for pride, playing with 100% effort. I think it's everything. And playing as a team, it's everything that fans say they want to see in a basketball product. I get it if the Luka thing was just a deal breaker for you. But there were a lot of fans there at the AAC last night that were supporting them quite well. And there was a lot of fun things to watch, including, I don't know if you guys saw this, but what was the stain on Jimmy Butler's shorts? It looked like maybe pregame he had a blowout, didn't have time to properly clean up. Maybe he needed some wipes because down in the area was a rather large stain.
Big time.
That was getting more and more clearly visible as the game wore on.
He straight up pooped himself.
He might have.
That had to have been he needed to rewipe and he didn't.
Yeah.
Man, I did not notice that.
How did you miss
needed him?
Do you think I was thinking, usually with that, because I've had the same thing happen, but not the poop part.
Yeah.
Sat on a chocolate bar, like one of those, like when you're at a game, and
I
it's
could
like,
see that.
And all of a sudden it's like you're sitting in the locker room.
Yeah.
And I sat on a chocolate bar wrapper. And it got on my pants and it looked like a bad situation. And I almost had to go to the rain pants.
Yes.
Just so but
how many people did you tell? It's just a chocolate bar.
I tried. I tried. Like there were people.
30 people in.
There were people asking me, and I didn't notice it until like somebody in the locker room said, "Broadus, what happened to your pants?" And I was looking at my pants, and then they have these full-length mirrors in locker rooms, and I turned and looked, and I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Was it right in the middle?
It was right in the middle. It was right in the middle. I sat. Because there was somebody had eaten one of those like a power bar, chocolate bar thing, and the wrapper, and I sat on the wrapper.
Uh-huh.
And it just, I would admit if I pooped my pants.
I think they're in Houston tonight. I imagine Jimmy Butler's asleep because they didn't get into like 3 a.m. or something like that. Steve Kerr was hot about that in the postgame, but I tweeted that excuse. He's going to want to have that excuse handy for postgame tonight.
That's all that damn coffee he be drinking. You see him with the double espressos and everything.
He owns a really cool shop, doesn't he, down in Miami?
He does. He sells coffee to teammates for $20 a pop. And his Instagram story had him visiting, to Lucia's point, like a lot of different coffee stops.
How old is he?
Here in DFW.
He's an older
35.
man. Yeah, see, you can't.
Yeah, he needs it.
You can't be messing around with the farts, bro. When you get that age.
Yeah, Big Face is his coffee brand.
Gotta be in your body.
Poopy pants.
Yeah.
Well, fans were pretty quiet last night. Not many disruptions of the telecast. I saw a couple of pictures and viral videos of people with T-shirts and stuff, but not really anything audible. I think in the end, the polite people of DFW won out. Maybe those that had been kicked out didn't want to go back. They felt like they'd had their say, or they didn't want to spend the money just to go to get kicked out. But I saw a writer from D Magazine, Alex Kelly, this afternoon, coordinating with Ralph Strangis and MFFLs across Twitter to buy 44 tickets for fans to let the front office know this isn't over. So round 2 might be spinning up as we speak.
They come back against New Orleans after the break.
Yeah.
So they got Miami tonight. They go on break, and then they got New Orleans coming back. And then they go on the road, I think, against Golden State, and then the Lakers are in that mix somewhere too.
Yeah, they've got the Laker game looming in 12 days.
And the final game of the season is Lakers as well, which could be incredible drama if you need it for a play-in win and Luka's out there. Did you see Luka not get back on defense last night?
Oh, they were already complaining about that.
Did.
Like he stopped and the whole team stopped with him.
Yeah, LeBron's just like kind of jogging and trying to keep up with these three guys, and he turns around and he's like, "Where's the rest of the team?" And they're all watching Luka complain. And you're going to get used to that. I mean, that is one of the things that certainly we did have an issue with.
He made some incredible plays last night behind the passes,
and you can see the bench because it's the first time they've seen all this live, and the bench is just oohing and awing, like, "Oh my gosh!" He is incredible.
But they got the full Luka experience last night. They did lose to the Jazz. So, that Lakers storyline is going to be fascinating, and they might be very well playing for something quite significant as they get towards the end of the season. Still, no real strong updates on Anthony Davis. I just need something solid to keep my optimism that this team could come back together like the ultimate transformer late in the year, Brian.
Man, even people in the organization have gone kind of quiet on me about that. So we'll see how it plays.
Okay. Another angle from Brad Townsend posted on Twitter says, probably not a popular take at all, but Jason Kidd and his staff coached their asses off last night and have been throughout this brutal season. I feel Brad's pain, trying to be positive about anything that the Mavs are doing, can be, met with some real discomfort and pain. I'm a guy that doesn't like to worry too much about what I can't control or over spilled milk. So now that that's over, I'm compartmentalizing. I'm looking at the team. I'm looking for signs. I'm checking out Max Christie and how this thing is coming along. I'm hoping they get healthy. But on the other hand, I am wondering. I'm hoping Jason Kidd doesn't leave because he's a hell of a coach, and the coaching staff did a hell of a job once again. I mean, to get the team to the conference finals 3 years ago, to get to the finals, the adjustments that they've made, but I think more than ever right now, you can appreciate the quality of Jason Kidd, and I'm feeling like right now I would leave if I was Kidd because this is one of those situations where I think the owner's going to run it into a cliff. His smile in public really says it all. He is clueless. He should be showing humble shame right now. Yeah. But this, to me, this week felt like the Gilbert era in Washington.
Yeah.
Where dude just needs to get out, right? But he doesn't realize how bad of a job that he's doing, and he makes up for it by just pretending it's all good, and the fans are haters. So I'm seriously looking at Patrick DeBont right now as possibly one of the worst owners in sports. And if I'm Jason Kidd, I'm probably looking for a life raft to get out of here after what happened, unless I'm complicit in it all.
Worst owner or just lacks experience or awareness?
Well, that. I don't know when he's going to figure it out, and he might not ever.
He might have just figured it out by what he just did.
I mean, he might not be very good. I think when you look at the history of his business ventures, they have not been very successful. Yeah. And he's certainly married into the right family.
Yeah.
Yes. Dude, and Vegas Bob Vulgaris. Put him in an absolute body bag. We'll have that audio coming up for you a little bit later on.
Okay, this is perfect because Matt Barnes also did the same thing.
Okay, sweet.
So we'll get to that maybe later in the Expressway if we have some time for Rim.
We jumping him.
Yes, the narrative is shifting. The narrative is shifting from blame Nico to holy crap, this was actually a Patrick Dumont operation, and he might be the worst. Like Ralph Strangis wrote this great column about, hey, Miriam Adelson, you have to take the Mavs away from Patrick Dumont before he not only ruins the team, breaks the relationship with the fans, but check this out, his angle. How are you going to get votes for your sports gambling now?
That's
any elected official in North Texas isn't going to support you.
That's a good
tremendous point.
That's a really good point.
You're going to go try to take on legislation that would be a historic decision without the support of every single Mavs fan in Congress.
Now you got spiteful, angry fans that are just going to go ahead and make sure you don't get what you want, even if they are maybe in favor of it.
Yeah. So I think it is a great point, and I hope that the Adelson family is carefully looking at Dumont right now and saying, man, maybe this guy isn't the best for the job. job. Maybe we should find a governor with a ton of NBA basketball experience while we learn on the job, like we thought we were going to do with Mark Cuban, right? Like, hey, Cuban's going to build this buffer zone, but Dumont came in there immediately and just dropped the hammer, and Cuban was gone, and, now we're picking up the pieces. Dallas Wings are coming to KFAA Channel 29, free women's basketball TV. This KFAA era is nice. You got a lot of good games coming up. Congrats to TCU last night. They beat Oklahoma State on a kind of a Christian Laettner-like shot in the final second.
Full court pass, right?
Yes. The Rangers have signed another potential bullpen piece. Is it JT Chargois? Is that how I say that? I'm not quite sure.
I didn't know how the last pronunciation was either. I think I would have said the same thing, Chargois.
Chargois, 34-year-old sinker slider guy, had a 3.0 ERA over the last couple of years, but he has been very limited by injuries. Alex Bregman going to the Red Sox on a big contract. We're off and running here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag Day's coming up at 2:30. Little Chuck Wagon next. Well, Chuck, what do you say?
Okay, with this draft day trade gets you excited, and a big question for each NFL team heading into the offseason. That's next.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
It's a new year. Time to upgrade your home with Best Buy Windows and Siding. Don't fall for gimmicks like buy two, get two free. We keep it simple. 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. No tricks, just honest pricing and incredible value. Start 2025 smart by giving us a call for a second opinion before signing with anyone else. We offer straightforward pricing and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
If winter weather means you're spending more time indoors, why not make your space more inviting? Well, Macy's is here for you. Our President's Day sale is going on right now with big savings on what you need to refresh your entire home. 20 to 60% off, up to 60% off new furniture, up to 60% off a new mattress, and up to 60% off a new comforter for that mattress. Whether your style is rustic, classic, or modern, come into Macy's today and back to a house that feels more like home. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also test your battery, install your new wiper blades, and even diagnose your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan for free.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
To forget something else, to remember that Uber Eats has loads.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Repeat champ since 03-04. We did see the Eagles have a little bit of a Super Bowl regression after they were able to get there just a couple of years ago. And then I think the year after they won the Super Bowl in 2017, they might have missed the playoffs entirely. The following season. So the Super Bowl hangover can be pretty real if you're not the Kansas City Chiefs. But the health is important. Obviously, you need to keep Dak and CD healthy. And then the Cowboys are going to have to do more than just hope on improvement from within in the draft. They need a proven pass rusher opposite Micah. They need a number 2 receiver opposite CeeDee Lamb. They got to add to the offensive line. They need to maybe keep Osa and Jordan Lewis, and they also need to be surgical in free agency to try and find maybe, if it is low budget, but productive type of players.
I mean, okay, so last time they won the Super Bowl, they went 9-7, 9-7, 4-11, 9-8 before they have gone into this 14-11-14 mode. So my guess would be, Wolchuk, they're not going to continue to break the bank. They got their second Super Bowl in 7 years, and now they're like, okay, this buys us some time to get our cap back in order. If Howie continues to borrow from the future and just adds $100 million of voidable years every year, then I will stand corrected. But I don't think they'll play that hand like that indefinitely.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
It feels like
it's cyclical.
Yeah, like it feels foolish for me to say like that we just saw them in dominant fashion win the Super Bowl. But I would think when we start to talk about this and we're making our predictions for the season in September, I think the Eagles are probably due for a little bit of a regression. Like how many of these key components on the defense can they keep? They're not going to be able to keep Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Zach Bond, all of their dudes, right? Some of them are going to end up leaving. Maybe they feel good about how they'll be able to attack the draft. Maybe they think, oh, we can go find another Zach Bond in this free agency. Who knows? But I do think when it comes to one of these things that Todd said in the ESPN article, find a pass rusher opposite Micah Parsons. And Dan Parr, who is a draft strategist for NFL.com, had a mock draft today. He's got the Browns at 2nd overall taking Abdul Carter, the edge out of Penn State. But then with the 12th overall pick, he's got them back on the clock because the Cowboys have traded their first-round pick this year. They also did have to give up their first-round pick next year, but they've got Myles Garrett to pair with Micah Parsons. Now, in that slot, Browns do take Ashton Genty, so they come away with Abdul Carter and Ashton Genty. That's pretty damn amazing. But from a Cowboys perspective, you now have 2 of the top 5 best defensive players in all of football.
Your offense is broken. I mean, Dak Prescott against good competition, first 8 games of the season, was certifiably below average.
Very bad.
You got to protect yourself. You got to get him a runner. You got to get him another target. No disrespect to the defense, but I'm looking at Sam Williams and Marshawn Nealon as, my guys, right? And we'll try to add a few veterans, but we can't be spending any premium prospects on defense again or assets until our offense is fixed. And there's just so much work to be done over there.
I just weirdly have so little confidence right now on the offensive side of the football. Like, I want to be able to run the ball. And if you draft a runner, if you draft an offensive lineman, I can see an argument to be made, like, let's build this defense. Like, this team's going to win with running the football and having a great defense. And let's build around Micah Parsons. And if you because I don't know that Dak Prescott's, he hasn't proven to carry you to where you want to go.
Sure.
And now with the limitations, maybe with the mobility, that's even more reason to where, like, I don't know that I care as much about trying to just build premium weapons around Dak. I want the offensive line to be good. I want to be able to run the football. But maybe just having the best damn defense that I can have, and the idea of Micah and Myles Garrett together, my goodness gracious, that would just put fear in every offensive coordinator before they're getting ready to play the Cowboys.
Did Philadelphia's defense carry them this year to the Super Bowl? Because their quarterback didn't have to be as great as maybe in some years past.
Yeah, their defense was so much better than it was a year ago, and they ran the football.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have two stud receivers, don't get me wrong. They do.
Sure.
But Saquon went crazy.
But they took a lot of pressure off that quarterback, didn't they?
Yes. And I think that's kind of what I would...
With their defense, you think?
Like, if I was building right now, I don't want Dak to have the pressure of being the dude anymore. I want to take that out of his hands. I want to try and get the best running game I can.
So you want to make Micah the dude?
Yeah. And who's my best player? Yeah. It's Micah Parsons. Let me build around him.
As good as their defense was in the last 3 games, they gave up 22, 23, and 22. And I know that 22 against Kansas City might be a little bit misleading, but I think if you go out there and hold teams to 22 and 23 points, Dak ain't getting there. That would be my counter to that.
I think, like, when you watch those games, the turnovers really is what changed the games. Like the 2 big turnovers early against Kansas City. I think they forced 4 turnovers against Washington. Like, sometimes that stuff can be misleading. I hear what you're saying. Like, you can't just, I'm not going to ignore the offensive side of the football. But I wonder if that's a strategy moving forward the Cowboys would be interested in.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can make this football team better. I think right now it's incredibly boring and frustrating watching their offense go out there. And it's been declining towards bad for 3 years now.
Yeah.
And I look at how much better Dak was over the last 5 years with Tyron Smith. He's in there. You're pretty dang good. He's out of there. You have no chance of scoring. So I need this left tackle fixed if we're going to be serious about competing for a playoff spot or getting back to where the Eagles were. And on top of that, I need running back. I need defensive tackle. I need so much stuff. I can't give up 2 1s for a 28-year-old pass rusher.
Yeah. I mean, hey, the one next year, if I could avoid that, I would. At 12, I'd give that up. There's nobody that's going to make an impact like Myles Garrett to me.
This sounds very much like what we went through with Joey Galloway. All of a sudden, you give up the 18th pick, and then the following year, it turns into the 7th overall pick. So you went backwards instead
Ouchie.
of yeah. It's kind of got that little bit of a vibe, to it if you were thinking about it. Because I don't know if necessarily this team's going to be better. I just don't
they might
feel
not
that
be.
well.
They might not be.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at an NFL draft big board report. I have NFL player comps for the top 20 prospects coming at you here at 2:40. Brian, time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup.
Check.
Here's Lucius.
Check. All right. What a hell of a time on the timeline it is, bro. What a hell of a time it is to be alive. Oh, my God.
2025 is just...
Wow, man. We are here.
Drunk.
We are living in some history. Okay, this particular piece of audio stole the show the other day. It snuck one by. It wasn't even supposed to win. I was just going to play a little hit, see if they can guess who this guy was. And they was like, no, we're going to vote for that one. So here it is. Our winner and champ. It comes from the Fan After Dark. My man Fred, he was making fun of someone on the fan text, and I guess he used what he thought was their voice.
From the 214, who said AD is out for the season? Pump the brakes, fellas. Calm down. A lot of basketball left.
Calm down.
That was good.
Yeah.
You never know what can win.
Never know.
Clearly.
Struck a mood.
Clearly. All right, let's go to WSFA. It's in Alabama, a news station in Alabama. Weatherman right here. He's broadcasting, and he has the station's Facebook Live open at the same time.
Oh, no.
And there's people in there trolling his hairline. And he's had about enough of it.
That new tornado watch includes all of Alabama except for the wiregrass. Here, I'll show it to you. Josh Nichols says, why your hairline goes so far back? Because I have to deal with idiots like you on a regular basis. Every single day that the good Lord wakes me up, and I'm so appreciative that he does, I end up encountering someone with an IQ south of room temperature who gets on these Facebook Lives and trolls people. Yeah. But don't worry, Joshua. I'm going to block you as soon as this is over. So that is one less receding hairline millimeter that I'll have to worry about next time. By the way, 99% of the people on this Facebook Live are not like him. They're awesome people. Thank you for being awesome. But the trolls, the know-it-alls,
The know-it-alls.
jerks.
The know-it-alls.
So Josh Nichols, head on to bed. Mom's going to be mad at you if you don't. 2 things. Block Josh Nichols, coming for you, and the guy who keeps posting about anyone looking for a work-from-home job. You are going to have one less face-to-face to post on in about 30 seconds. You yourself are going to be looking for a work-from-home job.
Yes. We got to read the chat more often, dude.
Work from home. Oh my God, there's so many bots in the chats.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like yesterday, I saw it getting flooded.
So many
on our
bots in the
Twitch.
chats, man. It's ridiculous. You don't know what to believe.
Can't let them troll you, though.
Nah, you.
No.
Oh, yesterday was a church day. I pray that you got a blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, shout out to that dude in the gym who invited me to his church. I let him get us like some. I was on the bench. He's like, "Can I work in?" Because it was packed in there. Yeah, for sure. We got to talking a little bit. My man said, "Man, you gotta come to my church, man. There's some hoes in there. You gotta come on out Sunday, bro." Like, what? There's some hoes in there.
Yeah, especially the late morning service.
Oh my
you know,
God, that's
you
your
gotta sleep
sales-
it off first.
That's your sales pitch. There's some hoes in there. I was like, all right, I'll see you Sunday, fam.
You got me.
Yeah, you got me. All right, this pastor right here at Abundant Faith, he's doing the Lord's work and saving the people that need to be saved.
Tell your neighbor they ain't like us. We've been trying to make excuses for why we do what we do. Do you all know why we do what we do at Abundant Faith? Because some of y'all been preached out the street. If you've been preached out of the streets, you used to be a drug dealer, come up here.
No.
Oh, no.
Now move fast. See? This is why we do what we do. If you used to be a drug dealer, come to this church. If you had an abortion, if you had a baby out of wedlock, come to this church. If you had a divorce, see, if you used to smoke weed, y'all get it on camera. See, I'm not called to everybody, and they dancing. They not like us. We're not First Missionary Baptist Church from the west side of Charlotte. We are Abundant Faith, people that's been called out of darkness into the marvelous light. They not like us. You cuss us out, you might get pistol whipped.
Oh, my God.
They didn't let the GDs in the door. Cut it. We got GDs come here.
No.
Oh, no.
We got ex-bloods come here.
Oh, no.
Y'all ain't saying nothing. We got folks that smell like hookah. They not like us.
Man, it's a church for the streets there, Abundant Faith.
Yeah, I cut out like 38 seconds before he even got to that point. It was still good, but I was just like, I don't have the time to do it. It was so damn good.
Sound like he's got a good command. I like it. Yeah. Get your attention.
He had a Lions hoodie on.
In
Charlotte? It was just a sloppy hoodie too. It wasn't even figure. It was just sloppy. We got GDs up in here. We got Vice Lords up in here. Grape Street Crips up in here. And he said, "Come on up here. Get the camera." Like, no, man, let me call my name out like that. We got any drug dealers in here? Come up to the front. Nah, I'm not coming up to the front, bro. What are you talking about?
Out yourself.
Is this the CIA? Yeah. This is not one.
Winner.
It's not. But R.I.P. to Beat King. He's a producer and artist out of Houston. He passed last year. This mom caught her kid singing a little Beat King song. Just think the word is pusillanimous. How about that? Help you out.
Kalia! What are you saying?
She's scared of
Stop saying that. Stop. Don't say that.
Stop.
Oh my gosh.
Around that age, dude, they start repeating stuff.
Uh-oh.
It gets quite adventurous. You don't know what they might be hearing.
Everything.
Little Kalia with a potty mouth on her.
He's scared of it. Whoa.
Oh, all right, what do you say? Time to vote?
Yeah.
Fred Davis making fun of a fatty. Is it WSFA Alabama got trolled by the chat? Abundant Faith pastor saving people, or Kalia there with the potty mouth? I think that's going to be my vote, Lucius. How about you?
Abundant Faith.
We'll check.
I'm going to go with the chat pulling that guy off sides.
Brian?
I'm going to go with the Chad as well.
By a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Weatherman at WSFA in Alabama. NFL Draft Big Board Report time. We have NFL player comps for the top 20 prospects. NFL News Today is coming up at 3, and then Dave Raymond's going to join us at 3:20. We'll be talking Rangers here on your home of the 2023 World Series champions, and we're back in the nation.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We were just talking about the weatherman getting triggered by the chat. I'm here just trying to hold off on the 580 over here on the text. Might come after you next break a little bit, sir. Thanks for listening, by the way. Nick Harris posting another Micah Parsons quote. He was talking at the Make-A-Wish Foundation with the kids and talking football. Earlier we had the quote, he's confident that a deal is going to get done. There's a plan in place and everything, but this one is better. Putting the pressure on the front office that we need the good players, the legends, everybody in the media and the fans to get on the same page with this one. Micah Parsons, a quote from Nick Harris, I don't want to sit back and watch other teams build and us stay the same. I want to see us become aggressive and get some impact players that will make an impact. I love that because it sets an expectation. And it spells out for the fans, hey, you can't let, Jerry and Steven just do their same old thing and then tell you we're a contender and blame it on Dak when we don't score enough points. This is the exact type of thing that we need. Do you think Jerry and Steven might listen to it if they're heading in that direction a little bit? I would hope so. I don't think you're going to tell either of those guys what to do with their money, but maybe if enough legends and current players voice it, they'll have no other choice but to go for it because the fan base is going to cross their arms and sit on their butts until you follow through with what a lot of people are saying it's going to take. You just saw, the Eagles get the job done again with a quarterback that yours is at least good as. We've seen Brock Purdy get to the Super Bowl. We've seen Jimmy Garoppolo go to the Super Bowl. So I love what Micah Parsons is doing. I hope the Jones family listens, Brian.
We've seen some legends of the past be outspoken.
Yep.
Troy Aikman has been pretty outspoken about some things. Michael Irvin could be outspoken. Emmett, we got that firsthand, last week when we had a chance to sit down with him. Darren Woodson, guys like that, they're I don't think they listen to their legends. I think we're asking them to do something that they, Jerry says, I talk to a lot of people, and I'm sure he does talk to Troy and Emmett and Michael and those guys. And, if they're saying the same thing that they're saying in public, and they've been saying this for a while now too.
Well, Troy has, but Michael and Emmett just started talking after the Green Bay loss in the way that they have taken the tone
I've never seen Emmett talking this way.
Yeah.
Michael though could be, but I just kind of feel like that there's those guys come out and they say like, hey, Jerry, you're kind of living on, you're living on our coattails from the past. And
yeah,
I don't think he's listening to him.
I don't think so either. And he said as much.
Yeah,
he has said as much when he's been asked about it.
Yeah, I don't, but I think Jerry is more likely to listen to a Bill Parcells or a Bill Belichick or Barry Switzer than he is.
Well, we don't need them to listen. We just need them to pay attention.
No, but that's what I'm saying, though. But somebody telling them, it's great that the former players are saying that, but the problem is maybe you get a Barry Switzer telling Jerry, like, nah, man, you're doing fine.
Yeah.
Don't let all those people get to you. You're running this team the way, you get people that are telling him that everything's good.
And these people are ones that won in the 90s.
Sure.
That the game has changed significantly. The salary cap approach that they took worked quite well from about 2000 to 2012 or so. That was an era of, hey, wild card teams winning the Super Bowl. This is crazy because once you got in, seeds 1 through at that time 6 weren't that different. Now the best teams are clearly separating themselves by eliminating all their weaknesses. You can't run into a trying to get the Super Bowl, at least in the NFC. In the AFC, you have Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes leading more flawed teams than what's getting it done in the NFC. The NFC is the best super team wins regardless of who their quarterback is.
Right, and they made the commitment to go ahead and say, hey, Dak's our guy. We believe he's good enough. They paid him a bunch of money, so there's really no excuse to not then look at the landscape of the NFC for every reason you just gave. It is the more winnable conference. It is the conference that is there for the taking and really has been for the last 4 years. And they've kind of missed the mark on not going with the Eagles formula of, maybe I look up and in 2032, I've got like $100 million in cash that I've pushed into the future. Does anybody give a damn when they're hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy at the end of the year? No, they don't.
No,
so it's
and
worth it.
They'll forgive you. I mean, so many people are around right now still because of the Super Bowls you won in the 70s and the 90s. They'll give you decades. They just want to taste, the top of the mountain every now and then.
Like we hear the stories from Jerry when he's on with Sean and RJ and KNC talking about 30 years ago and all the successes they had. It'd be so awesome to hear a 2025 story.
Yeah, it would, man. It would be incredible. And I think if you get one like the Eagles are showing you, try your best to get one a decade, and fans are going to be crotch first and chins up for a long time on the tail end of that. But right now, when the Eagles fans start talking, as a Cowboys fan, you don't have anything to holler back at all. It's just be quiet and go away, because if you try to engage in a debate, you don't have enough ammo. And that's what this Jones family has done to this fan base. NFL Draft Big Board Report. This is NFL player comps for the top 20 picks. Which one do you want to see the Cowboys take at 12? We go to Pro Football Focus for this content right here. Travis Hunter, the first player, number one rated player, or number two, according to most people. Champ Bailey here is the comp, going with a cornerback there. Brian, do you like the Champ Bailey comp for Travis Hunter or somebody else?
I'll tell you what, though, that's pretty solid right there. And, Champ is one of these guys that you look at the cover ability, the ability to stay connected, the ball skills, a lot of things to like about Champ Bailey. That's a pretty solid comparison right there to that kid.
I didn't know had 700 yards receiving in his final year at Georgia. Champ Bailey did.
Champ Bailey was the Bailey brothers were outstanding at Georgia, but Champ especially.
Number two, Abdul Carter. Is the best comp for him just Micah Parsons? Is it that easy?
I think he's more like Verse from Florida State, who we just saw in this.
Faster.
Yeah.
He's more explosive.
Maybe a little bit more explosive, but I kind of feel like when you look at the size and the length and his ability to get off the football the way he does, I think he's more Verse than really anything.
Because he can set the edge and is a better run defender than what Micah is right now.
Ted McMillan at Arizona, number 3 player, a wide receiver. He's 6'5", 210, draws the comp of A.J. Green, the former Bengal great here.
I watched him and felt like I was watching some Mike Evans to his game. The size matches. He's probably not quite as fast when it comes to the vertical speed, but the deep ball catches everything. It doesn't appear like he's the fastest dude on the field, yet he's running slippery routes to find separation easily. I think he's a mix between Drake London and Mike Evans. A.J. Green was a unique body type, and Ted McMillan's a little bit more filled out.
I feel like Ted McMillan's more dynamic, where A.J. Green was speed and height. And McMillan's the kind of guy where he's kind of got those Des traits where he'll come back to the ball, he'll spin, he'll beat a guy, he'll muscle a guy. I think there's a lot of stuff that I've seen from my limited study of McMillan that I really would love to see on the Cowboys. Number 4 is the defensive tackle at Michigan, Mason Graham. The comp there, we got to go back to the 90s for Leroy Glover. Brian, you like that comp?
Yeah, Leroy Glover. I had a chance in pro personnel to bring him over to the Cowboys, and he made me look great on that day. I mean, he played on some not so great teams, but he was a great player. I think to me, Leroy Glover was a smaller guy. This is a 320-pound guy.
Big dude.
Yeah,
super
Leroy Glover
light.
is smaller, but you talk about the quickness. I think that Graham has more power, but that quickness to get off the football, I think that Leroy Glover is much better than Graham, but their body types are completely different.
We go to number 5, Ashton Genty, the running back that's on the tip of everybody's tongue. The comp there, I don't know if this even applies. I wouldn't even think about this. Alvin Kamara? Is he that kind of a player?
He's not as explosive as Alvin Kamara. I don't know that I quite see that as a comp.
Is he good out of the backfield like that?
He is good out of the backfield.
Would you consider him like, if you ever watched Kenneth Walker play at Seattle?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the same, like, thickness.
Thickness to him, 5'9", 215, that type of body, that type of player.
Able to roll off defenders.
Bounce off guys, stuff like that, make people miss. I thought he was more of Kenneth Walker than he was that.
We're doing player comps for the top 20 prospects. Pro Football Focus has put it together for it, getting our draft guys' thoughts on what they've done here. Will Johnson's a corner we talked about quite a bit yesterday, 6'2", 205. and they go with Patrick Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year. Is he that good?
No, he's not that good. He's good, but he is not that. He's not to that level. I mean, this kid plays more off coverage. Patrick Surtain, when you watched him play, he was a man cover guy. And so him and Joe Horn in that area, you kind of felt like one was a gambler, one was really a solid, just every down player, was not going to make mistakes.
Boring was the phrase you used to like. His tape was because nobody threw him the ball and he was always in position and he was a technician.
I think there's some J.C. Horn to this guy's game but without the gamble. But some of the things that he does technique wise.
Let's go to Tennessee, where James Pierce Jr. has been rushing the passer. They have flashbacks to Randy Gregory at Nebraska. Is James Pierce Jr. a guy we should be thinking about there at 12 for these Cowboys? Do you like the comp, Chuck?
I don't mind that because he's all about the bend, the twitchiness. He's an excellent pass rusher. I've just got massive questions of if I'm an offensive lineman, if he's on the field, or if I'm an offensive coordinator, I'm running right at him. Yeah. And I think I can totally eliminate him from the game.
Kind of sounds a little bit like Randy in that way, though. But this kid's like really straight line speed. And that's kind of what Randy was. I think this is pretty fair. But I think this kid is actually stronger than what Randy, because you could see him walk bigger guys. Watching the Oklahoma and the Alabama games, he's walking their linemen back. So, yeah, I would say he's probably stronger than what Randy was at Nebraska.
Okay, there's the first 9. Maybe we'll have time for more a little bit later on in the broadcast, but it's time now for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. What are you teasing, buddy?
Travis Hunter's NFL position reveal. The New York City split is official, and one AFC challenger is swinging big to try and get this quarterback. That's next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free...
Giants has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Welcome in. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Zach Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here he is. Wolchuk.
All right, so we've got a couple of things that are developing when it comes to quarterbacks in the National Football League. I already saw this. The Rams in talks apparently with the Giants. Now, this is Colin Cowherd, who's kind of throwing some of this chum in the water. So I don't know, is he really, really well connected with either party here with the Rams or the Giants? We've seen Colin have tremendous moments and then also some not so good moments. But he is saying the Rams want the number 3 pick for the Giants if they were to trade Matthew Stafford. Rams don't want to restructure Stafford's deal and are getting tired of the public stuff that comes with his family. You know, the wife's got a podcast now. I just played the audio earlier this week, of Kelly Stafford kind of firing some shots at the Rams. Like, what are we doing here? You want to trade Cooper Kupp? Like, we're here to win. My husband wants to win. So the Rams could look to then trade down from 3 to acquire more picks next year and then move up for a quarterback, because they might not like any of the specific quarterbacks in this year's class. But if you're the Giants, I don't know. This would be one of those, Brian, you are a general manager and a head coach that are, I don't care about the future. I'm trying to save my job.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Matthew Stafford is saving my job right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is that mode. It's, I'm going to make this trade. I'm going to try and save my job, and whatever happens, if it doesn't work, that's going to be somebody else's problem. It's not going to be my problem anymore. So yeah, if you were to make a deal like this, you're absolutely, then you would probably have ownership that would step in and say, listen, we're not doing that. We're not going to. And if you think that we are going to do it, then you could just go ahead and pack your gear and get on out of here. So I just, sometimes these owners will let the general managers do what they need to do. And if it works, great. If it doesn't work, then they'll just fire him and put somebody else in that spot. And you always feel like we're going to give this guy a shot. We say, hey, we brought him back. We're going to give him one more shot. But man, I would be really surprised if they traded the 3rd overall pick for Matthew Stafford.
I would too. That doesn't seem like that's smart. But then again, the Giants haven't really shown that they're very smart with some of the moves they've made. Now, pass rusher Kayvon Thibodeau, which I think you had as the best player in this draft class, right? Am I wrong on that?
He was top 3.
Yeah. I mean, I think everybody from that draft was like, Kayvon Thibodeau's an absolute savage out of Oregon. He's open to free agency if the Giants don't pick up his 5th-year option on his rookie deal. It's amazing that's already kind of where we are at the stage of Thibodeau's career. He said, quote, I was a high draft pick who came in with Joe Shine and Brian Daboll. I'm excited to see what happens, but if they don't pick it up, I have the option to go to the open market, which creates a whole other dynamic. So there is one of their best players on the roster that's also very open to seeing what the future holds. Now, if they make a trade for a Matthew Stafford, maybe that just changes everybody's vibe inside of that building. But the Giants all of a sudden have become a very interesting team to see what they do. Do they move the 3rd overall pick for a quarterback? Do they stay there and end up taking a quarterback? We'll have to monitor what happens with inside the division. Now, we got the scouting combine invites today. Everybody who is going to go to Indianapolis has been revealed. The big thing here, Travis Hunter. What position group is he going to be with? And he will be with the defensive backs. That is where he will be evaluated as a draft prospect in Indy. Listed as a DB is noteworthy. It might be the new full-time position. I'm sure any team that takes him will have a plan for both sides of the football, or else I think you're wasting the talent of the player.
Okay, well, here's how this is going to work, or this is how it's worked in the past. He will be with the cornerback group. Teams can request him to work out as a wide receiver. And when I mean request him to work out as a wide receiver, like when the cornerback drills are over, then a receivers coach or representative of the combine will put him through a workout with the quarterback, with a bullpen quarterback. So they'll throw routes and things like that. So that's the way it used to be in the past. If you had players that were, say you had a player that was if you had a guy a tight end, that was, you wanted to work out as a wide receiver, see different routes, you can request.
Okay.
And then between groups, they would work out those players.
That's pretty awesome.
So yeah.
Like, I'm sure like pro days, right? When they bring him individually, they can have him work out as both.
He could. Now, I haven't heard yet if he's going to work out or not. He's probably going to wait.
Oh, that's a good point too. He's
probably going to wait till the pro day in Boulder, or his hometown. He could do either one. He could go to his hometown, or he can go to Boulder and do that. But you're going to get teams are going to send wide receivers coaches to work out with him, and you're also going to see teams send cornerback coaches or defensive back coaches. But if he wants to work out at the combine and knock it all out, it'd probably be a pretty smart thing to do.
It'd be so fun to see him, like in the competitive nature too. When you get into that type of climate, maybe he just says, "Screw it, I want to jump in with the wide receiver group."
Yeah.
Like watching him do the gauntlet would be a blast.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. They'll throw him if you request. They'll throw him in those drills, and they'll just work him out between drills or between groups is what they would do.
So he was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He had 36 tackles, 11 passes defended, 4 picks. Offensively, 96 catches, just under 1,260 yards, 15 touchdowns. I mean, the dude, I've got him as a first-round receiver or corner. I've got him as my top corner, second receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, he's absolutely phenomenal.
You have the Arizona receiver as number 1?
I do.
Okay.
I've got McMillan.
Yeah, there we go.
Now, what is interesting is one notable omission was Shiloh Sanders. Shiloh didn't get the combine invite. Of course, Shador did.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm super shocked by this, just watching Shiloh during the practice at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah.
It wasn't great.
No, this is where you have to kind of be careful if you're the combine, because the combine takes recommendations from the teams. So it's not like the combine just individually has made the decision. His grades from the NFL teams wasn't good enough to get him in. Now, what you have to be careful about is, do you want Deion Sanders, as outspoken as he is, to...
I wouldn't have wanted to tick off Deion. And that's the guy who's worked with the combine for NFL Network.
That's what I'm saying. And now if you don't bring Shiloh in, are you risking the fact that maybe Deion Sanders is not interested in helping you, the scouting department, when you come rolling through? You're like, okay, you're going to do this to my son. You don't think he's good enough? All right, well, here we go. We're going to limit the amount of visits you can make to Colorado. We're going to only be open one time. It's going to be during the week of the open week. And good luck getting film and good luck getting information when all the coaches and stuff are gone.
Now, they got a lot of the receivers going. Jimmy Horn Jr. got invited, who I also got to see at the Shrine Bowl. So Colorado's got a decent representation, but Shiloh, that's a great point. I mean, LeJontay Wester, another one of their wide receivers, got invited.
I just don't know if I want to piss off Deion Sanders.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't either. And it's not, I mean, I like I said, not surprising. I kind of just asked a few people. I was at the Shrine Bowl practice, like, where would you see Shiloh going? And it
priority free agent kind of deal.
Yeah. I mean, maybe like a seventh rounder, maybe like if a team took Shador and that was part of, like, you want to make sure everybody's happy, you take Shiloh. But he did look lost at times in the coverage ability there. Yeah. But a lot of local kids and Texas schools are going to be represented in this. Jadon Blue, Taj Brooks, the running backs from Texas and Tech, Ollie Gordon. Euless Trinity Zone, Oklahoma State's going to be there. He got an invite.
Have you watched him play yet on film?
I haven't on film, and I saw so much Ollie Gordon 2 years ago.
Yeah, I haven't either, and I know a lot of people have told me, hey, you got to watch him and then watch Blue, the running back from Texas.
Like, I feel like Ollie Gordon's a guy I've got enough base knowledge of. I've just wanted to watch other guys that I'd never seen before.
Smith from SMU is a kind of an interesting running back.
Yeah, Rashard Smith's good. Yeah. He is. He's a good player. And I mean, Taj Brooks is one that I get asked about all the time. And I watched Taj Brook at Tech. Like, I married into a Tech family. Taj Brooks is a 3-down back. The thing that he lacks is the home run hitting speed. But I've argued he could be one of the best pass protecting backs in all of the entire draft. He's phenomenal. But a lot of the Texas kids like Matthew Golden got invited. Isaiah Bond got invited. Best from TCU will be there. For the most part, you're going to have all the big names did get asked to go. Jalen Conyers is a tight end to watch from Texas Tech as well when he gets out there. That's a good blocker. Gunnar Helm from Texas got invited. So Combine right around the corner. Jets did inform Aaron Rodgers it's Dunsky. You know, we had that report earlier in the week, but it is official now, nearly 2 years after welcoming him. It is done as the Jets issued a statement that they're moving on, and it was important to have this discussion now to provide clarity and enable each of us the proper time to plan for our respective futures. We want to thank him for the leadership, passion, and dedication he brought to the organization and wish him success moving forward. So we'll see where Rodgers ends up. One of the places that we talked about yesterday was Pittsburgh. How about this? The Steelers reportedly called and asked about Trevor Lawrence from the Jacksonville Jags via trade. So Ryan Burr, who is of the Big Ten Network, posted the Steelers have made inquiries to the Jags about a trade for Lawrence, this directly from the horse's mouth in the Jags organization. Now, I'm not sure which horse that would be. Maybe it was Shad Khan. Maybe it was their owner. But they were told no, and the Jags have no plan to trade Trevor Lawrence. But I do love the Steelers even saying, hey, let's try. You got a new head coach. You're moving in a new direction. Maybe they want to go ahead and move forward with something new. Let's see. Maybe Trevor Lawrence ends up being available, and if you're Pittsburgh, that would be a tremendous place to go and resurrect your career if you were Trevor Lawrence. As much as I can't stand the Steelers, that's a hell of an organization right there. But apparently the Jags have no plans to move on from T-Law.
Man, I'd be listening. What are you guys offering? I think Trevor Lawrence is a decent quarterback, but he hasn't shown anything that we should be shy about dipping back into the QB prospecting waters.
Yeah, zero chance was the quote that came out of Jacksonville that they'd actually be willing to part with him. But I you know what? Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's what you say. Publicly, there's zero chance.
Yes.
Privately, what are we offering?
I think that's a conversation that they'd absolutely still have. So no Aaron Rodgers, but maybe in New York, maybe he still ends up in Pittsburgh. We'll have to see how that ends up developing as the offseason goes on. The Chiefs did tell Travis Kelce he's got until March 14th. So they're giving him about a month to figure out, are you coming back or are you going to go ahead and retire? I saw Ian Rappaport said he believes he's going to be leaning towards retirement, but that's our guy Nate Taylor, who we became buddies with, reported that it will be until March 14th. He's going to have figured out what he wants to do, and I think that's totally fair.
Yeah, it is totally fair. I just think from an organizational standpoint, I've seen enough. We don't want this anymore. We need young. We need your roster spot. We need your salary spot. If we're going to add other good players. And right now, I do feel like it's time to move on and try to find some, the next generation of guys to play with Patrick Mahomes. Brady had 3 or 4 different teams in his time with the Patriots.
He did. This was from Pardon My Take. Joe Burrow sat down with those guys over the course of Super Bowl week. He said the Eagles are paying everybody. that seems like the way, whatever they're doing. And he's being asked about, hey, Trey Hendrickson wants a new deal, your best defensive player. T. Higgins, he's been very outspoken. I'm going to find a way to keep him around. So they asked him, okay, explain it to us like we're 5 years old. We hear all the time about, contracts and how they're able to move money. Like, what exactly happens when a team comes to you and asks you to restructure a contract?
So you could do a couple different things. You could convert some of the money to a signing bonus, which will lower the cap hit.
Mm-hmm.
You can push some of the money to the back end of the contract, and then when you get to that lowers the cap hit, and then when you get to the back end of the contract, you can restructure it and convert it to a signing bonus.
Okay.
And then you can also just take less money.
And which one were you going to do?
We'll see.
I don't think it's to take less money, but he has been very open. Like, whatever I need to do, whatever you need to do with my contract, do what you have to do because I want T. Higgins here.
He has a good understanding of what potentially needs to be done. So obviously somebody, either his agent or the Bengals, have sat down with him and said, listen, okay, if this is what you want to do, this is a couple different ways. So good for him for, not giving it the standard, well, I'll let my agent handle that. He knows what he has to do. And I think that's always a plus when a player has that understanding.
I agree 100%. Now, speaking of money, James Cook, Bills running back.
Yeah.
That bill's going to be coming due soon. He's got 1 year left on his deal. He wants $15 million a year. That's what he's looking for. So that's probably not a figure that he just said, okay, that's what I'd like. That would slot him right behind Christian McCaffrey, who's making $19 a year. It would vault him over Jonathan Taylor, who's making $14 million a year. He'd be making more than Barkley, who's just over 12.5, Kamara, and Josh Jacobs. So $15 million a year does sound very expensive for a running back, but we did see the impact that he had this year for a Bills team that was very close to finally getting over that hump and making a Super Bowl. They're going to have to decide, do we want to pay James Cook $15 million a season? I don't know what they'll decide.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. I think the answer should be yes for them. James Cook showed over replacement he gave you what you needed when it came to yards after contact and, making the plays that you pay the runners money for. So they can't ignore the fact that they lost Stephon Diggs. They trade for Amari Cooper, but he wasn't special, and they still figured out a way to make it to where they did. So I wouldn't mess with that formula, Wolchuk, considering how close they are.
All right, I'm crazy that if the Cowboys were to actually win a Super Bowl, by the year, I'm just becoming more and more at peace with the fact I'm probably never going to see one. Okay, but $60 is what they are charging if you want to buy Super Bowl confetti. They went ahead and picked up all the confetti from the field, and they're bottling it. And if you want to buy Super Bowl confetti, like if you're an Eagles diehard, you can collect that, and it's in a beer-style container designed to recreate the trophy celebration with every shake of confetti. $60 a piece. You think this is a good price for a bottle of confetti?
I would say so. $60, I'm doing it.
Got it forever.
That's a great holiday present or birthday present for somebody. They're not gouging me too hard. I think I'd probably draw the line under $100. Wolchuk, and they hit it right for me.
Yeah, $60. That's right there. Apparently, Eagle fans are buying merchandise like crazy. They've already broken the record from the Dodgers, who just won the World Series for the most sales within 24 hours when it comes to Fanatics. And it's not just Pennsylvania. Apparently, every state, they've had people buying merchandise, and in over 60 countries. So the Birds, they're gaining some fans, and they can go bleep themselves. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News of the Day almost every afternoon, 3 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking with Dave Raymond, Texas Rangers Television. When we return here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're set to chat here with Dave Raymond, Texas Rangers television, as pitchers and catchers are out there. They're getting ready to get this party started. Spring training games now right around the corner. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. What are we at here? February 21st, I believe, against the Royals, as Dave Raymond joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Salute. I'm great. I'm great. How are you boys doing?
Man, we are doing awesome. We're so fired up for this Rangers season and the chances they can save us from, the disappointment, frankly, that's encompassed the Cowboys and the Mavericks recently. What do you think? Is this their bounce back year after the post World Series hangover year that we see so often?
Well, I'll say this much to your point there about what else is going on around here. I mean, I don't know that there's been a better spot for the Rangers to maybe capture the hearts and minds of fans who waffle one way or the other or whatever, or have been indifferent. I mean, it's a great opportunity right now for this team, this franchise, to really, plant a flag in the ground. And I do think that they're well positioned to do that too. So, we're always optimistic this time of year. I think that's sort of natural. But I think there's really good reason this year for Rangers fans to feel like this team could bounce back. Now, listen, predicting world championships it's a bold thing to do, but then again, you have the Bruce Bochy every other year pattern that would rear its head again. And I just think they did a lot of work on this team in the offseason, and whether you want to talk about the lineup, or you want to talk about where this rotation sits, or the reconstructed bullpen, they went to work and got a lot of stuff done, and I think they're really well positioned right now.
Now, I guess the pushback would be, other than the World Series month and the first 2 months of the 2023 season, it's been a 500 or below outfit for the last 2 calendar years. Where do you push back on that, Dave?
Well, I think that's a fair observation, but I also think that that's largely true of baseball. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of losing, right? If you're just an absolute kick-ass team and you win 100-plus games in a year, that means you're losing 60 times. So, I mean, there's plenty of losing to go around in this game. It's just the nature of how it works. But to dig a little deeper on that, you're not wrong. I mean, there were the struggles at the end of 2023 were frightening. I mean, that was a free fall there for a bit, and last year was frustrating. Last year was one of those where it just never seemed to quite get off the ground, and it wasn't horrible, but it just never, they never met expectations, even for a 2 or 3 week stretch, right? I mean, it might get hot for a week, but they just could never sustain anything. And so I think it's a fair criticism. At the same time, and anybody can make excuses and certainly use the injury excuse a lot, but it's a factor, and it was a factor last year. They dealt with a lot of that, and even guys that weren't officially on the injured list, but were pretty clearly banged up, or just playing compromised. And I'll always look at Adolis Garcia's year last year and say that there's no amount of convincing anybody could do that would make me think he wasn't anywhere less than 100%. Pretty much all year. He looked tired and a little banged up all year, and so I think that was a reality last season. And I think you got a lot of guys who are going to be healthier and in a better place that way. And of course, you're adding in guys like Jacob deGrom and the emergence of guys like Kumar Rocker and whatnot. Those are significant improvements.
I agree. I mean, Doley just never seemed like himself, and then you throw in Josh Young and Evan Carter just not being able to stay healthy and battling injuries. Anytime we talked with CY, Dave, late in the season, he stressed offense. And this offseason, they went and they trade for Jake Berger. You bring in Jock Peterson, Kyle Higashioka. how much better do you think this offense can be? Can they get back to that 2023 form that was just the best offense maybe in all of baseball?
Yeah, I'm guilty of believing that this could be, once again, the best offense in baseball. It might be the best offense, and this, I've got to be really careful here. It might be the best, most powerful offense that this franchise has put out. You know, those teams in the 90s were pretty potent, but I would not be surprised to see in the neighborhood of 11 guys on this team in double-digit home runs. You look at a guy like Kyle Higashioka, who's the backup catcher as we get things started. Well, he hit 17 home runs last year. I've always been a big fan of Jake Burgers, and there are some holes in the game, right? He strikes out a lot. But just look at last year as an example. You know, Seager's a tremendous hitter. No one in baseball would debate that. He squares up a lot of balls. So last year, exit velocities of 110 miles per hour or better, and that's an extraordinarily well-hit ball. He had 12 of those, and that placed him in the top whatever in baseball, top 20, let's say. Jake Burger, compared to Seager's 12, Burger had 31 that he hit at least 110 miles per hour. So we all marvel at watching Seager, you know, square up baseballs and drive them deep into the night. Wait till you see Jake Burger. Now, again, he'll strike out a lot, but in the last, whatever it is, 5 years, I've looked through his numbers. Every single year, his strikeout numbers have gotten better. That's encouraging, and the power doesn't diminish. So, you know, there's a guy who his wife put a goal this year for him of 50 home runs, but he's not backing away from it either. He's like, well, you know, I could. He's like, the only problem with that is if I come home with 49, is that a disappointment? But so there's, you know, Jock Peterson has great power. This lineup, and what that does when you can fill every hole with guys who can really hit the ball well like that, is then it amplifies the abilities of guys like Seager or Semien or Garcia or Josh Young and Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. I mean, so it's not real difficult to start putting together a list of guys who you think are going to hit a lot of home runs this year. And I think that's what this team looks like to me. And then you added some on base with Jock Peterson, and I think if Evan Carter can be healthy and contribute, he's a guy who can get on with much better regularity than some other guys. So I think this lineup looks really stout to me.
Dave, is there a closer currently on the roster right now?
And there's the biggest question of the spring. No, I mean, in the strictest of terms, no, there is not. And that's, you know, we're seeing the team maybe positioning the idea of a closer by committee, putting guys in to fit these roles as they come up during the game and that sort of stuff. And many a team has attempted that or claimed that they were going to do that or whatever. But the list is really short of great teams that have had a lot of success doing that.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see a lot of World Series winning ball clubs that, you know, didn't have a set closer or didn't at least attempt to have a set closer all year. So it's a dicey place to start, but somebody could emerge, and certainly Chris Martin is, I think, the leading candidate in a lot of people's mind is the guy who could take that spot. I think there are, you know, things you could do with maybe a guy like John Gray, but the fact of the matter is they don't have that guy who's proven that he can really handle that role. And so that's, you know, if you're going to identify a concern or two going into the season, I think that would be right at the top of the list.
You mentioned John Gray there. How real do you think that flirtation will be of him possibly sliding in as a closer?
In most of these types of situations, it's one of those that has several other factors that involve other individuals, right? So if, let's just say, for purposes of payroll flexibility and the ability to go get somebody else to fill a need for you, you made a trade, somebody off your staff. Well, you know, it's been suggested that that Tyler Mahle would be a good candidate for that because, frankly, that would involve unloading some money, which would be good. Well, if you did that, then maybe you're less likely to experiment with John Gray in that position. Depending on what they want to do with Cody Bradford coming out of spring, right? Cody could be a starter. He could be a long reliever. If they make him a long reliever, then you may have a realistic need to use John in the rotation. So, and then again, if Kumar Rocker comes out lights out, if Jack Leiter looks like he's figured everything out, well, then maybe you've got a surplus of guys, and it would make all the sense in the world. So there's so many moving parts to it. My thinking is if as an example, go back to the Mahle idea, they want to move Mahle to make room to get somebody else. Well, that's probably going to be to address the closer spot. So you move Mahle, but it's to address a closer, and so then that would also negate the need to try and experiment with John as a closer. But I do think if you want to give that a shot, I think there's something there. I don't know that it would work. I can't say that for certain, but there's something about it that I do kind of like for John.
What do you think of as far as who's the odd man out in the rotation?
Man, that's a good one, right? Because normally you're trying to figure out who's going to be your fifth starter, and the Rangers are trying to figure out, well, who can't start the season in the rotation. And Bradford is that guy who's right on the edge there. And I think just because of his experience doing both, pitching a little out of the bullpen and long relief, and then being able to swing right back into the rotation. And I also think with his youth, I think you're more comfortable doing that kind of thing with a younger guy, that he becomes, again, at this point, he's probably your favorite that way to be that swing man. And so to start the season in the pen and not in the rotation. But I would tell you personally, I just like him so much in the rotation that's where I would want him. But it's never that simple. So I know they've got a lot of balls up in the air, and again, I think some of that comes down to can they make a move if they want to make a move. But I think Bradford is probably the easiest for them to go ahead and start him in the bullpen at the start of the year.
Do you think Marcus Semien stays at leadoff, or is there somebody else maybe you'd like to see at that spot?
That's another great one. I mean, if you're really going to maximize what you think you can get out of this lineup, then either, Marcus is going to have to be a little more committed to getting on base more regularly, and at this point in his career, I think you know what you got. And I don't think you can ask him to reinvent himself. I don't think you really want him to. So I do think he probably fits better somewhere else in the lineup. And then if you can, if you could put, Evan Carter there, if Evan's going to play on a regular basis and be, continue to get on base the way he has in his career, then I think that makes a lot of sense. He's, he'd be great for that. At the same time, I don't think this team wants or needs speed in that leadoff spot. And I've talked to Marcus about this a lot over the years. Marcus could steal a lot more bases, but he doesn't want to. He didn't want to open up first base for them just to pitch around Seager. So, if you went with Evan Carter, you would be I think you'd be handcuffing him a little bit to first base and not taking advantage of his potential speed because, again, you don't want to offer teams that easy out with Corey Seager. So, I could see it's just, but it's going to be a very tough conversation. Marcus is a proud guy. He sees himself as a leadoff hitter, and I know he wants to do that. I think the team might have some options that would be better there, but at the same time, I don't think he kills them in that spot either. I think he presents that power potential, it's got merit. I mean, he certainly performed well there in 2023, so I don't know why that couldn't be the case again.
Exciting times, Dave. We appreciate your insights, and we hope to see you soon, maybe out there in Surprise, buddy. Have a great rest of your winter and stay warm.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you, fellas. Always a pleasure to talk a little baseball with you. And let's go. It's baseball season.
That sounds great, man. And warmer days are ahead, which we need. Holy cow. What was it, like 23 degrees when I got in the truck this morning?
Yeah.
Even colder next week.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were through it, Brian. I really did.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Energy. It's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Zach to talk me off the ledge about some of these offensive tackles in the draft. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Energy, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, Joel. Thank you very much to Reliant again for being back with us on Krusty's Corner. I really appreciate you guys. Hey, Dawson, you taught me something today
What's that?
in the pre-show when we were talking. I didn't know that because of cold weather, my tires can lose air.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I did not know that.
You get some alerts up there on the dash?
All 4 tires.
Wow.
Like, it's funny because...
Do you not park outside usually?
No, I do. I park outside. I got covered, but I'm not in a garage or anything like that. But this is the first time that I've ever had. I thought it was one of those sensor things. You know, when you get an all 4 tire warning, you're thinking, okay, something with the sensor's not right.
Yeah.
If you get 1 tire, you're kind of like, okay. You're thinking, if you get 1 tire, you're thinking, because I live in an area where there's some construction going on.
Sure.
And there's always guys walking around and gals maybe
there was a nail or
dropping.
I hate that.
Dropping. Every time I go through a construction site, it's like phobia.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I know I'm going to drive over. Somebody was careless. Somebody let their staple gun. It knocked some staples out, or there's screws on the ground, or something like that. But when all 4 tires, I was thinking, man, my tires are only like a year old.
Yeah.
And I was like, they can't be that. That can't be. Do I need to get new tires after a year?
No, but sometimes, like even from the factory, I know I have a Nissan as well, and one of my tires just had a slow leak in it right off the factory assembly line.
Oh, wow.
And I took it to my buddy Ben there at the tire shop close to Sunnyvale, and he got it fixed up for me. But that one was slow leaking, and whenever the temperature dropped 20 degrees, I kept getting that alert on it.
Oh, did you? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I got my friends over at Discount Tire. They're really
It's pretty
nice
big.
folks over
I'd say 3 or 4 PSIs it can drop, especially if you go from like 80 a couple of days ago down to 25.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people are dealing with that today.
Normally I keep on that thing. I make sure everything, keep the oil check, keep everything about it right.
Yeah.
But that was shocking when you turn on and all of a sudden that thing just blinked.
Oh, yeah,
all
right
4
at
times.
you. Yeah.
And it went from, the 33 PSIs to
down to
you're
29.
You're at 23.
You're at 23?
No, I went to 23.
Holy cow, that's a big dip.
I know, but that was like all 4 tires. I kind of thought the neighbor lady was like,
yeah,
I don't think she likes me very much.
Had enough of your S?
I think so. I thought maybe she let air out of my tires. I think she,
he never called me back, that fool.
I'm glad. I was thinking I was glad that she didn't stick a knife or something at the side of them or something like that.
Yeah.
But when it's all 4, it has to be the weather, doesn't it?
I have anxiety about that. Yes, I think it is the weather. But what I do is I get one of those things you can plug into the cigarette lighter.
Yeah.
Wherever I go, if I'm getting a flat tire, I'm ready to charge.
Yeah, that's a good plan. I need to get that, and I also need that smaller battery charger thing.
Bang.
Remember the ordeal I had with that? My God.
Those things are amazing.
That was terrible. But anyway.
About $80, you can get your own jump starter right there in about a shoebox size.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Well, that's something we definitely need to think of, because it's only, and I actually joined AAA, and I used to have AAA when I was in Green Bay, until one time I needed their help when it was like -6 degrees, and they weren't around. They're like, nah, we can't help you. And here I'm paying every month.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm sorry, we can't help you. We can't get you.
in Texas, the roadside assistance is just about just as good,
Oh, down the toll road,
highways.
The toll road, they do it really. They do.
They help us on
AAA. My bad. Sorry.
Go ahead, no.
I love AAA because they'll tow you, put you on a truck and get you out of there.
That's nice. It's huge.
See, Lucius, I went back.
You only get 2 or 3 a year, though.
Yeah, I went back in. I said, okay, I'm going back in. I'm gonna do this, because the last thing I want to do is be changing a tire or run out of gas. I've been known to act like I'm on the last lap at Daytona and try and make it the gas last a little bit longer than it is. I've been known to do that.
I think AAA is worth it.
Okay.
By the way,
well,
I love them.
I went back in, so we're good. All right, Wolchuk, I'm going to challenge you a little bit here. This is from Pro Football Focus. And they've got the strengths and weaknesses for the top offensive tackles in this draft.
And tackles specifically.
Yeah, tackles specifically. And the problem I'm having with this right now is I'm scared to death of a lot of these guys. But I know that potentially Dallas could be looking at this spot, right? I mean, we could be looking at one of these guys.
They could be. They could be. I mean, they're definitely, I would think, going to need a guard if Zach Martin's not back.
Okay.
But yeah, you could be looking at tackle.
Yeah, okay. Or maybe you move one of these tackles.
Or maybe you move a tackle.
Okay. They went through like 5 offensive tackles. Okay, their offensive tackle 1 is Will Campbell from LSU. Okay, now here's I'll go through the weakness. Let me just go through the weakness of that of the player. Okay, and you tell me if they've got this guy right. All right, because I've got my thoughts about him too. But I want to talk about his weakness. Higher pre-snap stance leads to high pad level when engaging. Arm length could be shorter than his 6'6" frame suggests. Has some lack of flexibility in his body to stretch his kick and protect the outside shoulder. That sound like Will Campbell to you a little bit?
Yeah, because I have in my notes, poor hand placement can be a problem. Will get his hands caught outside at times.
All the time, it seems like.
And yes, he can be a little late with his back pedal. I have that note in there too.
His kick, yeah.
And I absolutely hate his stance.
That 2-point stance.
I hate it.
Yeah. It's so
he just stands upright.
But like still like all the other positives, other things positive about him, first round player on your board?
Really strong. Yeah, I mean, I think he's got a good base. He's good against speed rushers. I think he's another guy that I would look to maybe kick inside to guard, though.
I think you're right about that. Okay, OT number 2 is Josh Simmons. This is my favorite one from Ohio State. Okay, he's their OT number 2. Let me tell you his weakness. Hands have a low starting point. Doesn't have true displacement strength in the run game. I think
he's really good in the run game. I disagree with that.
I do too. Lower weight makes anchoring tough, though good knee bender and balance help.
Yeah, because in my notes I've got he can get overpowered and pushed back in the lap of the quarterback a couple times. Penn State specifically was a game that I saw for him that wasn't good. But overall, like I guess his arms are so long. I didn't have an issue with them starting low because I think that he's fast with his hands.
Real quick with his hands, I didn't like I say. I think he did have some strength in the running game.
I thought he was a phenomenal run blocker. Is what I put. He moves people off the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Kelvin Banks is number 3. Okay, height hints at shorter arm length, which shows on tape.
Yeah.
Not an imposing run blocker. He lacks displacement to move when square with defensive linemen. Too susceptible to push-pull moves. Hands could be more precise at the ready. I think his hands could be a little bit of a problem here.
I think he's a better run blocker than they're giving him credit for. I think he does get movement in the run game, and I think his processing. I think he's a really smart player.
Yeah,
he processes stunts, blitzes really well. But I can understand what they're talking about with the hands.
Yeah. Okay. All 3 of these guys, would you consider taking at 12 that we've talked about so far?
Simmons, I don't know. With that patellar tendon, that scares the hell out of me now.
Yep.
I would consider Banks. I'd consider Banks and Campbell. I'd love to know what they envision. Like, are they looking at them as I'm going to kick him inside to guard?
Right.
Because Campbell, I think, could be awesome at that. But I'd consider both of them because they are, to me, the 2 best tackles. With Simmons being injured, I'll put that caveat out there. But I'm about building in the trenches, man, so I'm not going to have an issue with that.
Their OT number 4 is Ahmad Mbo from Missouri,
the Mizzou kid.
Missouri kid. Okay, let me tell you what they think his weaknesses are. He struggles with anchor on the edge despite his 320-pound weight. He can have trouble lining up guys in space as a puller.
Mm-hmm.
Needs more strength for maintaining blocks.
Yeah.
Need a little bit more finisher's mentality with him.
He can be grabby.
Yeah.
On the outside of the shoulders. I had a note about that. Like, I wonder if that's going to get him in trouble. I think he's a zone run scheme guy.
Yeah.
So I could see like a team like San Francisco at 11. I could see them sniping him before you're even on the clock. I think he would, like, I thought he'd fit perfectly with San Francisco, Miami, like that type of Shanahan run scheme. He'll fit well with them.
I didn't feel like, though, that this guy I would consider at 12.
Me either. I think the other linemen to me are safer.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that they're more on point with what their weaknesses, what they're talking about him, and some of the others that we've read here.
Sure.
A little bit. All right, and the last guy is Gray Zabel from North Dakota State. He's going to be offensive tackle 5 for these guys.
Yeah, he's a guard.
Yeah, I think so too. Here's the weakness. Length likely will kick him inside.
Right.
But as a center, now you thought about him as a center.
Okay.
His height and weight are in the 90 percentile with what their rankings are. Smaller hands, shorter arms. Most of his long reps come from the edge rushers beating him to the inside. Or excuse me, lost reps. Excuse me. Most of his lost reps come from edge rusher beating him inside. So that tells me that they don't feel like that he could kick, he could slide inside. Like everything outside, he's good. Does he have the power step? We've seen that with Tyron Smith at times.
Right.
Getting beat to the inside there. Do you like what they said about him but being a potential center?
I love it.
Yeah.
I didn't think that, but I love Zabel.
Yeah.
And if he was there at 44 and the Cowboys scout him as a center and then you can kick BB to guard, I'd be excited at that because the play temperament for me is everything I want in a lineman.
Yeah, they talk about this guy with, top tier grip strength, very good at lining up tackles between the shoulders, whether it's on the line. Great athlete for an offensive lineman, explosive step to thrive in zone blocking scheme.
He's a good athlete.
Very good athlete. Good core strength and all that.
Redirects and recovers well. He can pull and trap.
With Gavin, with the lack of centers in this draft, I think they might have found something here with this guy potentially playing.
I didn't even think of him as a center, but he's played all around the offensive line.
Yeah.
Like he spent time at left guard, right tackle, played left tackle this past season. So position flex, I wouldn't put it past him to be able to. He's super smart.
Yeah,
he can play
smart.
center.
Yeah, he looked good in the Colorado game against good competition.
Great. Yeah, he did.
And he was good at the Senior Bowl.
I love it, boys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our draft coverage, the best in the nation, not just in DFW or Texas. Put these guys against anybody. Coming up, it's hour number 3 of the nation. We have Cowboys Twitter, what Micah Parsons has to say about the Jones boys, a financial investment into winning and more. That's coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about the Frankels before we get there.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. We saw this last hour. Micah Parsons in a story posted by Nick Harris on the Star Telegram. It'll be our first Cowboys Twitter subject. Quote, I don't want to sit back and watch other teams build and us stay the same. I want to see us become aggressive and get some impact players that will make an impact. If I'm Micah Parsons, I'm going to my agent after seeing what the Philadelphia Eagles were able to do with their very creative salary cap management, getting aware of the business of the NFL now 3 seasons in. And I'm thinking, man, I want to make this a term of doing my next deal. Jerry Jones says he's not going to be told by the players how to run his team. Somebody's got to tell him that what you're doing ain't working, and it's no coincidence, right? You can't add 2 and 2 and make 8 or whatever Jerry Jones said. This is just not going to come together. I don't care how optimistic that he is, but you don't want to be at 28 years old, Myles Garrett. You know, that's coming up for you in, 4 years? You want to be now under 25 years old with full awareness of how the Cowboys plan to try to team build to win a championship. And if you're Micah Parsons, you got to answer for yourself. Is it more important for me to stay a Cowboy where the marketing opportunity is high, the visibility is high, but they're not going to put me in an opportunity to win a Super Bowl? Or do I want to go somewhere, do I want to go to a winner? You know, and so I would tell the Jones family, listen, if you're going to team build the same way, let's make this easy for the both of us and just trade me right now. From what I can tell, he understands what time it is now. You know, 3-4 months ago when he was talking midseason and leaning optimism at every turn,
yeah,
I thought, oh, this is Micah buying what Jerry Jones is selling. You know, now I'm like, shoot, yeah, this is what you need to do. And this is the Cowboys fans' hope, that current star players can say, I'm not staying here. You're not selling another number 11 Micah Parsons jersey as we're doing a TV show. Because this is what we're doing. You have TV stars. You pay us to go on TV and put on a good show. We remain competitive, but we're not serious about taking home the championship. And for me, you know, in all my years of competing as a, struggling amateur athlete as a kid or, coaching now, it's all about winning. If you're not in it to try to win, then it's just a business for you. And hopefully Micah Parsons is willing to follow this request up that he had in a media session and, put some support behind it with action. Okay. What else do we have going on here for you? And some Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral about America's team. I want to thank my guys here real quick because I'm going to be heading out of town in the morning, heading to San Diego with the soccer team, and that should be a lot of fun. So thanks to you guys. I'm taking a 4-day weekend. All right, what do you have to say about CeeDee Lamb saying this about Eagles fans? Do we have this audio clip here, Lucius? CeeDee Lamb at Radio Row. This was last week. I didn't see it until today, guys. So much content's come, but the reporter sets him up. Here's the Cowboys' best player on offense.
Who has a more passionate fan base, the Eagles or the Cowboys?
I can answer that. Eagles.
Eagles?
They're crazy. Our Cowboys, our fans are deep, but they not. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but the Eagles got it.
Can you disagree, Wolchuk?
He's right. They are crazy. I mean, in terms of like crazy, rabid fans, the Eagles are. I mean, obviously you'd like your receiver to be like, no, the Cowboys have better fans, but he said crazy. He didn't say better. They are a little bit psycho. They're probably going to fight you in the parking lot. I mean, we see videos going viral like the last couple times San Francisco has gone there. People are just walking up to the stadium and you're getting mother bleeped and you're having all kinds of things said your way. I don't think we're doing that as a Cowboy fan base. So I'm going to lean towards that's the way CD was taking it, and I would agree with him in that sense.
I think our fans are more educated.
There you go.
I think our fans really do understand football. And I think where that we struggle a little bit is maybe some of the, because we're such a football central state. When we know good football, we also know bad football, and we're able to identify that. I think Philadelphia, they have a really good fan base for sports overall, but I don't think their fans in football are more educated, than our fans here.
Maybe their baseball fans are. I know Cliff Lee commented on that when he was a free agent in 2010.
No. I think overall when you start
probably hockey.
Yeah, because I lived there and going to Flyers games and 76ers games and all that, they have a very passionate fan base for sport.
Yeah.
And they're very vocal about it, when things aren't going. But But when it comes to the hows and the whys, I think Cowboy fans understand that, because I know in all the platforms I'm on, the type of questions I get are really well thought out.
Yeah.
I don't think if you looked at like I could go on Elliott Shore Park's account and read Philadelphia fans' comments and think they're not really
These
thinking.
people are nuts.
Yeah,
Mark.
they're not thinking it through, but they're very passionate fans for their sports teams.
Yeah, Cowboys fans understand football. It's a football state.
Well, you saw some passionate fans the other day with that whole Nico thing.
Yes.
I mean, that was that to me was that's a little bit out of character, I think, for Dallas sports fans, to be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
I think that's a couple hundred fans, and then the crowd watching them. I think if that had happened in Philadelphia, you're looking at the tens and tens of thousands of people, protesting. So are they better fans? I think you said it best. They're passionate.
Yeah.
They're good at getting drunk and being obnoxious and supporting.
It's a whole fan base of crash outs.
Yes.
That's a good point, Lucius. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can necessarily disagree with CeeDee Lamb. I just wouldn't say that fan base is better because it's so toxic, right?
No.
And it brings more shame from the outside in than it does appreciation or respect for the organization.
This fan base here knows why. This fan base here knows why the Eagles are good, and they know why their team's not any good. Where the Eagle fans are just, you're a Cowboy fan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But they understand team building a little bit better than what I think the Eagle fans
for sure. Yeah, and X's and O's. I mean, so many of our fans played football at
You grew up in great programs in this state, high school programs, collegiate programs. Yeah,
Pennsylvania is known as well, but that's more Western Pennsylvania.
The Big 33. I mean, they play good high school football and stuff in Pennsylvania. But to me, when you just in fan bases that I've dealt with, questions that I take on a daily basis, our fan base is just spot on. And they'll say some crazy things, but I would say it's probably like 5% of those fans. But the other 95% ask, we do love of the star. And Zach asked for questions. You get some really deep questions about the team, not just, Dax, it's like, okay, hey, who would you rather have? You need a left tackle. Would you rather have this combination or this combination? They're thinking of big picture things. Well, I don't know if necessarily Philadelphia's fans. Philadelphia, give them credit, though. They win. That Eagle bunch is they got it done.
Elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, let's jump over here to a blogger, Joey Ikes, who's quoting Dane Brugler here. If Dallas doesn't take Genty at 12, it's hard to see him going inside the top 20. Does that make you more confident he'll be there at 12 if you want him? Do you agree with what Dane Brugler's saying here about Ashton Genty, Cowboys' only team looking to take him at 12?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're getting the vibe from all the work you're doing before the draft, and help me on this one, Zach, if we're calling teams and getting an idea of maybe where Genty is, now I might be more comfortable to trade back. You know what I'm saying? If you tell me I have a possibility to go to Arizona at 15 or go a little further back into the 20s and I maybe can grab Genty and pick up another third-round pick, that would make me feel a lot better. I'd love to take him, I'm comfortable taking him at 12, but if Dane is right, and Dane talks to a lot of teams, I'd be fascinated, my own gang of 7, like, hey, where do you have this runner? And is he likely going to, we haven't seen him in a mock draft yet get put at 18, 19, or 20.
No, he's either gone to the top 10 or he's gone to the Cowboys at 12.
We haven't seen him. We haven't. The minute you start to see him go in mock drafts, you'll have an idea of what teams think about him.
But yeah, it's a smart, educated guess. I mean, 13 Miami, I don't think they're going to be in the running back business. Indianapolis has Jonathan Taylor. Atlanta's got Bijan Robinson. Arizona just paid James Conner. Cincinnati, maybe Cincinnati would look at him at 17. Seattle loves runners, but they've got plenty of them. And then Tampa Bay just had Bucky Irving go for 1,000 yards.
John
so that's
Schneider
when you get to
can't help
Denver
himself.
at 20.
Yeah.
Right? So most of these teams between the Cowboys and Denver, they've already got their running back.
Yeah, and you got to remember, too, that Sean Payton drafted Reggie Bush. You know, that if you talk about a dynamic, explosive kind of back.
So you're sitting there hoping Genty gets to you number 1 and that the Bengals or the Falcons or somebody wants to come up to 12 for the best player there that you're not in love with.
Man, I love the scenario that yesterday in Over the Star, one of our listeners proposed going to Arizona at 15, and you had those picks at, 76, 78?
78, yeah. I love
mean,
that.
you had 2 back-to-back. You had
sliding
4,
to 16, that's a good spot for
you. Have 4. You have 4 picks inside the top 80. Man, that you can't. That's a good day right there.
Yeah. Okay, we go to Dan Rogers, Danny Phantom. He's a Blogging the Boys guy here. He's up next on Cowboys Twitter. The Eagles scored 95 combined points in the NFC Championship game and Super Bowl. Check this factoid out. No team has scored more points in a 2-game span in the playoffs ever. The most points any team has scored in back-to-back games. And he says maybe the Kellen isn't a Kellen thing, but a Cowboys thing. He called a masterful game. What's your reflection here of Kellen Moore, who's now a Super Bowl champ? You could go back 3 years ago, and it was it a Gannon or a Steichen or something that was the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia?
Yeah, Shane Steichen.
I remember the critics saying Sirianni and Steichen are free-rolling because this offense is so loaded. Is the same thing true about Kellen Moore, or does he deserve more respect than Cowboys fans have given him?
I'd lean that it is. I mean, Kellen didn't exactly do a great job in L.A. There's other people. I mean, there are people that think that Kellen is really, really smart and that he's very, very capable. I've oftentimes questioned, where in a game, play calling. I mean, one of their biggest plays is Devontae Smith. I saw it today that cleared the Super Bowl for him.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Sirianni call.
Yeah.
Sirianni was pleading to Kellen, dude, deep shot here.
It's over.
We score, it's over. So that's the head coach telling the offensive coordinator, this is what I'd like to do. That wasn't a Kellen Moore ballsy call.
That's a good click over if you're doing that.
Right? Yeah. And that's what you should be. Like, Sirianni's an offensive guy. Like, that's why I always thought, Mike, if you want to throw Kellen under the bus or whoever your play caller is, you're here.
Click over.
You're able to do that. Why haven't you? Right? So, to me, I don't think this is going to go well for Kellen in New Orleans. I wish him the best of luck. It's a bad team, and I don't know that he's ready for this.
What do you think of Kellen Moore, Brian?
I'll tell you what, I like the way that he figured out that the players how he got him, he figured out how to get them all involved.
Yeah.
And he for the most part, we only heard a little bit of rumblings from Brown, right, about, we need to do something a little bit better in the passing game and things like that. But for the most part, I mean, they were pretty much spot on with running the football, taking advantage of their offensive line, using all their weapons, playing to the strengths of their defense. I think it takes a special type of coordinator to put your ego aside and allow the team to have success that way. And I think he did a really good job of that.
I mean, remember Mike was critical of him wanting to pass it all the time.
Right.
You know,
right.
And Mike didn't run more than he ended up doing. But
he figured out that he had a special runner and a special offensive line.
Yeah.
And he took advantage of
He
that.
talked about at his press conference being introduced to the Saints. He said, I genuinely don't care if we pass it 50 times or run it 50 times. I'm just trying to put whatever my strengths are out there on the football field. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. There's a look at Cowboys Twitter, top tweets gone viral about America's team. Where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do our top 10. It is National Tortellini Day. Ooh. I've got the top 10 most popular dishes at Italian restaurants in America. What's your go-to when you're going for Italian food? That's next in the nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
All right, what is your favorite dish whenever you go to an Italian restaurant? What is the one that you order the most? We'll get to that in just a moment on National Tortellini Day. I did love this text from 817, but when our fans start eating horse bleep because we won, call me. I don't know if that means like Eagle fans are superior because they're willing to eat doo-doo and feces, or if it's just like, yeah, we are nowhere near as bad and as raunchy as the Eagle fans are. Because as much as I love the Cowboys, and I'd put my love for them up against anybody, I ain't eating horse doo-doo. That's not happening. I don't care if we've won the Super Bowl or if we've won 10 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
No horse poop here.
I mean, I don't even know if it's being a fan. It's some sort of a weird mania. It's
like fetish.
Yeah, it's a toxic, alcoholic contest. You know what? Measuring contest between these people of who can be the biggest lunatic. The Bills got some of it, but then the Eagles splice it with a level of obnoxiousness and confrontation that it doesn't agree with the Texas sensibilities in any way. We would never try to do something like that. It would just be too embarrassing.
Horrible. Yeah. I also saw Lyft is planning to launch self-driving vehicles in Dallas starting next year. Lucius has talked to us about these self-driving vehicles, but that's terrifying. Like, if I'm ordering a Lyft and next thing I know I show up and there's no driver in the car, can we trust this? I don't know where it's going to take me.
Yeah, I think the accident rate's going to be a lot lower than human drivers. Now maybe you're worried about somebody hacking that and taking you somewhere else or them locking you and driving you about, but I think the danger of depending on other humans, especially intoxicated humans, like if you could just deploy these after midnight, can you imagine how it would drive down drinking and driving? I ran into a couple, where was I just this last weekend? I forget where I was, but I was out of town and New Orleans, that's right. And we were leaving leaving the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And there was a couple sitting next to us and the dude was talking about, I had to get a Tesla because we drink so much. They go get freaking hammered and then just have the Tesla take them home.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
No, where we were was, maybe this happened in New Orleans as well, but we were over at, what was it? In Rockwall at that spot that we did our live show at.
Oh, the bar.
At the bar. Yeah, this is really bad that I can't remember the name of this place that we were at, and they were awesome, and I loved it. It was right off the water. Brass Tap. Brass Tap.
Yeah, there it was.
And those guys, they were playing pool, just getting hammered.
Yes.
And he's like, can I get you a drink? I'm like, dude, I'm about to drive.
Yes.
And then he brought up the Tesla.
Yeah.
I guess for purposes like that, maybe it's cool. I don't know, man. The thought of that does terrify me. Like, you're right. Let's take the human element out of it so we can avoid, drunk driving. But at the same time, it's like, man, we're putting all of our faith into basically a robotic car and just praying.
Now the drunks have to get into those cars, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
The drunks will still run right into you. If you're in an autonomous car or not, the drunk will run into you. We have to get the drunks in the cars.
Yeah, you do. And you have to get them to agree to not take the wheel. But I would trust them a lot more than humans. There is a trust gap though here. Like, how do you trust the robot to not screw you over? And it might take some time for us to, believe they're not going to go full Cyberdyne.
I also saw notable omissions from the Combine. I talked a little bit about this during NFL News of the Day. But my dude, Johnny Walker, the edge from Mizzou, did not get invited. This is a big issue that I have here. Why in the world is he not going to the Combine? He's a badass, as is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt from Arizona, who's a running back that I got to see at the Shrine Bowl. This dude can do a little bit of everything. I like the size. He's got some wiggle to his game, can catch the ball out of the backfield. He didn't get the invite either. So that's disappointing, and I hope those dudes end up getting drafted, and they prove everybody wrong.
Well, they will.
Prove them wrong.
And everybody will go through those schools. They'll go through Tucson, Columbia. They'll hit them.
Damn right.
They'll get them.
As they should, because Johnny Walker's a beast, and I like that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt as well. All right, let's talk Italian food, shall we? Most popular Italian dishes in the United States that are ordered at an Italian restaurant. 504. Y'all are literally talking about Eagles fans because we have a team. we can be proud of, unlike Cowboy fans
No,
who
be
are
proud.
delusional.
Be
Screw
proud.
y'all. You know what? Screw you.
No.
Keep listening, 504, but screw you. I don't give a damn.
504, that's Louisiana.
I don't care. I'll say whatever the hell I want about the Eagles, and you can have the damn Super Bowl trophy. I don't care. I don't like you.
I mean, Eagles fans are obsessed with the Cowboys. We haven't done anything in 30 years.
We're living rent-free in your heads. You win the championship, and what are you doing? You're chanting Dallas sucks.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I'd be doing, chanting Philly sucks if the Cowboys won a Super Bowl.
We tried to at Radio Row, though. You did.
But I had to bite my tongue so much on Radio Row. Every day I wanted to mouth off and say something. I can't because I'm a self-aware fan, and I do realize right now you are on top, and we are at the bottom, okay? And I hate it. But screw you, 504. Keep listening, though. I love you. Let's talk Italian food. I have heard in Filthy the Italian food is exceptional. You can probably attest to that. Brian Broaddus. Tortellini vodka sauce pasta from the
That's
214.
outstanding.
That's their go-to.
Very
They
outstanding.
absolutely love it. Chicken parm is coming in strong here.
There you go.
254 baked ziti with the grilled chicken.
Eric's mom does it very well.
Oh, she sure does. Still haven't tried that spaghetti and meatballs. It's also
That's
apparently
another one I heard
favorite
is
of
really
hers.
good. Yeah.
Pappy texted in. That's Tim in Carthage. He said chicken Alfredo. Fettuccine, chicken Alfredo. I don't think you can lose on that.
The white sauce does something I don't agree with, though.
Oh, you don't like
The
subbing
Alfredo.
out the fettuccine Alfredo
I don't
side?
I don't like the Alfredo
Really?
sauce. Yeah. I'm more of a red sauce guy.
Yeah. So they'll still put the red sauce on the Parmesan, but you just don't like it being on the same plate.
Right.
That's fair.
Yeah,
All right.
It's not fair. It's a stupid take.
No, but what you could still do is just ask for the fettuccine Alfredo to be like on a side plate.
Yeah.
You just don't want it touching. Because I do think there are sometimes I'll go to an Italian restaurant. Let's say I don't want to do, whatever it is.
They'll mess up the bechamel sauce.
the
I think.
Torah Italy.
It tastes weird to me sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just, together, though, like maybe I want a little sample of the fettuccine Alfredo and then enjoy the chicken parm. But if you don't want them on the same plate, I think there's a way around this.
Oh, yeah.
I think we can do this. By the way, two guys from Italy. It's always a place that I'd like to shout out.
Excellent.
I love it there. They're fantastic.
Great.
Very, very affordable. Good
Yeah,
portion sizes, delectable.
Lucius, that's the place I brought the lasagna from. Two guys from Italy.
Oh.
The lasagna.
Chef's kiss, man.
That big.
Chef's kiss.
They're like, I hand it to you, like, man, this thing weighs like
It's
3
beautiful.
pounds. Yeah.
And lasagna remains your number one seed, correct,
Lasagna is
Lucius?
definitely my number one seed. But I do like the fettuccine Alfredo because that's what the young girls know how to cook first.
Yeah.
it is easy.
They got you with that one.
Yeah.
That
It's like as long as I
little
don't
Rasta
overcook
pasta.
it.
Oh, Rasta pasta.
Rasta pasta.
Yeah.
Calzones. You like okay.
I love calzone. That Texas-sized calzone. I'm not going to tell you the name of the place.
Yeah, I don't.
But I'm going back this weekend to fill this body up.
What are you getting in the calzone?
Whatever they put in there. It's just a whole lot of stuff. It is so big. Pause. It's huge, bro.
Okay, so we're talking multiple meals?
Yes.
All
I
right.
can split it with people and still have a lot. Like, all right, man.
Damn.
Are you sure you don't want another piece?
Yeah,
It's
please,
huge.
somebody take this off my hands. Calzones are good, and I don't get calzones enough. I'm going to need to ask you what the name of this place is.
Yeah, I agree, too. I got to figure this place out.
Okay. Cajun Alfredo, getting texted in.
There you go.
Stuffed shells are underrated.
Very underrated.
Yeah, they're good.
The Drizzle in Waxahachie says lobster ravioli and crab-encrusted tilapia over a bed of mashed red potatoes.
Okay, the tilapia.
Yes, please.
I think I could go for a better fish than the tilapia, but I like what we're going there.
Oof. Gnocchi?
Gnocchi. Yeah, it's like the little
potato, right?
The potatoes. You can make them with make them a little bit more fluffy if you use potato. Put the potato through a ricer, and make it even more fluffier that way. Yeah, very good.
Campisi's is getting some love from the
Campisi's
310.
is a legendary
Staple.
place here. Yeah, just down the road from us here.
The linguine and clams is getting texted in.
Ooh, good call.
Shrimp or even seafood Alfredo, absolutely.
Yeah.
I kind of like if you're going with the seafood linguine. I think it's a better pasta for me personally. I like
A little thicker?
Yeah, it is. It is. Stromboli getting texted in. Here's the list of the most popular order dishes in the U.S. of A. when it comes to Italian food.
And you didn't say manicotti. Are you
We
about
will
to?
get to manicotti in the top 10. It is.
Okay, good.
Pesto pasta is honorable mention. So is
Homemade, the best.
pasta puttanesca, that's honorable mention.
Very good.
And the pasta with the vodka sauce, also honorable mention.
Mm-hmm.
Just on the outside looking in is bruschetta.
Bruschetta.
Appetizer.
Nice little
Delish.
Yeah.
10 is margarita pizza.
Yeah.
Classic.
No, thank you.
But it's got
I'll tell you what.
it's got
weird.
basil and it's got tomato, and you're going to say no thank you.
I mean, it's so flat. The weird white things of cheese on there. It's just it's not a real pizza.
Let me tell you what, Dawson, your favorite place is a lot.
Yeah.
Does it very well.
That's a margarita style?
They do a margarita
Oh,
pizza.
do they?
When
Yeah.
I was when we were doing pregame shows, I was feeding
Yeah, you would
feeding the
take care of
guys
our
up here.
guys.
And we had we ordered two Salat Bigs. They like the pepperoni, but they also like the margarita.
Okay.
And it was actually Salat does it very well.
It's a classic Italian pizza.
I mean, it's not horrible. It's kind of like the old saying about pizza and intimacy. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good.
It doesn't.
I don't know about that.
It doesn't fill you up like
there's corn on it, we don't like it.
corn on the pizza.
There's an argument for both, man.
9 is tortellini on National Tortellini Day.
And the soup is really good.
8 is stuffed manicotti.
There you go.
So it made the list.
There you go.
It sure did. 7 is angel hair shrimp pasta.
Okay. Everybody gets in an argument with me about that.
I know. The angel hair brought out a war. I think this might have been like 2 years ago when we did a similar type of list.
Shrimp and olive oil with the angel hair.
I think I did like top 10 pastas.
And those people went after me.
They did. You just said it's not good for holding.
It's just not a good.
It's a thin
pasta. It doesn't hold the sauce like you talk about linguine holds sauce.
It does.
Yeah. Actually, those like anything is the shells and the rigatonis, anything with the sauce gets inside the pasta is even better.
Now it's bursting with flavor.
Exactly.
There's a lot that you could have pulled there. We've got baked ziti at 6.
All right.
Anything with ricotta cheese is fire from the 601. I love it.
Dawson's giving you a big yeah.
The baked ziti?
You don't like ricotta cheese?
I don't know if I like ricotta cheese or not.
I kind of think I did it one time, and you're like, man, I think. Oh wait, you told me you did like the ricotta cheese in the lasagna. You said
that's that gooey white cheese.
Yeah,
the green stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You go broadest. You need to put a little bit more ricotta in it.
Yeah,
is what you told me.
That's right. My mom goes heavy on the ricotta cheese.
You got to in a lasagna.
Yep.
Top 5 most
about
ordered
that.
Italian dishes. Number 5 is fettuccine alfredo.
Yeah, goated.
It is. It's traditional. It's delish. Number 4 is ravioli.
Yeah,
right on cue. Ravioli is bomb.
Stuffed.
And you can do different types. I mean, it can be the lobster. It can be cheese. You can go with a meat ravioli. Phenomenal. 3 is the chicken parm.
How do you do that? I prefer mine in a sandwich.
Yeah, you could. Does
that count?
Same way, just flatten it out. Use a breading.
I'll throw some noodles in there too.
Yeah. Actually, chicken
in a sandwich.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Chicken comes like that. Yeah.
Chicken parm with a side of like angel hair is really good.
Yeah,
I like to I like to go to a spot that's got the big loaf of bread that they'll give to you before the dinner. I just take one of those, slice it down the middle. Then when they deliver the chicken parm with the pasta, you just put it in there.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, you're making your own sandwich. I like that idea. Number 2 is spaghetti with meatballs.
Yeah, there you go.
It is classic. 631. You're probably like Sicilian or from Tuscany. Ricotta. Like, I don't know how you say it.
Oh, please. We're trying our best.
Everybody's got their own sort of dialect or accent on a language.
Ricotta.
Yeah.
Ricotta. I don't know. But number 1.
I mean, the English destroyed their own language.
Facts. Number 1, the most ordered Italian dish is indeed lasagna.
Lasagna.
Lasagna, Lucius. We got number 1, baby.
Which Brian's best man, Mike Lombardi, told us in most of Italy, that's just a holiday dish. That's a Christmas dish.
Christmas special.
Dish. Yeah. All right.
I'm thinking about weaving that into my Christmas rotation.
Mike's
Why
a
not?
liar, so I wouldn't worry about that.
He's only been to Italy, what?
If you order one in Italy, they give you the whole damn tray.
They give you the tray.
The whole tray, like you would feed your family with.
Let's go.
And a big old bottle of wine.
Taking it home. Hey, a man from the past has destroyed the Mavericks governor, Patrick Dumont.
Ooh.
Maybe the best audio of the last week and a half of this Luka nightmare. We'll play that for you. We'll react. Football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock, and we're back in the name.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady? What was it? Laser boats.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sale. Tahoes, Silverados, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavs continue to be the top story, and we heard from old Vegas Bob on on Mavericks social media. This is on the Dumb Zone podcast. So Bob Voulgaris, Vegas Bob, was the analytics and gambling crypto guy that apparently had made a fortune in Vegas betting on games by using his analytical approach. And he convinced Mark Cuban at some point. I think they had like crypto in common or something. But he convinced Mark Cuban at one point that he should listen to him more than Donnie Nelson. So, Vegas Bob is definitely a controversial figure from Mavs past, and I don't think he had the answers either. I think he convinced Mark that Maxi Kleber and Dwight Powell could be enough as your bigs, and then you just got guys that played defense and shot corner threes and didn't care about any other basketball skills that I could tell. At least that was the end product, right? And that was not good team building. But he's obviously on the inside and has a strong opinion and a strong personality. So here was Vegas Bob talking about this whole nightmare, and his sights are squarely on the Mavericks governor / owner, whatever you want to call him, Patrick Dumont. Here's Bob.
I don't know. And the other part is the people who are critiquing him had no business. I'm sorry, but those people have not accomplished anything. They're not accomplished individuals. Who are they to be talking about what it takes to win? That's the part that I found really, really offensive. What have you done in your life that allows you to, you're in charge of the team, and so you're beholden to that. But also, come on, give me a break. What have you inherited a pretty good roster. You inherited a generational superstar. Have a little bit more humility, I think, in knowing what it takes to win, especially when, and then forget about, Nico's in a tough position, so I can empathize him. But the owner, this guy's like the definition of, he's
the Nepo mediocre. Baby fail son. He
married into money. He's, by the way, he doesn't take, if someone's going to talk to someone else about being fit, I can, I at least work out. I take care of him. This guy does not look like he's ever denied himself a luxury of an extra meal. And so for him to talk about what it means to win and then to reference Shaq as the ultimate example or one of the ultimate examples of it, it's just so tone deaf. And dude, obviously you're charming. You managed to marry into this amazing family, that makes a lot of money or has a lot of money. Great. Congratulations. But what else have you accomplished other than going to school? People go to school. Well, you worked at Bear Stearns. How'd that work out for you? Bear Stearns is a real fantastic company that almost bankrupted the whole country. So I don't know, man. I don't have a lot of sympathy for people who are so adamant in just have a little grace and be like, you know what, this is difficult. I underestimated how much this, we were new to this. We bought this team. We didn't realize, wow, we'll do better. We're trying to get better every day. We're trying to make better decisions. We care about the fans. Please trust us. We really want to bring something special, but they don't. That's the other thing. They really don't. They don't care. They don't care enough. They don't care about Dallas. They're not from Dallas. They're not Dallas people. It's a real estate play for them.
Wow. So that really puts the picture in the frame, doesn't it?
That's what you call a read right there. He read that, man.
Yeah, he did, man.
That's a read.
Vegas Bob tore Patrick Dumont up, and I think this is a cautionary tale, for any Mavs fan, to be thinking maybe this is just the beginning of horrible decisions. I'm starting to think of this as, when he said Nico's in a tough spot, so I have empathy for him. Bob Voulgaris is a guy who's got Mark Cuban in his phone, likely talks to him a lot of time, has a lot of sources over there. And Nico can come out front and center and say, hey, this was all my idea at first, but since then we found out, Jason Kidd actually knew before it was over. And, yes, the owners were actually involved in this as well. So how much the story has evolved and changed since it was initially reported, I think is significant. And I'm starting to look at this man, we might have a Donald Sterling or, worst case scenario ownership situation on our hands. And maybe Nico was just following orders. I think as fans and media members, this requires a pulling back and a more detailed investigation into exactly what was Nico's role. Because Nico had done a hell of a job. He had actually been dominating the trade market, dominating decisions, other than just a couple up until this point. He had been recently talking about how Luka was the guy to take him to a championship, and then there's this total about-face 180 degrees, and it would just make sense that a know-nothing and at the same time very cocky owner stepped in here and has taken us on this just wild nightmare of a basketball excursion. We were set up to be in basketball heaven for the next 10 years, Brian.
I wonder then if ownership is going to make a suggestion about Luka and trading him. Do you think ownership knows really the day-to-day operations of the basketball team. And I'm asking this in a way of, I do think Nico did this.
Yeah,
I do. I think Nico is a very aggressive general manager in a lot of ways. I think there's things that, like the old saying, I don't think he's here for a good time, not a long time. And I think that there's some things that he had to deal with as, okay, you're a shoe dude, but then you get a team to a championship, you build in a team. I just think that the owners don't know what's going on day to day. I think this is something that I think he made this personal. I really do. I think Nico made this personal See,
that's what I thought for a while, but this week has been all about a narrative shift it's more Dumont.
I just think the owners don't know if it's pumped up or stuff.
I think Dumont's kind of sharing what he's heard from Nico.
It reminds me very much. Yeah, it reminds me very much. And when I first worked with Jeffrey Lurie, and he bought the team in 94, and I was working with him in 98, 97, he really didn't have a handle on what we were doing.
Yeah,
he wanted to be involved, and you tried to explain to him what was going on, and he's gotten better as an owner because he's hired Howie, and him and Howie are tied at the hip, and he trusts Howie. But when he first got to the team, like he's like, okay, I want to be like the Packers. Wait a minute, I want to be like the Steelers. No, wait, I want to be like the Packers again. There was that. He didn't know where direction he wanted to take his team.
Yeah, didn't have enough experience or knowledge.
He didn't have any knowledge at all. And Joe Banner, who, if you kind of Google his name, Joe Banner was in the clothing business. Joe Banner was the president of the team, and Joe Banner is arguing with me about players.
See, this is why I don't think it was Nico, because Nico knows basketball. He played at a high level in college. He played overseas. He's been working at Nike, at close relationships with a lot of basketball people.
I think it's the family has come off really bad because the guy doesn't know how to handle a delicate situation.
Exactly.
And I think to me that, I think he trusted Nico from what Nico got them. I mean, if you look at him and Jason Kidd and the roster and stuff, I mean, they got to the championship. And so the Dumont family, they're kind of like looking at Nico like, man, look what you did for us, And Nico's like, hey guys, I'm thinking about trading Luka.
Yeah, but then the next day we found out maybe Nico doesn't want to stick around. Why would you go from finals? I'm in here now trading away our best player, and now I want to leave the job possibly. Why would you want to leave the job? I think a heavy-handed owner who's trying to impress his vision.
Very fair. I also think that Nico has a lot of other interests other than being a general manager. I think that he was tabbed as a general manager, and to him it was a challenge. I'm a shoe guy. I'm a marketing guy.
Well, we needed one to explain to the other, no matter how it went down, we can't possibly do this, but they did.
Nico did one of the boldest things ever in professional sports.
Yeah.
He did.
He did. He really did. And it's going to be one of those times where it's either going to be looked at as historic in a positive way or a negative way, but he's clearly set his tenure as a general manager in one direction.
Let me just say, we talked with George Sedano yesterday. I asked him, is it Nico or Dumont? He said clearly Dumont. You have Bob Voulgaris, former executive at the Mavs, pointing at Dumont, not Nico, saying Nico's in a tough spot here. You have Ralph Strangis.
Nico's the fall guy.
Well sourced all over, sources all over the AAC where he called home.
After Dumont.
He's saying Dumont.
I think it's both. I do personally. I mean, it's hard to overlook before Dumont got here. Nico was already removing some of the guys that were Luka guys, right? Like those
Casey Smith, Dawson.
Those dots are already kind of here.
Yeah.
So then you get what happened Game 3 in the NBA Finals, and Dumont's here for that. And he's probably got Nico that's telling him, hey, I was with Michael Jordan. I was with Kobe. Yeah. These were my guys. They had a certain amount of work ethic. That's what it takes to be great. I'm not seeing that from Luka. I don't know if he's worth getting. I think this was a joint effort, in my opinion, between both of them. I think a lot of what Dumont is saying